Olympic champion javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra qualifies for his maiden World Championships final with a stunning first attempt throw of 88.39 meters.
He wants one and done here. He needs 83.50 if that's to be the case.
Big showdown over Arvind Kejriwal government's liquor policy. The Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has recommended a CBI probe into the Delhi Excise Policy 2021-2022. This comes after a report by the Chief Secretary indicated deliberate procedural lapses by the Kejriwal government to provide undue benefits to liquor licensees. The report accused Delhi's Finance Minister Manish Sisodia of financial favours to liquor barons. The report says the Excise Department, under direct orders of Sisodia, decided to allow a waiver of 144.36 crores singularly to the liquor cartel. Why was that done? Hitting back at the centre, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has called the allegations baseless and said the centre wants to hinder AAP's growth and wants Manish Sisodia arrested. Arvind Kejriwal called the CBI probe just another attempt to defame Manish Sisodia and the Delhi government.
तो जेल से हमें डर नहीं लगता। हम इनको थोड़ा सा ये लोग समझ लें कि इनको लगता होगा जेल से हमें डर नहीं लगता। तुम लोग सावरकर की औलाद हो जिसने अंग्रेजों से माफी मांगी थी। हम लोग भगत सिंह की औलाद हैं। हम भगत सिंह को अपना आदर्श मानते हैं, जिसने अंग्रेजों के सामने झुकने से मना कर दिया और फांसी पर लटक गया। हमें जेल से, फांसी के फंदे से डर नहीं लगा। कई बार जेल हुआ है हम लोग। पार्टी वाले कट्टर ईमानदार हैं। वो पूरे देश को भरोसा हो गया आम आदमी पार्टी वाले कट्टर ईमानदार हैं। सारा देश कहता है यार कुछ भी हो, ये लड़के हैं तो ईमानदार। ये लोग झूठे केस बना बना के हमारे ऊपर कीचड़ फेंकना चाहते हैं। ये दिखाना चाहते हैं दुनिया को कि देखो ये भी हमारे जैसे ही हैं।
Losses have happened to public exchequer can only be, it's only for everybody to guess that what kind of monetary transactions have taken place is what we all wish to understand. And this so-called the sticker of Imandar Sarkar will be given to you later when you decide to answer us on facts.
आम आदमी पार्टी वाले कट्टर ईमानदार हैं। वो पूरे देश को भरोसा हो गया आम आदमी पार्टी वाले कट्टर ईमानदार हैं। सारा देश कहता है यार कुछ भी हो, ये लड़के हैं तो ईमानदार। ये लोग झूठे केस बना बना के हमारे ऊपर कीचड़ फेंकना चाहते हैं। ये दिखाना चाहते हैं दुनिया को कि देखो ये भी हमारे जैसे ही हैं। जैसे हम भ्रष्ट हैं ये भी वैसे ही हैं, ये भी भ्रष्टाचारी हैं। पर दुनिया इनके यकीन नहीं कर रही। दुनिया खुद ही कह रही है कि झूठे केस लगा रहे हैं।
25 दिसंबर 2021 को एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट ने नोटिस दिया इन सारी कंपनियों को जिनको मद्यपान से जुड़े हुए लिकर लाइसेंसेस दिए गए। इस पर क्या एक्शन हुआ, क्या कोई काम हुआ, नहीं हुआ, कार्रवाई हुई, नहीं हुई, और इसका क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन, क्या स्थिति है, ये बताएं।
वो मंत्री जो पूरे देश में शिक्षा की क्रांति लाए, जिनका डंका आज देश में नहीं विदेशों में बज रहा है, उस उप मुख्यमंत्री को फंसाने के लिए ये सीबीआई की इंक्वायरी केंद्र सरकार के इशारे पर हमारे एलजी साहब ने रिकमेंड की है।
आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार कहाँ रही है अब तो ये ठेकेदारों की सरकार हो गई है। और सिंगापुर, वहाँ पर क्या, सिंगापुर जाके भी खालिस्तानियों की एंट्री करवाना चाहते हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, जिस तरीके से पंजाब में करवाई है। जब कोविड के समय जब राशन की ज़रूरत थी तो कितने माइग्रेंट लेबर्स को दिल्ली से बाहर भगाया गया। उसके बाद जब ऑक्सीजन की कमी थी तो राजनीति करी। उस वक्त पे ठेके खोल के सिर्फ पैसे कमाने की कोशिश की जा रही थी, और उस समय भी इनको पैसे कमाने की पड़ी थी जब देश को एक इंसानियत की ज़रूरत थी। तो ये आम आदमी पार्टी अब हटा के नाम अब ठेकेदार की सरकार कर देनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ठेके वालों की तो सरकार है ये।
देखो, मनीष सिसोदिया हो या कोई और हो, टारगेट मनीष सिसोदिया नहीं है, टारगेट है भ्रष्टाचार को समाप्त करना। आपने एक घोटाले को अंजाम देने के लिए आपने एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को अलग हटा कर रख दिया और अपनी कैबिनेट में अप्रूवल लाने के बाद एक शराब माफिया को 140 करोड़ रुपए लाभ देने के लिए उसको आप पुनः टेंडर दे रहे हैं, जबकि उसमें स्पष्ट रूप से नजर आ रहा है आप केवल हरिश्चंद्र बनकर सबको ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट देना चाहते हैं। केजरीवाल साहब, कोई भी विभाग आपके पास क्यों नहीं है कि दिल्ली के पहले मुख्यमंत्री हो आप 7 साल में, आप इन लोगों से करप्शन कराते हो, इन लोगों से गलत काम कराते हो, आप हरिश्चंद्र बने रहते हो, फिर बाद में कहते हो कट्टर ईमानदार है।
ये एक्साइज पॉलिसी टेलर मेड थी, कुछ लोगों को बेनिफिट देने के लिए थे। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने अपने चहेतों को काम दिया और यहां तक उनके लिए 12% प्रॉफिट तय किया ताकि 6% उसमें से लिया जा सके। अब दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होगा। अरविंद केजरीवाल के मंत्री और जिन जिन लोगों ने पैसा लिया था अब बहुत जल्दी तिहाड़ जेल में दिखाई देंगे।
दिल्ली मोहल्ले में शराब का ठेका खोलने के बाद अब दोबारा
सारे के सारे मामले बेबुनियाद, फर्जी और मनगढ़ंत हैं। 42 विधायकों को उठा के जेल में डाला, कोर्ट से उनको बरी कर दिया गया। दिल्ली पुलिस को लताड़ लगी, एफआईआर लिखाने वालों को लताड़ लगी। हमारे मुख्यमंत्री पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा, आज तक कुछ नहीं निकला। हमारे उप मुख्यमंत्री पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा, कुछ नहीं निकला। हमारे कैलाश गहलोत पे ईडी का छापा मारा, इनकम टैक्स का छापा मारा, कुछ नहीं निकला। सत्येंद्र जैन को 2 महीने से जेल में रखा हुआ है ईडी ने। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं नरेंद्र मोदी जी, आपकी ईडी को सुष्मिता सेन को ललित मोदी मिल जाता है, सुष्मिता सेन को ललित मोदी मिल जाता है, मोदी जी को ललित मोदी नहीं मिलता है। मोदी जी को मेहुल चौकसी नहीं मिलता, मोदी जी को नीरव मोदी नहीं मिलता। मोदी जी को चश्मा पहन के विजय माल्या 10,000 करोड़ लूट कर चिढ़ाता है, वो नहीं दिखता। 6,000 करोड़ लूट के नितिन संदेशरा हिंदुस्तान छोड़ के भाग गया, वो नहीं दिखता। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं नरेंद्र मोदी जी, डीएचएफएल ने 34,000 करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला किया, देश की जनता का पैसा लूटा और 27 करोड़ रुपए आपकी पार्टी को चंदा दे दिया। ना उसको ईडी पकड़ रही है, ना सीबीआई पकड़ रही है, कोई कार्रवाई नहीं कर रही। 11 लाख करोड़ रुपए आपने अपने चंद पूंजीपति मित्रों का माफ कर दिया, उस पे ना ईडी कार्रवाई करती है, ना सीबीआई कार्रवाई करती है। 2.40 लाख करोड़ रुपए बैंक फ्रॉड चंद पूंजीपतियों ने किया, वो ना आपकी ईडी को दिखती है, ना सीबीआई को दिखती है, ना पुलिस को दिखती है। आपकी ईडी और सीबीआई को कौन दिखता है? मनीष सिसोदिया, जिन्होंने दिल्ली के 18 लाख बच्चों को ऐसी शिक्षा दी जिसकी चर्चा आज पूरी दुनिया में हो रही है, जिसके मॉडल को देखने के लिए, केजरीवाल मॉडल को देखने के लिए, स्कूल को देखने के लिए अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति की पत्नी आती है, नॉर्वे के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री आती है, संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ के पूर्व महासचिव आते हैं, कई राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री आते हैं। वो लोग आपको भ्रष्टाचारी दिख रहे हैं, उन पे आप कार्रवाई करने के लिए, गला दबाने के लिए तैयार हैं। जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी में भ्रष्टाचार की बात आप कर रहे हैं, शर्म आनी चाहिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। 1300 करोड़ रुपए का मुनाफा 4 महीने में उस एक्साइज पॉलिसी से दिल्ली सरकार को हुआ है। 1300 करोड़ रुपए का फायदा। तो झूठे बेबुनियाद मनगढ़ंत केस बना के कॉमेडी करना है भाजपाइयों को तो करो, और एक हास्यास्पद तर्क और भाजपाई देते हैं। अरे कहते भाई क्या दिक्कत है आपको, अगर कोई गलती नहीं किया है तो जांच करा लो, इसमें परेशानी क्या है। यह अजीब बात है, यह अजीब हास्यास्पद तर्क है। जिन लोगों ने देश को लूटा, वो ललित मोदी आपको चिढ़ाता है फोटो डाल के, उस पर आप कार्रवाई नहीं करते। नीरव मोदी 20,000 करोड़ लूट के चिढ़ाता है, वो उस पर कार्रवाई नहीं करते। 10,000 करोड़ लूट के विजय माल्या चश्मा पहन के चिढ़ाता है, वो नहीं दिखता। नितिन संदेशरा 6,000 करोड़ लूट के भाग गया, वो नहीं दिखता। केजरीवाल मॉडल पे, मनीष सिसोदिया पे, सत्येंद्र जैन पे कार्रवाई करते हो फर्जी मनगढ़ंत, और कहते हो भाई जांच करा लो, इसमें क्या दिक्कत है। कल को नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे 3 हत्या का मुकदमा दर्ज करा दे कोई, और कहे मोदी जी ने तो हत्या किया नहीं, जांच करा ले, क्या दिक्कत है। 5-6 बलात्कार का मुकदमा आदेश गुप्ता के ऊपर हो जाए और कहने लगे बलात्कार का ही तो मुकदमा है, जांच होने दो, क्या दिक्कत है बलात्कार नहीं किया तो। ये किस प्रकार के बेबुनियाद, हास्यास्पद, बेसिर पैर के तर्क देते हैं। अरे जब तुमने 42 विधायकों को गिरफ्तार किया, झूठे साबित हो गए, कहीं कुछ नहीं निकला। जब तुमने
हमारे मुख्यमंत्री पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा, उप मुख्यमंत्री पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा, कहीं कुछ नहीं निकला। तुमको लगता है इस बदर घुड़कियों से, इस प्रकार की कार्रवाइयों से हम लोग डर के घर में चुपचाप बैठ जाएंगे? पूरे देश के सामने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बेनकाब करेंगे। और आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी चंद पूंजीपतियों की दलाल पार्टी बन गई है, उनके लिए काम कर रही है, देश को लूटने का काम कर रही है, महंगाई बढ़ाने का काम कर रही है। इस मुद्दे पर हमारी लड़ाई है। बाकी तुम्हें जो करना है, कार्रवाई करना है, करो। तो मुझे सिर्फ यही कहना था कि जिस पॉलिसी को लेकर भाजपाई सवाल उठा रहे हैं, उस पॉलिसी से 1300 करोड़ रुपए का फायदा दिल्ली सरकार को हुआ है। और इसलिए मनगढ़ंत बेबुनियाद कार्रवाई करके मनीष सिसोदिया पे कार्रवाई करने की जो आप तैयारी कर रहे हो, ये तुम्हारा सच पूरा देश जानता है कि तुम केजरीवाल मॉडल से डरे हुए हो, केजरीवाल से डरे हुए हो और आम आदमी पार्टी की बढ़ती लोकप्रियता से डरे हुए हो। लेकिन हमारा कारवां रुकेगा नहीं, लगातार बढ़ता रहेगा। तुम्हारी कार्रवाइयों से हम और मजबूत होंगे।
संजय जी, कल बीजेपी प्रोटेस्ट करने जा रही है एक्साइज पॉलिसी को लेकर अरविंद केजरीवाल के
ललित मोदी के खिलाफ। कब प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे? नीरव मोदी के खिलाफ कब प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे? विजय माल्या के खिलाफ कब प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे? DHFL जिसने 34,000 करोड़ रुपए लूट लिया और 27 करोड़ रुपए बीजेपी को चंदा दिया, दलाली दी, उसके खिलाफ कब प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे? झूठे मामलों में ड्रामा करने, नौटंकी करने का मन है भाजपाइयों को तो करने दीजिए, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। सुष्मिता सेन को ललित मोदी मिल जा रही है, हमारे मोदी जी को ललित मोदी नहीं मिल रहा है। ये गजब सरकार चला रहे हैं मोदी जी।
The AAP Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh launching a scathing attack on the government, on the BJP-led central government, saying that this is political vendetta. Also made some bizarre comments about Sushmita Sen and Lalit Modi's relationship, dragging this entire matter into this controversy, saying that Lalit Modi has been absconding and the BJP has been unable to essentially bring him to justice. This is what Sanjay Singh, MP of the Aam Aadmi Party, said a while ago, talking about the charges of the BJP that has essentially been led by the central Delhi BJP unit. Kumar Kunal is getting us more details on that story, joining us from Delhi City. For more on that, the AAP too. Kunal has gone all guns blazing against the centre, saying that this is vendetta. You know, AAP is known for everything but, using these things to their advantage, in the sense that the allegation is that there is a financial benefit accrued and Manish Sisodia has enjoyed these financial benefits. This is something that can never be true, is what AAP essentially has said.
See, the political blame game is going on. On one hand, Arvind Kejriwal, Sanjay Singh, they have come out in support of Manish Sisodia. On the other hand, BJP and even Congress are targeting Arvind Kejriwal and group of ministers. Actually, what happened in this case, that since in the month of May, the new LG has taken charge. After that, even new Chief Secretary took office, Naresh Kumar took office, and under the ToBR, the business rule, how the business rule is being worked, under the ToBR guideline, Rule 57, the Chief Secretary conducted an inquiry and he found that there is financial mismanagement, and that he has reported to both Chief Minister and LG as well. What our sources are telling, that on 14th July, almost a week ago, he informed Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal also, and even Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena. So now, on the basis of that report, transaction of business rule 57, under that rule, he conducted an inquiry, he conducted a suo motu inquiry, and what our sources are telling, that he is duty bound to bring out the reality of the excise policy. So he brought out the truth and he gave the report to both CM office as well as LG office. And now on the basis of same report, Lieutenant Governor has recommended a CBI inquiry for in this case. So this is actually what happened till now, apart from the political blame game. What will come out in future, that is there to see. But right now, that is the report which is on the basis of which LG has recommended this inquiry.
All right. Kumar Kunal, thanks for getting us up to speed. With that, we're staying with us, where Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has remained defiant on his Singapore visit, in spite of his proposal being blocked twice. Arvind Kejriwal has now written to the Ministry of External Affairs for political clearance. Arvind Kejriwal wants to attend the 8th World City Summit and WCS Mayors Forum in Singapore on the 1st of August. Delhi Lieutenant Governor has asked him not to attend the conference. That was prima facie a conference of mayors, saying it wasn't befitting an attendance by a chief minister. The LG has pointed out that the conference will be covering different aspects of urban governance, which in the case of Delhi are addressed by diverse civic bodies. Earlier, Arvind Kejriwal had written a letter to Prime Minister Modi stating that he had been waiting for the trip's clearance for over a month. He has questioned why an elected chief minister and a free citizen of the nation was being stopped.
दिल्ली के कामों को रोकना चाहते हैं। दिल्ली के अंदर जो शानदार काम हो रहे हैं, सिंगापुर की सरकार पूरे दुनिया के मेयर बुलाए उन्होंने, और केजरीवाल को बुलाया कि आके इनको जरा सा सिखाओ कि आप दिल्ली में क्या काम कर रहे हो। इससे बड़ी गर्व की बात क्या हो सकती है? दिल्ली के कामों की पूरी दुनिया में चर्चा हो रही है। ट्रंप साहब की वाइफ आई थी, वो हमारे स्कूल देखने जाती हैं। ये हमारे दिल्ली के कामों को रोकना चाहते हैं। खासकर दिल्ली में एजुकेशन और हेल्थ में बहुत शानदार काम हुए, इसीलिए उन्होंने पहले हेल्थ मिनिस्टर को जेल में डाला और अब एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर को इन्होंने जेल में डाला।
बहुत ही मीन पॉलिटिक्स के तहत इस तरह की हरकतें की जा रही हैं, तो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने अब ये निर्णय लिया है कि वो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स में पॉलिटिकल क्लियरेंस के लिए अप्लाई कर रहे हैं। और हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि भारत एलजी साहब की राय से, जैसे सीएम साहब इत्तेफाक नहीं रखते हैं, भारत सरकार भी, माननीय हमारे जो विदेश मंत्री हैं, विदेश मंत्रालय, वो भी इस बात को देखेंगे कि कैसे अगर दिल्ली के काम से विदेश में भारत की साख बनती है तो इनको पॉलिटिकल क्लियरेंस दी जाए। तो हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि केंद्र सरकार बहुत जल्द पॉलिटिकल क्लियरेंस इसकी देगी और उसके बाद में दिल्ली का मॉडल सिंगापुर में दुनिया भर के लीडर्स के सामने रखा जा सकेगा।
देखिए, केंद्र सरकार के नुमाइंदे एलजी साहब ने जिस तरह से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के सिंगापुर जाने की फ़ाइल को वापस भेज दिया है, ये बहुत दुख की बात है। ये एक बहुत छोटी सी तुच्छ राजनीति दिखा रहा है। ऐसा लग रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और प्रधानमंत्री जी अरविंद केजरीवाल से इतना डरने लग गए हैं, इतनी नफरत करने लग गए हैं कि आज अरविंद केजरीवाल के विरोध में वो देश विरोधी हो गए हैं। तो हमारा तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी से यही आग्रह है कि इस तुच्छ राजनीति से ऊपर उठें और देश के बारे में सोचें।
As a chief minister, what he is going to do in the mayor's press conference, I'm not able to understand right now. The conference was of all the cities of mayors, and being that he is the chief minister, are he not going to deem in the post of the chief minister of Delhi? My question is this: he's saying he'll it's a matter of pride. He's invited. He is not invited. He was invited for mayor's conference. I mean, he's not a mayor of Delhi. For him, na khata na bhai jo Kejriwal ke wahi say. He should understand what the Constitution post says. I mean, why he taking so much personally? I mean, my only point is, will the other mayors will not becoming a laughing stock that in a mayor's conference a chief minister of a state is attending it? I mean, no other person from his ministry or from municipal corporation is eligible to attend that meeting. Why chief minister is attending that? My point is this.
Now, massive political wars erupted over Prime Minister Modi's Har Ghar Tiranga push, targeting the Prime Minister Modi and RSS. Congress's Jairam Ramesh said Modi was a pracharak in the organization that took 52 years to hoist the national flag in Nagpur. He's also fired the hypocrisy Zindabad jibe at Prime Minister, saying that he has been destroying livelihoods of those who make national flags from khadi. Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi also has attacked the Prime Minister, saying that he should listen to Khadi workers. BJP hit back at the Grand Old Party and said RSS never disrespected the national flag and rubbished the claims made by the Congress. The attack comes after Prime Minister appealed to the people to strengthen the movement by hoisting or displaying the national flag in their homes between the 13th of August and the 15th of August. Meanwhile, ITBP troops hoisted tricolour at the borders in Himachal Pradesh to inspire the citizens to hoist the tricolour. The government has envisioned the exercise in the run-up to the 75th anniversary of India's independence.
कभी भी आरएसएस ने इस प्रकार की बात नहीं कही। पहले तो मैं खरे इसको पूरी तरह से रिजेक्ट करता हूँ। कभी भी संघ ने तिरंगा का अपमान की बात नहीं कही। ये लोग बेबुनियाद बात करते हैं। हमने संघ के अंदर ध्वज लगाते हैं, वो ध्वज जो अग्नि और हमारे सभी ऋषि मुनियों तपस्वी त्याग का संदेश देता है, तो इससे कोई अंतर नहीं होता। ये गलत बात दुष्प्रचार फैला करके कांग्रेस के लोग परिवारवाद का जो जाल में फंसे हुए हैं उससे बचना चाहते हैं।
See, when these people were enjoying life after the partition and letting millions die, it was RSS which went out of way at the risk of its own people, sacrificed its own people to save Hindus and Sikhs from Pakistan. They laid down their lives in Kashmir, they laid down their lives in Sindh, in every war, wherever required, they went ahead. And if that is not respect for Tiranga, what it is? Not for you people just to wear khatar and then make all kind of horrendous, corruption, etc. Even if today people are inspired to have Tiranga in every home, why should
Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP is now joining us. Thank you for your time. The Congress says the BJP is a hypocrite. The RSS never respected the national flag and didn't hoist it for over 50 years, is the allegation the Congress is making.
The allegations are frivolous, but they reveal the real character of the Congress party that is opposing everything that the government initiated. Today, the respected Prime Minister of the country, Shri Narendra Modi ji, made an appeal to
Gaurav Bhatia, I think there's a bit of a problem with your audio line there. We'll try and reconnect with you once again. Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP, talking about the Congress, essentially a tutu meme has broken out between the Congress and the BJP, with the Congress saying that it took more than 52 years for the RSS to hoist the national flag at the headquarters in Nagpur. And this comes at a time when the BJP has made a push for Har Ghar Tiranga, saying that this is a drive that should be carried out between the 13th of August to the 15th of August. The Congress says this reeks of hypocrisy. Several reactions from the BJP, who are in fact accusing the Congress instead of doublespeak on this entire matter. Remember, the BJP has envisioned the exercise of everyone displaying the national flag in the run-up to the 75th anniversary of India's independence. Series of reactions that have come in.
हर घर तिरंगा 11 से 17 अगस्त के बीच में एक बृहद अभियान चलेगा पूरे देश के अंदर। जब 13 से 15 के बीच में देश अपनी आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा होगा, उस अवसर पर हर घर में भारत के आन मान और शान का प्रतीक प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन के रूप भारत का तिरंगा फहराया हुआ दिखाई दिया जाना चाहिए। ये हम सुनिश्चित करें और इसको लेकर के अभी से हमारी कार्य योजना आगे बढ़ जानी चाहिए और इसको लेकर के हम लोग अभी से अपनी तैयारी पूरी कर लें। किसी भी जनपद स्तर पर इसके लिए कोई लापरवाही न हो।
13 আগষ্টৰ পৰা 15 আগষ্টত পতাকা উত্তোলন কৰাটো কিন্তু কোনেও নাপাহৰিব। এনআৰসিত গৈ এপ্লাই কৰিলে নহয় মই ইণ্ডিয়ান সিটিজেন বুলি, পতাকা উত্তোলন কৰিহে প্ৰমাণ দিব লাগিব যে মই প্ৰকৃততে ভাৰত মাতাৰ সন্তান, হয় নে নহয়?
All right, fresh war of words between the Congress and the BJP, with the Congress saying the BJP never really actually had any regard for the tricolour. This comes at a time when the BJP is in fact making plans in the run-up to the 75th anniversary of the independence of the country, saying that between the 13th of August and the 15th of August, the tricolour must be displayed at everyone's house. Congress says that it took 52 years for the RSS, the motherhead of the BJP, to in fact put out the national flag at their headquarters in Nagpur. So what are you talking about? You reek of hypocrisy, is what the Congress has said. The BJP, meanwhile, has said that they intend to go ahead and ask people to hoist the tricolour at their homes after the 13th of August. Also, there's been a war of words after the BJP essentially suggested a change in the flag code. The Congress has said that why should there be a change as far as the material used for the flag is concerned? That too has become a bone of contention. Not just the Congress, but we also have other opposition parties like the Samajwadi Party, for example, saying that the BJP never really had any respect for the national flag. The Samajwadi Party has questioned the BJP's patriotic credentials as well, saying that the BJP is only pretending to respect the tricolour but really has got no respect. Now, these announcements have been made in the past by Yogi Adityanath as well, the Chief Minister of UP, who said that there should be celebration of the Independence Week from the 11th of August to 17th with the slogan, Har Ghar Tiranga. Akhilesh Yadav, in turn, has attacked the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, saying that the BJP's patriotic credentials are questionable. The BJP had no role in the freedom movement of the country, is what Yadav has said. The Congress too has raised this issue. Why was the national flag not being hoisted from the Nagpur headquarters of the RSS for 52 years after independence is the question that the opposition has been asking. Also, the Congress has questioned the change in the flag code of the country. Remember, the Congress has raised the issue of polyester being used along with khadi, saying that this violates the spirit of the freedom movement. The Congress has objected to the Modi government's decision to allow machine-made imported polyester to be used in manufacturing the national flag. Shehzad Poonawalla, spokesperson of the BJP, is with us. Shehzad Poonawalla, the Congress says the BJP's actions are reeking of hypocrisy, given that for 52 years the national flag was not hoisted at the RSS headquarters in Nagpur.
You know, this is opposition for the sake of opposition, and we know that the Congress party in the last few days, the kind of issues they've picked up, they always seem to be going after tax-free allegations and tax-free fiction. Now, the point is that do you oppose the hoisting of the Tiranga, or are you for it? Because you have time and again insulted various constitutional institutions like Parliament, you've insulted the armed forces. Are you trying to say that you do not respect the Tiranga? This is a part of our fundamental duties. Point number two, those who are saying 52 years, 50 years, 60 years, in 2002 and 2004 was the first time we could even start raising the national flag, because that authority to raise national flag at private centers, private institutions was never available. So the Congress should answer that for 50, 55 years, why did they never make a provision where citizens...
I'm going to be connecting with you once again on that story. I apologize for cutting you short because we have some news coming in. Handing it over to my colleague Preeti Chaudhary.
Sneha, thank you. Sneha, thank you for... Sneha, thank you. I want to cut across right now immediately to Gautam Gambhir, MP Delhi. He's joining us. A huge blowout between the Aam Aadmi Party government and the centre. Mr. Gambhir, appreciate you joining us. Theke ki sarkar to Savarkar ki aulad. It's got that dirty, sir.
Who's made it dirty? I think in last 7 years, Delhi government has fooled the people of Delhi. And when during COVID times, when Delhi needed ration, thousands and thousands of migrants were thrown out of Delhi. And when Delhi needed oxygen, they played dirty politics on oxygen as well. And now we all knew during that time, Delhi Chief Minister was the first one to open all these liquor shops, and there were so many queues outside those liquor shops, violating all the lockdown protocols. And in fact, we should all say that he should change the name from Aam Aadmi Party to a Thekedar ki party. And that is very unfortunate because he's lied on all fronts in last 7 years. People should ask him this question. In last 7 years, when you talk about this Delhi model, how many school, colleges, hospital, community kitchens, how much has been invested on infrastructure, how many flyovers, all these things have been done in Delhi. In last 7 years, unfortunately, nothing. So it is very unfortunate that people who call themselves as Aam Aadmi Party have betrayed the people of Delhi on every front.
Mr. Gambhir, the fact
and
is
when he
that,
talks about, and
right, go ahead,
I just
sir.
heard that he spoke about, I just heard that he said that Savarkar ki aulad aur hum maafi nahi mangte. How many times has he apologized to the people of Delhi? How many times has he apologized to the other politicians as well? He should ask himself this question. I hope that he has some mirror in his house as well where he can see his own face.
Mr. Gambhir, the Aam Aadmi Party and Mr. Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, says this is all vindictive politics. This is a game plan that after Satyendra Jain, you're using the ploy of the CBI through the LG to try and corner none else but Manish Sisodia. These are central agencies being misused by you.
See, if he is that honest and he always portrayed himself as probably the most honest man and most honest party in the country, then why is he scared about any investigation? If you're absolutely crystal clear, if you live your life in black and white, you don't have to worry about any investigations. Go join the investigations and come out absolutely clean. If there is something wrong, if there is something fishy, then only you get scared of the investigations. No, if Manish Sisodia or for that matter, the CM of Delhi is so honest and his party and his government is so honest, he should join the investigation. There's nothing wrong in it.
Mr. Gambhir, the Chief Minister says we had predicted this. You wrongly implicated Satyendra Jain and now you are trying to get in Manish Sisodia. They had said that they had predicted this, that you're going to do this.
Yeah, because he knew that there was something fishy he's done and eventually he's going to get exposed. And that is why he was trying to probably try and play that victim card again, which he has played in the last 7 years. He's always played himself as a victim. He has done nothing for the people of Delhi. So as I just mentioned it to you, if he's so honest, if he thinks that his party and his colleagues are so honest and they've been tainted, he should join the investigation and probably come out clean. No one is stopping him from coming out clean. But why is he so scared, or why is he playing this victim card again when the Deputy CM is asked to join the investigation? Because they have done something which needs to be exposed, which needs to be told to the people of Delhi.
Mr. Gambhir, the other charge at your doorstep is that the Bharatiya Janata Party is trying to hide its own inadequacies, its own failings. They give an example. Why is it that the LG, the government, is trying to stop the Delhi Chief Minister from travelling to Singapore to talk about the Delhi model of governance? It's a ploy because you don't want to. Narendra Modi can travel all across the country as Prime Minister or the world as Prime Minister. What's wrong in Arvind Kejriwal from going to Singapore, they're asking?
What is the Delhi model? First, he needs to come out and tell the people of Delhi what is the Delhi model. Giving free electricity, and that also where 11 lakh houses are paying for the entire electricity of Delhi people, for the people of Delhi for that matter. And what is Delhi model? Free water, and that also dirty water. What is Delhi model? That not even one single hospital, college, no flyovers, nothing on infrastructure, nothing has been built in Delhi in last 7 years. Tell me how many school, colleges, hospital has he opened in last 7 years? What model is he talking about? Does he want to make Singapore like Delhi or Delhi like Singapore? Because he's already promised earlier as well that he wants to make Delhi like London, Paris, New York. No, sorry.
No, sir, those reservations.
I just want to know from him, what is that Delhi model? What is? No, I'm just saying that he needs to tell people of Delhi what is that Delhi model. What has he done in last 7 years? Apart from giving free electricity, which is paid by 11 lakh houses in Delhi, and free water, which also is dirty water now. Tell me what exactly is the Delhi model? Where is the education? Where is the health infrastructure? Where are the flyovers? Where is infrastructure development in Delhi? Can he come out and just explain to people of Delhi and he can travel wherever he wants after that?
Sir, I'll ask you one final question before I let you go. What the Delhi government is saying is those can be the government's reservation on the Delhi model, but if there is an invitation, an international invitation at that, why stall it? The Prime Minister travels the world, why stall a Chief Minister from travelling?
First of all, it was only for the mayors, and if he still wants to go there, that is up to him. I have just one single question to him. He should come out and open and talk about Delhi model to the people of Delhi. He is the CM of Delhi, and people of Delhi needs to know what is his model. That is all that matters. And I've already explained this to you. The Delhi model is nothing, just advertisement, nothing beyond that. And it is just the perception that he has created through media and his and his advertisement, nothing beyond that. He's fooled the people of Delhi in the last 7 years. He'll continue to fool the people of Delhi with his so-called image which he wants to build. That is all he has Delhi model to show to the people of Delhi.
So he is saying that because the Aam Aadmi Party is going into Gujarat, going into Himachal and going with the calling card of the Delhi model, that's what scares the BJP.
Yeah, because there is no such model. It is just false promises. It is nothing beyond that. It is only through advertisement. It is only through ads. Nothing beyond that. You'll get to know the results in next coming months as well. How much is he going to be successful in Gujarat and other places? He's got, apart from probably Delhi, which he's fooled the people of Delhi, and probably making Khalistanis enter in Punjab through on those bases, he's been able to form a government in Punjab. Apart from that, he's not that big where Bharatiya Janata Party needs to be scared of him.
All right, sir, well, that would be for the people of Gujarat and Himachal to decide. Appreciate the time that you've taken out and joined us. Do stay with us. We're going to transfer you, sir, to our sister concern, Aaj Tak. Thank you, Mr. Gambhir.
Pleasure's mine.
It was Gautam Gambhir in exclusive conversation with India Today's Preeti Chaudhary on the latest controversy between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi city. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, after massive cross-voting in presidential polls, opposition unity for vice president polls has collapsed. TMC won back Margaret Alva. Mamta furious over not being consulted.
You are watching India Today.
आ गई? कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
E-sports?
माँ, e-sports is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Is the monsoon season bringing relief to you from the hot summers? Well, what if we tell you that it can rain diamonds? Not certainly on Earth, but yes, it is raining diamonds on Uranus and Neptune. The temperature and pressure conditions on these planets are extreme. Due to this, carbon atoms can be crushed into diamonds. Uranus and Neptune are known by their unique blue shades. Both planets have a common condition to harden carbon atoms. But unfortunately, the inhospitable environment of the planet won't allow you to collect those diamonds. The blue color of these planets is due to methane. Methane has carbon in it. The carbon can be crushed by immense pressure that happens in the atmosphere. And when it gets hot and dense inside the planets, these diamonds are formed and accumulated. This causes them to rain in the atmosphere. Tell us what you think about this unique phenomena.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
are watching India Today.
Some news just coming in, and this has got to do with the excise policy controversy. According to sources in the ALG's office, the Chief Secretary was actually duty bound, and this is under the Rule 57 of the Transaction of Business Rules, to inquire and bring to the notice of the Governor and the Chief Minister about procedural lapses. Chief Secretary of Delhi submitted the report to the Chief Minister as well as the Governor on the 14th of July. The Chief Secretary essentially was only doing his job when he submitted the report to the Chief Minister and the Lieutenant Governor as well. This had happened on the 14th of July because the Chief Secretary is actually duty bound to do so under Rule 57 of the Transaction of Business Rules. This to inquire and bring to the notice of the Governor and the Chief Minister about procedural lapses. This has got to do with the excise policy controversy, wherein there are allegations of undue benefits that Delhi Deputy Chief Minister and Finance Minister Manish Sisodia has received. The BJP has raised this issue. Now, Kumar Kunal, who got us that breaking information, is now with us. Kumar, essentially this goes on to show that the Chief Secretary was actually only doing his job, and the Delhi Chief Minister was also in the know about the lapses at the same time as the LG.
Yeah, exactly. The Chief Secretary who has conducted this inquiry, he has conducted inquiry after taking charge, and then he found that there are some procedural lapses in the new excise policy, and on the basis of that, he submitted a report under Transaction of Business Rule 57. It is his duty to provide the factual report, and the factual report he submitted to both LG and CM office on 14th of July. What our sources are telling that almost 8 days ago, the report was submitted to both the offices, and then it was left to Chief Minister as well as LG to take the further action. So this is the new development which is coming out, and under the political charges which is going on by BJP and even Aam Aadmi Party. So political charges and counter charges are continuing, but this is the fact that the report was submitted on 14th July to both the offices.
You know, this is a procedural matter, Kumar, from what you're telling us. If indeed there were procedural lapses, the Delhi government is also duty bound to answer the specific questions. Because right now, what we've heard from both the Chief Minister and a while ago from the Aam Aadmi Party Member of Parliament, Sanjay Singh, was that this is just political vendetta. But what about the specific questions about the procedural lapses? Those have not been answered, isn't it?
Exactly. Right now, what is going on between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party is actually a political blame game, that who wants to target whom. But nothing is actually being discussed about the procedural things which were taking place when the new excise policy came into effect last year. So actually there are certain questions regarding the procedural things which needed to answer, and that's why what our sources in LG Secretariat are saying, that the need of the hour is to answer the procedural lapses, not just doing political blame game against each other. So the CBI inquiry, the recommendation for CBI inquiry is being done on the basis of report, and we should look at the factual things and not just the political aspects of this particular controversy.
All right, thanks for getting us those details, Kumar. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that story. We're shifting focus now to some more news that's coming in. News just coming in. Senior Bharatiya Janata Party leader and former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa has announced that he is giving up his assembly constituency to his son, Vijayendra. Yediyurappa said his son is going to now contest the elections from Shikharipura Assembly constituency located in the state's Shivamoga district. The BJP veteran called on the people of the state to support his son in the next elections.
ಎಲ್ಲ ತಂದೆಯವರು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಪಕ್ಷ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತದೆ, ಎರಡನ್ನ ಆಧರಿಸಿ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ತಗೊಳ್ತೇನೆ.
ನೀವು ಹಳೆ ಮೈಸೂರು ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಓಡಾಟವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಸರ್, ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಒಲವಿತ್ತು.
ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷನಾಗಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಾದ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಪಕ್ಷ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಆದ್ಯ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ. ಹಿಂದೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಮುಂದೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ.
ಈಗ ಶಿಕಾರಿಪುರ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಓಡಾಟ
ಒಂದು ತಿಂಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಕಾರಿಪುರ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಮುಖಂಡರು, ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಪೂಜ್ಯ ತಂದೆಯವರ ಹತ್ರ ಒತ್ತಡವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು.
ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ, ನನಗಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಶಿಕಾರಿಪುರ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಹಳೆ ಮೈಸೂರು ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಒಲವು ಇದೆ,
ಬಹಳ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ನಾನು ನಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ವಿಜಯೇಂದ್ರ ಶಿಕಾರಿಪುರ ತಾಲೂಕಲ್ಲೇ ನಿಲ್ತಾರೆ.
There's an important statement coming in from B.S. Yedurappa. With that, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, engineering students in Kerala staged a unique protest over moral policing against locals. We'll tell you about that protest in just 2 minutes.
You are watching India Today.
इस समय पूरी दुनिया में लोग कंफ्यूज्ड हैं। वो समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, क्या सच है, क्या झूठ है। और ये स्पष्टता हम आपको अपने इस नए शो में देंगे। सब कुछ ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में बताएंगे। इस शो में मेरे बालों के अलावा कुछ ग्रे नहीं होगा। हर खबर ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट की तरह बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होगी।
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India.
After the Philippines, now Indonesia wants this missile from India. It is in high demand across the world. This is the Indo-Russian Brahmos missile. As per reports, India is in the advanced stages of signing an export deal for the Brahmos missile with Indonesia. Indonesia is expected to buy the ship-borne variant of the cruise missile for its warships. In January this year, the Philippines had signed a $375 million contract for the shore-based variant of the Indo-Russian Brahmos anti-ship missile. Apart from the Philippines and Indonesia, Vietnam is also interested in acquiring the Brahmos. India is also known to be in talks with Argentina, Brazil and South Africa for the sale of Brahmos, as New Delhi seeks to increase its defence exports as part of the government's Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat initiatives.
हम हमारे हथियार जो उत्पादन होते हैं उसकी इज्जत हम नहीं करेंगे और हम चाहेंगे कि दुनिया हमारे हथियारों की इज्जत करे, तो ये संभव नहीं होने वाला है। शुरुआत हमें अपने से करनी होती है और ब्रह्मोस इसका उदाहरण है। जब भारत ने ब्रह्मोस को गले लगाया, दुनिया ब्रह्मोस को गले लगाने के लिए आज कतार में खड़ी हो गई है। दोस्तों, हमें अपने हर निर्मित चीजों के प्रति हमें गर्व होना चाहिए।
The Brahmos is one of the fastest supersonic cruise missiles in the world, and it can be launched from submarines, ships.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Now in Kerala, students from engineering college come together for a laptop protest. Now what is this laptop protest? It's there on your screens right now. It's a rebuttal actually against moral policing by local residents. Young women and men from engineering college from Srikaryam sat on each other's lap with their hands around each other's shoulders. These students clicked these pictures and posted them on social media. Now this incident occurred after Residents Association cut the long steel bench into 3 chairs. They didn't want the girls and the boys to sit together. This long steel bench in the waiting shed near the college was reduced to 3 chairs to ensure distance is maintained between the students. But look at what the kids did. The college students often used to face this opposition from locals when they spotted girls and boys sitting together. But the girls and the boys had other plans. They gave it back to the residents in this way. There was a laptop protest. News just coming in. Margaret Alva has hit back at TMC over the vice presidential elections. TMC's decision to abstain is disappointing is what Margaret Alva says. This is not the time for whataboutery or ego. Time for courage, leadership and unity. Opposition unity in complete disarray, Margaret Alva says. The TMC's decision to abstain from voting in the elections for the vice president of the country is disappointing. This isn't the time for whataboutery, ego or anger. This is the time for courage, leadership and unity. I believe Mamata official, who is the epitome of courage, will stand with the opposition. Remember, Margaret Alva is the candidate, the opposition's candidate. She has been a veteran Congress leader for almost 4 decades. She's also is the candidate for the vice president elections. The Congress has put up this name, but the TMC says that they weren't even consulted, so why should we vote for her? The opposition disunity is out in the open, with Margaret Alva now appealing to the TMC, saying that this isn't the time for whataboutery. Draupadi Murmu became the first person from the tribal community to become the president of India. While the NDA celebrated her victory, the opposition and the split within them is wide open. According to sources within the government, at least 17 members of parliament and 126 MLAs from the opposition camp voted for the NDA candidate. Here's more.
Draupadi Murmu scripted history by becoming India's first ever tribal president and only the second woman to hold the post. While the NDA erupted in celebrations over India's new commander-in-chief, the opposition is split wide open. The divisions in opposition ranks were exposed by the cross-voting in favor of Murmu. According to sources in the government, at least 17 members of parliament and 126 MLAs from the opposition camp voted for the NDA candidate. This heavy cross-voting reveals fissures in opposition ranks and within the UPA. BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari has claimed that few of Mamata Banerjee's own MLAs either cross-voted or made sure their votes are invalid. The Trinamool Congress has dealt the latest blow to the opposition camp. Mamata's party has declared it will abstain from vice president elections. It's a major setback to opposition's vice president candidate Margaret Alva. TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee was miffed at not being consulted over the vice president pick.
We object to the way the candidate was finalized and the harakiri that was carried out at the last moment. So I very specifically reiterate again that we are open to any kind of discussion on the principle Trinamool Congress is not compromised.
The ripples are already being felt in the opposition. National Conference leader Omar Abdullah called opposition unity an illusion. First the cross-voting in the president's poll and now a rift over the vice president candidate. The divide in anti-NDA camp has never been more glaring. Bureau Report, India Today.
With that report, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, biggest news break in the Musewala assassination case. India Today has accessed a call record from the murderers to gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. We're getting to that story in 2 minutes.
You are watching India Today.
Six-time Premier of Sri Lanka, Ranil Wickremesinghe, is the 8th executive president of the island nation. In the voting that took place in the Sri Lankan parliament, he got 134 votes as against 82 that the principal opposition candidate, Dallas Ala Peruma, was able to secure, and just 3 that the left leader, Anura Kumara Disanaike, was able to secure. And this shows in the 225-member parliament in Sri Lanka, Ranil Wickremesinghe got the maximum votes. But he does have a massive task ahead of him. Sri Lanka is bankrupt. The country is in deep trouble. India, of course, has bailed Sri Lanka out with a $3.8 billion worth assistance, not just in deferred payments of $1.8 billion, but also assistance in terms of petrol and fuel in general, oil, food, medicines, gas, essential supplies. All of them are being supplied to Sri Lanka, and fertilizers that Sri Lanka so desperately requires. Now, Ranil.
Animal Husbandry Department released a statement saying that they will make Bangalore street dog free.
ಸರ್ 3 ಲಕ್ಷ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಇತ್ತು ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಈ ಸಲ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲಿ ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. 2000.
I speak as the voice of each street dog and community dog in the city because they have rights too. The only solution, as you all know, is ethical animal birth control. Activists and rescuers like us
are watching India Today.
Hello, where you're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Murdani. Let's get you up to speed with the top stories this Friday. Biggest news break in Musewala assassination. India Today accesses a 1 minute 38-second call record from the murderers to gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, confirming the murder of Musewala. The Musewala murder tape nails the gangster nexus between Lawrence Bishnoi and Canada-based Goldy Brar. In the tape, Bishnoi tells his aide to inform Goldy about the murder. Big showdown over Delhi liquor policy. Lieutenant Governor accuses Delhi Deputy Chief Minister of financial favours. Arvind Kejriwal hits back, calls the charges baseless.
जेल से हमें डर नहीं लगता. तुम लोग सावरकर की औलाद हो, जिसने अंग्रेजों से माफी मांगी थी. हम लोग भगत सिंह की औलाद हैं. अंग्रेजों के सामने झुकने से मना कर दिया और फांसी पर लटक गया.
Showdown over Prime Minister Modi's Har Ghar Tiranga push. Congress calls it hypocrisy, says it took 52 years for the RSS to hoist the national flag at the headquarters in Nagpur. After massive cross-voting in president polls, now opposition unity for vice president polls collapses. TMC says it won't back Margaret Alva. Mamata furious over not being consulted. Alva hits back, says not the time for whataboutery. And Olympic champion javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra qualifies for his maiden World Championships final with a stunning first attempt throw of 88.39 meters.
The Olympic champion, he wants one and done here. He needs 83.50 if that's to be the case.
Our top story, India Today has the biggest news break in singer Musewala's assassination. A call record, 1 minute 38 seconds, accessed exclusively by us, exposes the real face of the mastermind of Musewala murder. The tape access confirms the role of Canada-based gangster Goldy Brar and Lawrence Bishnoi in the Musewala murder. The call was made by an unknown caller to Lawrence's aide in jail. This call was made right after they brutally killed Musewala. The call India Today has accessed clearly shows that Bishnoi has access to a phone in jail and that he indeed is running a gang from Tihar jail. This also clearly establishes Goldy Brar and Bishnoi's gangster links.
हेलो
हेलो, हाँ जी बोलिए।
बात हो सकती है?
हाँ बिल्कुल हो सकती है।
करवाना ही जरूरी है। हाँ जी,
एक मिनट।
हाँ थोड़ा जल्दी बताइए, इसी लगे होल्ड पे।
चलो
लाइव स्पीकर ऑन करें, गोल्डन लाइव फोन। मेरी गल सुन, बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु। ठीक हो? ठीक हो?
हाँ मैं ठीक है।
मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी।
हैं?
ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी।
की करता?
मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी, उससे वाला मारता है।
मारता?
मारता।
Okay.
Now my colleague Paulimi Saha spoke to Punjab ADGP after India Today accessed these murder tapes. He has confirmed that there indeed is a connection between Canada-based gangster Goldy Brar and jail gangster Lawrence Bishnoi.
We're playing out for our viewers since this afternoon an audio clip of a gang member calling Lawrence Bishnoi inside Tihar jail and confirming to him after the murder of Sidhu Musewala on May 29 that the job has been done, that Musewala has been killed, and even goes on to congratulate him. This, sir, can you confirm to our viewers that this phone call happened and this is incontrovertible evidence, as Mr. Vikram Singh was saying, against Lawrence Bishnoi?
On this account, whatever I can tell you is this, that we have come to know during the course of this investigation that yes, Lawrence Bishnoi was using a phone call while he was in the jail premises, and he was in touch with people sitting in different countries, and it was on his instructions on which this crime was committed.
So he was basically using a phone and he ordered the hit job from inside Tihar jail, and he was in touch with people not just in Punjab but also outside the country, specifically Canada. Goldy Brar, sir.
Yes, that is confirmed and that has come out during his investigation.
Arvind Oja got us an exclusive conversation. Arvind is now joining us. Arvind, ये conversation तो पहले ये establish करता है कितनी आसानी से लॉरेंस बिश्नोई जेल के अंदर ही बैठ के ये सारी प्लानिंग करते हैं, फोन यूज करते हैं, और कैसे ये जेल के अंदर ही फैसिलिटेट होता है।
जी देखिए, इसलिए हम ये बोल रहे हैं कि इंडिया टुडे ने ये सबसे बड़ा न्यूज़ ब्रेक किया है सिद्धू मूसेवाला मर्डर केस में, इसलिए क्योंकि ये एक एविडेंस के तौर पर है। शुरुआत से ये बात सामने आई थी कि जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई है वो इस पूरे केस का मास्टरमाइंड है, लेकिन लॉरेंस बिश्नोई इंटरोगेशन में लगातार कह रहा था कि वो तो तिहाड़ जेल में बंद था। लेकिन ये एस्टैब्लिश करता है, ये 1 मिनट 38 सेकेंड का ये ऑडियो क्लिप ये एस्टैब्लिश करता है कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई मास्टरमाइंड। अगर आप देखिए तो इस ऑडियो क्लिप में बाकायदा लॉरेंस वर्ड का यूज भी किया गया है, जो एस्टैब्लिश करता है कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई है नंबर 1। नंबर 2, बाकायदा जो गुर्गा है, जो एसोसिएट है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का, वो कहता है कि मुबारक का प्राजी, यानी भाई आपको मुबारक हो, और उसके बाद ये बोलता है कि ज्ञानी गड्डी चढ़ा दी थी, यानी जी एक पंजाबी वर्ड है। जब ये 2 बार इस्तेमाल करता है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को कुछ समझ में नहीं आता, उसके बाद वो बोलता है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले को मार दिया, जिसके बाद वो रिकन्फर्म करता है कि मार देता यानी मार दिया। उसके बाद फिर वो बोलता है कि हाँ मार दिया। उसके बाद वो कॉल कटता है कि ओके ओके फोन रखो, और इसके बाद कई और जगह पर लॉरेंस बिश्नोई की बातचीत हुई थी, ऐसा सोर्सेस का दावा है। और खुद पंजाब पुलिस के अधिकारी को आपने सुना, वो बोल रहे थे कि वो तिहाड़ जेल में रहते हुए अपने तमाम एसोसिएट जो इंडिया में है और इंडिया के बाहर गोल्डी बरार, उनसे भी लगातार कांटेक्ट में था। तो ये अपने आप में एक बड़ा एविडेंस है सिद्धू मूसेवाला मर्डर केस में कि किस तरीके से जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई है वो दिल्ली के तिहाड़ जेल में बैठकर अपना गैंग ऑपरेट कर रहा था, और जेल में रहते हुए ही उसने सिद्धू मूसेवाले का मर्डर कराया था। जेल में ही फोन से उसने ऑर्डर किया था, और जिसके बाद उसके एसोसिएट ने इस पूरे हत्याकांड को अंजाम दिया।
I'll play that out again. Play that tape out again. Arvind, be with us. Just coming back to you for more on that. We're playing that conversation out for our viewers once again.
हेलो
हेलो, हाँ जी जी बोलिए।
बात हो सकती है?
हाँ बिल्कुल हो सकती है,
करवाना जरूरी है। हाँ जी
1 मिनट।
हाँ थोड़ा जल्दी बता, ऐसी लगे होल्ड पे।
चलो
लाइव स्पीकर ऑन करें, गोल्डन लाइट फोन। मेरी गल सुन, बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु। ठीक हो? ठीक हो?
हाँ मैं ठीक।
मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी
है,
ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी
की करता?
मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी उससे वाला मारता है। मारता
ओके।
Lawrence Bishnoi's conversation, they're speaking volumes of the planning to which, the extent to which all of this was really planned, with that conversation happening with Lawrence Bishnoi in jail. Arvind Oja, तिहाड़ जेल के अथॉरिटीज की तरफ से इस फोन कॉल के बारे में या पिछले ऐसे कई सारे एविडेंसेस है जो दिखाता है कि बिश्नोई ने ये जेल बैठे प्लानिंग की है। अथॉरिटीज का क्या कहना है? क्या वो एडमिट भी कर रहे हैं कि इस तरह की प्लानिंग हुई है? क्योंकि कई बार हम देखते हैं कि ये एडमिशन भी नहीं आती है अथॉरिटीज की तरफ से।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए तिहाड़ जेल इस प्रशासन इस पूरे मामले पर कुछ नहीं कह रहा है, लेकिन मैं आपको बता दूं कि जो दिल्ली पुलिस सोर्सेज है उन्होंने इंडिया टुडे को ये कंफर्म किया है कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई फोन एक्सेस करता था तिहाड़ जेल में। और खुद जब पंजाब के एडीजी प्रमोद भान पंजाब के पास चूंकि ये पूरा केस है सिद्धू मूसेवाले का, और लॉरेंस बिश्नोई से इंटरोगेशन की गई है, और इंटरोगेशन में लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने ये एडमिट किया है कि तिहाड़ जेल में रहते हुए वो फोन इस्तेमाल कर रहा था और लगातार अपने एसोसिएट से इंडिया में जो है उनसे बात कर रहा था, जो कनाडा में बैठा है गोल्डी बरार उससे बात कर रहा था। तो ये तमाम जो दिल्ली पुलिस और पंजाब पुलिस के दावे हैं और एविडेंस इंडिया टुडे पर व्यूवर्स के सामने है कि बकायदा वो ऑडियो कॉल है 1 मिनट 38 सेकंड की, जिसमें एसोसिएट सिद्धू मूसेवाला के मर्डर के बाद पहली कॉल करते हैं लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को, वो रिसीव भी करता है और बाकायदा उसको कांग्रेचुलेशन किया जाता है, जैसे मिशन पूरा हो जाता है बधाई दी जाती है और उसके बाद ये इन्फॉर्मेशन दी जाती है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले को मार दिया गया। तो ये जो एविडेंस है जो इंडिया टुडे पर, ये अपने आप में काफी कुछ क्लियर करता है कि कैसे ये गैंग जो अब इंटरनेशनल लेवल तक पहुंच गया है कि तिहाड़ जेल से, और उसका जो मेन चीफ है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई वो दिल्ली के तिहाड़ जेल से इस पूरे गैंग को ऑपरेट कर रहा था और सिद्धू मूसेवाले का मर्डर भी दिल्ली के तिहाड़ जेल से उसने ऑर्डर दिया था, जिसके बाद अंजाम दिया गया था।
Arvind Oja, shukriya हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. Arvind getting us all of those details about that telephonic conversation. Remember, it's a 1 minute 38 second call that we have accessed. Speaks the volumes of the manner in which Bishnoi was in control of so many things, and he was doing it from right inside Tihar jail. Now, you have heard the Musewala murder admission. We'll reveal the chilling conversation between Goldy Brar and the shooters of Sidhu Musewala. Phone conversations that took a day before the singer was shot down. The phone conversations that happened the day Musewala was killed. All revealed cold-blooded plot to kill one of Punjab's and India's most popular singers. Here's part 2 of India Today's super exclusive.
This is the doctor who allegedly orchestrated singer Sidhu Musewala's murder. Gangster Goldy Brar, aka the doctor, was allegedly calling the shots for Musewala's assassination, sitting in Canada, according to sources in the police. India Today has exclusively accessed telephonic conversations between Brar and Musewala's shooters. The shooters referred to Goldy Brar as Dr. Sahab, who kept close tabs on Musewala's every move. The tapes reveal how Brar was in constant touch with Musewala's shooters on the day of his murder on 29th May and the night leading up to it. Brar informed the killers when singer Musewala's security was removed, when the singer left the house. Brar even told the shooters where to drop off the weapons after the attack. The tapes have made it evident that Musewala assassination was premeditated with elaborate planning.
We all know that there were 3 masterminds who were sitting abroad and trying to organize all the shooters and logistics. So they were brother of Lawrence Bishnoi. Then there was Goldy Brar, and third person was Sachin Bishnoi. And another supporting guy was Vikram Brar. And we all know the names of 6 shooters and how it panned out. They all have gone on fake passports, both of these people, and it is not, definite where they are at the moment. We know broadly the names and details now as to, what aliases they used and addresses they used to get those passports and leave the country.
While Goldy Brar managed to pull the trigger on Musewala sitting from Canada, Punjab has moved red corner notice to capture Brar. While the alleged hired guns behind Musewala's murder are all in police custody, the masterminds outside India are still on the run. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, staying with us, it wasn't an ordinary plot. The plot to kill Sidhu Musewala. The shooters were armed with sophisticated weapons, from pistols to hand grenades. The brief and the motive were clear. Musewala should not be spared.
A killer breakthrough. They videoed themselves celebrating after shooting dead singer Sidhu Musewala. They waved their firearms, which investigators have yet to recover. But their make and variety suggests how these gangsters may have upgraded their deadly arsenals. Turkish Zigana pistols, Austrian Glocks, a German Heckler & Koch P30 handgun, a Star pistol that originated in Spain. Investigators say an AK-47 assault rifle was also used in Musewala's murder. But most of the firearms seen in the video are concealable, capable of firing multiple rounds quickly, requiring less reloading. All imported and likely smuggled in from international criminal networks.
कल रात तकरीबन 11 बजे जब ISBT पे अंकित सिरसा जो कि सबसे यंगेस्ट शूटर था, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डेस्परेट था, जिसने दोनों हाथों से फायरिंग करी और जो सबसे करीब जाके जिसने गोलियां चलाई उसको अरेस्ट किया।
Almost a month after Musewala's murder, his father spoke about the scale of threat his star son had faced.
पैरेलल सरकार गैंगस्टर चला रहे ने और ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਕੀ ਚੁਗਲੀਆਂ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਪੱਖ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਰੱਖੀਏ? ਇਹ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੈ? ਇੱਕ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗੋਡੇ ਰਗੜ ਦਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਦੂਜਾ ਬੰਦੂਕ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਜੂ, ਜੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਵਗ ਜਾਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਤੀਜਾ ਆਜੂ। ਕਿੰਨੇ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਹੈ, ਕੀ ਕੁਛ ਚੱਲੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਭਰਾ ਮਾਰੂ ਜੰਗ ਹੈ ਭਰਾਵੋ। ਦੇਖੋ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਲੀਡਰ ਮਰੇ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਮਰੇ, ਮਰਦੇ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਆ? ਸਾਡੇ ਆਮ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ।
Investigations show the gangsters also plan to involve a couple of women in the murder, one posing as a reporter and the other as a policewoman raiding Musewala's home. Both were to be followed by the assassins. But the Lawrence Bishnoi gang didn't find the women to enroll for the actual killing.
Now, two gangsters of the Bolero module, the name given to the gangsters who were in the SUV that fired at Musewala, were gunned down. The youngest member of the module was a 19-year-old who investigators say shot the singer from the closest range.
The youngest of the attackers and perhaps the deadliest. His manifesto written in bullets. Ankit Sirsa, a school dropout, aged 18 and a half years. Ankit Sirsa allegedly fired at singer Sidhu Musewala from virtual point-blank range on the 29th of May in Punjab's Mansa. The special cell of the Delhi police captured him Sunday night in the national capital. With him was this man, Sachin Bhivani, who the police say provided logistical support to the Musewala killers.
जो भी लीड मिलती रही उसको बड़ा डिलीजेंटली डेवलप किया और कल रात तकरीबन 11 बजे जब ISBT पे अंकित सिरसा जो कि सबसे यंगेस्ट शूटर था, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डेस्परेट था, जिसने दोनों हाथों से फायरिंग करी और जो सबसे करीब जाके जिसने गोलियां चलाई उसको अरेस्ट किया।
According to the police, both belong to the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. They changed their location almost every other day since the singer's murder before they were finally arrested.
The Delhi Police's special cell made 5 arrests related to Sidhu Musewala's murder. They are booked under the Arms Act, and the 3 shooters that have been arrested are Priyavrat Fauji, Kashish alias Kuldeep, and the youngest being Ankit Sirsa. However, Jagpreet, Rupa, Manpreet, Manu and Deepak Munde, the other 3 shooters are still on the run.
Lawrence Bishnoi allegedly ordered Musewala's murder from inside the high-security Tihar Central Jail in Delhi. The killing carried out by foot soldiers from across states. Instructions sent out to them from Bishnoi's close associate, Goldy Brar, believed to be operating from Canada. When questioned, Lawrence Bishnoi told investigators that this 2020 song in which Musewala featured left him disturbed. He found the title track Bambiha Bole supportive of his arch rival Bambiha gang operating out of Armenia. As police announced fresh arrests in Delhi, Musewala's father in Punjab lamented his son became a victim of gang war.
ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੈਰਲਲ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਚਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਕੀ ਚੁਗਲੀਆਂ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਪੱਖ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਰੱਖੀਏ? ਇਹ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੈ? ਇੱਕ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗੋਡੇ ਰਗੜ ਦਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਦੂਜਾ ਬੰਦੂਕ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਜੂ, ਜੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਵਗ ਜਾਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਤੀਜਾ ਆਜੂ। ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਲੀਡਰ ਮਰੇ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਮਰੇ, ਮਰਦੇ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਆ? ਸਾਡੇ ਆਮ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਵਾਨ। ਅਸੀਂ ਅੱਜ ਹੁਣ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਦੂਗਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਰ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦਾ ਬਦਲਾ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ। ਫਿਰ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਮਿੱਡੂ ਖੇੜੇ ਦਾ ਬਦਲਾ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ, ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਹੋਰ ਲੈ ਲੈਣਗੇ। ਭਾਈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਸ 'ਚ ਬਦਲੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈਂਦੇ?
A month after the murder, Musewala's distressed father spoke about the scale of threats the young singer faced. According to him, Musewala was on the hit list of up to 60 people.
ਅੱਜ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦੀ ਚੜਾਈ ਵੇਖ ਲਈ, ਅੱਜ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਨ ਤੁਰ ਪਏ ਔਰ 50-60 ਬੰਦੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਨ ਤੇ ਲੱਗੇ। ਸਾਡੇ ਗੱਲ ਚੇਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੰਨਾ ਗਿਆਨ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇੰਨੇ ਲੋਕ ਮਾਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਫਿਰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਮੈਂ ਕੀ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਲੈਣਾ ਸੀ, ਮੈਂ ਕੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਚੋਂ। ਵੋਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ 8 ਵਾਰ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ, 8 ਵਾਰ।
Attempts were made on his life even during elections. The arrest has once again focused the spotlight on organized crime in Punjab.
A quick break here. On the other side, superstar language war is getting bigger. Actors Kicha Sudeep, Dhanush and Vijay Devarakonda roar in unison, say we are Indian actors and that north-south divide must go.
You are watching India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Now in Kerala, students from engineering college have come together for a laptop protest. So what really is this laptop protest? It's on your screen right now. Students are sitting on each other's laps. Now this is a rebuttal against moral policing by local residents when young women and men from engineering college from Srikarayam sat on each other's lap with their hands around each other's shoulders. The engineering students clicked these pictures and posted them on social media. This incident occurred after Residents Association cut the long steel bench into 3 chairs. Now guess why they did that? They didn't want the girls and boys to be sitting together. So there you have it. Those visuals on your screen are of that long bench that was then cut into 3 chairs. Now this was a waiting shed near the college. It was reduced to 3 chairs to ensure that girls and boys maintain their distance. The college students often used to face opposition from locals when they were spotted sitting together. And they've done this in protest. My colleague Shibi is getting us more details, and Shibi interestingly has a handful of those protesters with her as well. Shibi, I must say this is a very interesting way of sending out a message that enough of moral policing. At the end of the day, it's on the students to decide where they sit and how, really, isn't it?
Sneha, exactly. The students of the College of Engineering Trivandrum here gave a befitting reply to moral policing. And before I move to and talk to the students, let me also give an update. The Tiranga Corporation has decided, as a result of this protest, they've decided to build a new bus station here for the students, which is absolutely a result of their protest, which is the mayor, the Trivandrum mayor who came here, she visited the spot and she guaranteed them that a new one will be built for them. So now, let me go and talk to them. So, and as you can, if I can, please give me a hand. Yeah. So, there's a wooden rod that's kept here. So, this was actually a full bench which was cut. And right now, they put up a wooden rod for the students to sit. Let me ask the students about this more. Name?
I am Ashwin.
Ashwin, so tell me how exactly it looked before and how exactly it is looking now.
It's like it was a long bench. Earlier it was a long iron bench, and recently 2 days back it was cut into 3 pieces, as you see right now. And and due to several protests, it was actually three separate pieces. And due to several protests, I don't know whom. I think the people itself put some wooden piece to replace it yesterday.
So you're saying that it's because of your protest, right now they have arranged something like this?
It's like there was some huge protests from different political parties, students, from everyone. And the issue happened, I think, day before yesterday. And the protest was going on from day before yesterday and yesterday as well. And this was put yesterday by I think the people or the political party, someone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask another student. Please tell me your name.
My name is Teresa and I'm a first year student. So a few days back, after this incident that happened, we actually made a counter attack on them. Actually, it was our protest, and I believe that was our strongest statement we could make. And we all sat on the lap, and that I believe it was the strongest and the perfect reply which we could give to the public who did such a meaningful act. And also, if a girl and a girl is sitting together, if that is normal, if a boy and a boy is sitting, if that is normal, it is equally normal when a girl and a boy is sitting. If the public is feeling it as uncomfortable, it is not our problem, it is their problem, because generations are passing, we are evolving fast, and we have to change our mentality, adapt to it, and accept that this is a growing society where we have to mingle, and we have to accept the students as they are. We are actually mingling to them as our friends. We are not biasing them on the gender, or we are not avoiding them. Okay, that is a boy, we shouldn't sit. We are all friends. So public should grow up their thoughts and stand with us. That is what we want to tell.
So you people come here, sit here and chit chat after the classes, which is very normal, of course. You're college students, you come back, you wait here. So what were the kind of abuses? Like, if they were abusing you people, were they passing on any comments?
Yeah, they are actually passing on comments, and at night times there were some of the public coming and actually talking with the students. Like, they're actually telling them, what kind of act are you doing? What is the problem if a girl and a boy is sitting? What is the problem? Even if they are lovers, we are all grown up. We are all 18 plus. We have our own independent decisions, our own rights, and nobody who are there to question us. That is what we want to ask.
So are you guys happy with the action taken by the corporation? Like, they came here, they guaranteed are you guys happy? Yes. Okay, so can you please show us the laptop protest? We want to see that, because considering that is what it led, and I'm sure this is going to be a motivation to everybody, all the students, so please. Yes, they're sending out a clear message, and they're hoping that these protests will lead to more action, and like this will be a lesson to a lot of people who are part of moral policing, who question students in this generation when they come and sit together and talk, which is a very, very normal thing. And the students here of College of Engineering Trivandrum are clearly sending out a message.
All right, message that's loud and clear. Thank you so much, Shibi, for getting us that report, and kudos there to those students also who've put out their message in a peaceful way, saying that you can't be interfering with the way we sit. I mean, for heaven's sake, this is the 21st century. Boys and girls can sit together, and that should not be offensive to anyone. Shibi, thanks for the moment. Going to come back to you for more on that. For the moment, it's time for a break here. On the other side, superstar language war is getting bigger. Actors Kejriwal Singapore, Dhanush and Vijay Deverakonda roar in unison, say we are Indian actors and that North-South divide must end.
You are watching India Today.
इस समय पूरी दुनिया में लोग कंफ्यूज्ड हैं। वो समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, क्या सच है, क्या झूठ है। और ये स्पष्टता हम आपको अपने इस नए शो में देंगे। सब कुछ ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में बताएंगे। इस शो में मेरे बालों के अलावा कुछ ग्रे नहीं होगा। हर खबर ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट की तरह बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होगी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Now, the war over language divide has exploded once again. Actors Kejriwal Singapore, Dhanush and Vijay Deverakonda have raised the North versus South debate. Kejriwal Singapore, in an exclusive conversation with India Today, weighed in on the North and South divide, saying that cinema is beyond language and no one should term it as North or South. At the press conference of the Grey Man, Dhanush said he would rather prefer being called an Indian actor and not a South Indian actor. He's also said that every film is a national film and not a South Indian film. Actor Vijay Deverakonda, also in the similar tune, says he hopes tags like North and South actors disappear soon and that there's only Indian cinema and North and South Indian cinema.
It's been an industry which has always, now it's loud, but we've always been working with each other. It's just that now we're doing cinema where the entire country watches, and it's about time that this happens. I think I'm looking forward to the day where it's no longer called North and South and it's just called Indian cinema and Indian actor.
It will be really great if we function together and make movies for everybody, not just South audience or North audience. It's not regional film, it's a national film, not regional film. Every film is a national film. You know, people watch South films, we watch North films, like every film is for everybody. You know, especially with the digital platforms, now everybody has easy access to watch everybody's work. Talents are easily seen, you know, people can, like, this is a great time to be an actor as well. If you do a good job, you do your job right, you are noticed by everybody. So it's just great. It just doesn't make sense even now at these times to mention me or anybody as South actor. We're just actors from India, Indian actors.
Now the BJP has upped the ante against TMC over cross-voting in the presidential elections. Party IT cell chief Amit Malviya claimed that 2 TMC MPs and 1 MLA voted in favour of NDA candidate in the elections. Taking a jibe at Mamata, Malviya said she failed to prevail upon her own leaders, while all West Bengal BJP MLAs voted for Murmu in spite of intimidation from the TMC government. Bengal Minister Firhad Hakim rubbished BJP allegation and dared the Saffron Party to prove the allegation, saying there are no more traitors in his party and that TMC is a disciplined party. Meanwhile, Congress slammed Mamata over the decision to abstain from elections during the Vice President. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has said Mamata has joined hands with the BJP and doesn't want to lock horns with the Saffron Party. The cross-voting has exposed the division in the opposition. According to government sources, at least 17 MPs and 126 MLAs from the opposition camp voted for Murmu. In UP alone, 4 opposition MLAs did cross-voting, while votes of 3 MLAs were declared invalid.
বাংলায় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস কোনো ক্রস ভোটিং করেনি, করতে পারে না। কেউ প্রমাণ করতে পারলে যা বলবে আমি তাই করব। আর কারণ তৃণমূল একটা নিষ্ঠাবান দল, সেই দলের যা গাদ্দার ফাদ্দার ছিল বেরিয়ে গেছে। এখন তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস আদর্শের ভিত্তিতে লড়াই করছে। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় সেই আদর্শে শিখিয়েছে একাগ্রতা এবং নিষ্ঠা, এটার মধ্যে কোনো क्रॉस वोटिंग होते ही पारे ना।
ये दार्जिलिंग पैक्ट की चलते हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा, ममता बनर्जी गवर्नर साहब में अपने में एक समझौता हुई कि हमें मदद करो, तुम्हारी भलाई होगी। इसका मतलब ये बीजेपी के साथ टकराव दुश्मनी नहीं चाहती बंगाल। ममता बनर्जी आज मार्गरेट एल्बक को वोट देने के बदले वो एब्स्टेंट रहना चाहती है। इसका मतलब धनखड़ साहब को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वोट पे जिताना उनकी अब की इच्छा है।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष वी डी शर्मा इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। अंतरात्मा की आवाज, इसी स्लोगन के साथ पूरा चुनाव लड़ा गया राष्ट्रपति का, तो अंतरात्मा की आवाज किसने सुनी?
देखिए, मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर जो चुनाव हुए राष्ट्रपति जी के, उसमें बहन द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को विपक्ष में और खास तौर पर कांग्रेस के लोगों ने 19 लोगों ने क्रॉस वोटिंग करके अंतरात्मा की आवाज पर एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय का बहन द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को समर्थन दिया है। मैं इसलिए उनको बधाई भी देता हूं, उन सबका हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। और ये कांग्रेस का आदिवासी विरोधी चेहरा है कि विधायकों पर दबाव डाल करके उनको रोका जा रहा था, लेकिन विधायकों ने न कमलनाथ की सुनी, न दिग्विजय सिंह की सुनी, और आदिवासी विरोधी चेहरा उजागर हुआ और उन विधायकों ने अंतरात्मा की आवाज पर बहन द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को वोट दिया।
जिस दिन मतदान हो रहा था राष्ट्रपति चुनाव के लिए, उस दिन कमलनाथ और दिग्विजय सिंह इन्होंने कहा था कि दबाव बनाया जा रहा है, 1-1 करोड़ 50-50 लाख रुपए दिए जा रहे हैं हमारे विधायकों को, तो कहीं ये वो अंतरात्मा?
ये उनको भय इस बात का था कि बहन द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का निर्णय आजादी के 75 वर्षों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, नड्डा जी और अमित शाह जी के और एनडीए के नेतृत्व में जो निर्णय हुआ, ये उनको पता था कि पूरा देश, जनमत 130 करोड़ जनता इसके साथ खड़ी है और पूरे देश भर के अंदर ये वातावरण था कि बहन द्रौपदी मुर्मू को लोग व्यापक समर्थन दे रहे हैं। तो इनको ये भय था, इनको ये डर था कि आदिवासी समाज के और भी ऐसे विधायक जा सकते हैं, इसलिए योजनाबद्ध तरीके से आरोप लगाना और विधायकों पर दबाव डालना, ये कांग्रेस, दिग्विजय सिंह, कमलनाथ का जनजाति आदिवासी विरोधी चेहरा मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर सबके सामने आया।
धनखड़ जी के लिए सपोर्ट करने का हम अपेक्षा और उम्मीद ही नहीं करते हैं, तो इसीलिए कांग्रेस को और तृणमूल को उसमें रिप्लाई करना है, रिएक्शन करना है, हमको कुछ नहीं करना।
Well, a massive political war has erupted over the Prime Minister's Har Ghar Tiranga push. Targeting Prime Minister Modi and the RSS, Congress's Jairam Ramesh said Modi was a pracharak in the organization that took 52 years to hoist the national flag in Nagpur. He's also fired hypocrisy Zindabad Jai by the Prime Minister, saying he has been destroying livelihoods of those who make national flags from khadi. Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi also has attacked the Prime Minister and said he should listen to khadi workers. The BJP hit back at the Congress and said RSS never disrespected the national flag. The attack comes after Prime Minister appealed to people to strengthen the movement by hoisting or displaying the national flag in their homes between the 13th and 15th of August. Meanwhile, ITBP troops hoisted the tricolour at the borders in Himachal Pradesh to inspire citizens to hoist the tricolour. The government has envisioned the exercise in the run-up to the 75th anniversary of India's independence.
कभी भी आरएसएस ने इस प्रकार की बात नहीं कही। पहले तो मैं खरे इसको पूरी तरह से रिजेक्ट करता हूँ। कभी भी संघ ने तिरंगा का अपमान की बात नहीं कही। ये लोग बेबुनियाद बात करते हैं। हमने संघ के अंदर ध्वज लगाते हैं, वो ध्वज जो अग्नि और हमारे सभी ऋषि मुनियों तपस्वी त्याग का संदेश देता है, तो इससे कोई अंतर नहीं होता। ये गलत बात दुष्प्रचार फैला करके कांग्रेस के लोग परिवारवाद का जो जाल में फंसे हुए हैं उससे बचना चाहते हैं।
हर घर तिरंगा 11 से 17 अगस्त के बीच में एक बृहद अभियान चलेगा पूरे देश के अंदर। जब 13 से 15 के बीच में देश अपनी आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा होगा, उस अवसर पर हर घर में भारत के आन मान और शान का प्रतीक प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन के रूप भारत का तिरंगा फहराया हुआ दिखाई दिया जाना चाहिए। ये हम सुनिश्चित करें और इसको लेकर के अभी से हमारी कार्य योजना आगे बढ़ जानी चाहिए और इसको लेकर के हम लोग अभी से अपनी तैयारी पूरी कर लें। किसी भी जनपद स्तर पर इसके लिए कोई लापरवाही न हो।
13 আগষ্টৰ পৰা 15 আগষ্টত পতাকা উত্তোলন কৰাটো কিন্তু কোনেও নাপাহৰিব। এনআৰসিত গৈ এপ্লাই কৰিলে নহয় মই ইণ্ডিয়ান সিটিজেন বুলি, পতাকা উত্তোলন কৰিহে প্ৰমাণ দিব লাগিব যে মই প্ৰকৃততে ভাৰত মাতাৰ সন্তান, হয় নে নহয়?
Now in a sensational revelation, it has come to fore that Pakistan terrorist Rizwan plotted to kill Nupur Sharma. A 24-year-old terrorist was arrested from the India-Pakistan international border in the Sri Ganga Nagar district of Rajasthan. The police has said the Pakistani national who crossed over to India via the international border to kill suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma was influenced by Pakistan-based organisation Tehreek-e-Labbaik. Terrorist Rizwan said he was actually agitated by Nupur's comments against the Prophet. Meanwhile, it has also come to light that the same arrested terrorist is the one who vandalized Maharaja Ranjit Singh's idol in Pakistan in 2021.
इसने जो है पूछताछ में जो रिजवान अशरफ है, जिसको 16 और 17 की मध्य रात्रि बॉर्डर के पास फेंस के पास पकड़ा गया था, उसके खिलाफ फॉरेनर्स एक्ट, पासपोर्ट एक्ट, आर्म्स एक्ट में मुकदमा दर्ज हुआ। उसने पूछताछ में ये बताया है कि वो पाकिस्तान का जो जिला है मंडी बहादुद्दीन, उसका एक तहसील है कुठियाल शेखा, वहां का रहने वाला है। इसकी उम्र 24 वर्ष है। इसके पिता का नाम मोहम्मद अशरफ है। ये जो है बिजली का काम करता है अपने गाँव में और 8वीं कक्षा तक पढ़ा हुआ है। इसने बताया कि ये जो खादिम हुसैन रिजवी का संगठन है तहरीक-ए-लब्बैक, इससे ये काफी इसकी विचारधारा से प्रभावित है और इसके शहर में कुछ दिन पहले नुपुर शर्मा का जो स्टेटमेंट है उसके विरोध में एक रैली का आयोजन हुआ था। ये उस रैली में शामिल हुआ था और वहां इसने जो भाषण हुए थे, जो तकरीरें हुई थी, वो इसने सुनी और उससे ये
Big story breaking at this hour. Salman has met Mumbai Police Commissioner after getting a threat from Lawrence Bishnoi. Salman Khan is meeting with the Mumbai Police Commissioner right now. Remember, India Today was the first to get you details of the manner in which there was a threat to Salman Khan. In fact, there was a threat letter also that was issued to Salman Khan that was found by his father, Salim Khan, right outside the house. Now, this is an ongoing investigation and right now we are learning that Salman Khan is meeting with the Mumbai Police Commissioner. Mustafa Sheikh has more details on that story. Mustafa, what more can you tell us about where this meeting is really taking place?
Well, yes, you can understand that because the threat case was registered earlier
in that regard, the new Mumbai Police Commissioner who has come in, Salman Khan, had gone to meet Vivek Pansal, who is the new commissioner. He took the update about his case and discussed the security threat, because his father's name, Salim Khan's name, was also mentioned in that particular threat, which was received by Salman Khan and his family, and hence he had met and taken update, because the Mumbai police is yet to make any arrest in this entire case. So that's why he met and took update of this case, and then has said that the Mumbai police has promised in action as soon as possible.
And the threat was very real as far as Lawrence Bishnoi is concerned, as far as admissions for the police is also concerned, because he, within the jail, Mustafa had disclosed the conspiracy, saying that he wanted to kill Salman Khan with the 1998 black buck poaching case.
Well, yes, so the threat is clearly, is serious, and hence the Mumbai police is also not taking any risk, and hence to take update on this case, and then to basically, for security reasons and other things, Salman Khan had met and he had his discussion with the Mumbai Police Commissioner Pansalkar, and soon we'll hear from Mumbai Police what exactly took place in the meeting.
Mustafa is getting us all of those details of the meeting that is taking place between Salman Khan and the Mumbai Police Commissioner. What is the kind of headway that this case has made, the police has made in this entire matter, Mustafa? We'll go back to Mustafa Sheikh in a bit from now, but remember, this has got to do with the admission of Lawrence Bishnoi, who was investigated by the police in connection with the assassination that he was planning of popular actor Salman Khan. He's admitted that he wanted to kill Salman Khan and that he was angry over the 1998 black buck poaching case that Khan had found himself embroiled in, and the Lawrence Bishnoi indeed was plotting his murder. He wanted to teach him a lesson. There was a video also in which Bishnoi had admitted to saying that he is going to be doing something and that he's going to be doing it in Rajasthan. Salman Khan too had reacted to it. In fact, almost dismissing that threat from Lawrence Bishnoi. Bishnoi had disclosed the murder plot to the police during his interrogation by the Punjab police, also saying that he had sent gangster Sampath Nehra to execute the murder, who had done a recce around the actor's house. Remember, right outside the actor's house is when a threat letter was found saying that Tera Musewala kar denge, right after the murder of Sidhu Musewala, which was seen as a threat that Khan had received from possibly Goldy Brar and Lawrence Bishnoi. Also, Bishnoi has confessed that he indeed had harmed Nehra as well, and that he had procured it and given a rifle to him worth 4 lakh rupees to murder Salman Khan. However, in the year 2018, the police recovered the rifle and the murder plot was foiled, in fact, is what we know. Right now, the news update that we have for our viewers is that Salman Khan is meeting Mumbai Mumbai Police Commissioner over the murder charges, over the murder threat that Salman had received, possibly from Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldy Brar. In fact, Salman Khan's lawyer also previously has said in court that he indeed had received their threats from the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. This was a murder, this was a threat to murder in the form of a threat letter that was found outside Salman Khan's house. Divyesh also is joining us with more details on that story. Divyesh, what can you tell us as far as the investigations also in this matter is concerned, given that the police is looking into it and confessions by Bishnoi had been made? What is the purpose of the meeting of Salman Khan and the Mumbai Police Commissioner?
As of now, it is not yet clear what was the communication that happened between the Mumbai Police Commissioner and actor Salman Khan. But recently, Salman Khan, as you pointed out, had received threats from gangster Lawrence Bishnoi through a threat letter which was found by a security guard and then handed over to the actor's father, Salim Khan. This was reported to police, after which police recorded statements of the actor Salman Khan, his father Salim Khan, the security guard who had found the letter. Mumbai police team had also gone to Pune, where gangsters connected to the Lawrence Bishnoi gang were apprehended, and they were questioned by Mumbai police officials over there. A Mumbai police team had also visited Delhi and Tihar prison to speak to the gangster Lawrence Bishnoi and other associates from his gang. It had come to light that there was a recce that was carried out in connection with the threat given to Salman Khan, and one of the gangsters who was questioned by Mumbai police had revealed that there was indeed a plan to carry out an attack on Salman Khan. But more details could emerge when arrests will happen in this case. It's likely that within some days arrests could happen. Salman Khan met Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Pansalka. It is, according to sources, it is being said that the actor had sought time from Mumbai Police Commissioner. He had sought an appointment, and today he met him for a few minutes, after which a while ago he is left from the Mumbai Police Commissioner office. You can see the visuals on India Today and Aaj Tak, and he is left from the Mumbai Police Commissioner's office. As of now, it is not yet clear what was the communication that happened between the Mumbai Police Commissioner and Salman Khan. But yes, it would be. It is being suggested by sources that it had to do something related to the threat that was issued by gangster Lawrence Bishnoi to actor Salman Khan.
Yes, and also Devesh, it's very evident that this time around, because there was a video of Salman Khan in which he appeared to dismiss the threat, but this time around with the lawyer also saying that yes, indeed, Khan had received a threat from Bishnoi, and this threat letter that was found right outside his house speaks volumes of the fact that the actor has also taken this matter very seriously this time, isn't it?
Well, yes, the actor seems to have taken this matter very seriously, and that is why he has come and met the Mumbai Police Commissioner. Earlier, when his statement was recorded, he had met the Deputy Commissioner of Police, Zone 9, handling the jurisdiction of Bandra and nearby areas, after which police security near Salman Khan's residence was increased. Police officials were deployed 24/7 round the clock near the actor's residence. There is a police security guard with Salman Khan, and other than that, he also has a security cover of his private bodyguard.
Also, Devesh, talk to us a little about how this entire murder plot against Salman Khan was foiled after the recovery of the weapon that Bishnoi had given to the person whom he had planted right outside Khan's house.
The first information that Mumbai police received was from one of the gangsters' aides who was apprehended in Pune, and from there police received the input that recce was indeed carried out and there was a threat to Salman Khan. The gang was planning to carry out an attack on Salman Khan, and a weapon was also being procured for the same purpose. And further details were found when another gangster associated to the Lawrence Bishnoi gang was apprehended, and a Mumbai police team had been to Delhi to question the suspect, and he revealed more information regarding the attack that was planned by Lawrence Bishnoi gang against on Salman Khan. Over to you.
Devesh, thanks for getting us those inputs. We'll of course keep coming back to you for more on that. Do continue to be with us. We are keeping a very close eye on all of those developments from Mumbai City. My colleague Shivarul joins in next with 5 Live. But our focus continues to be on Salman Khan and his meeting with the Mumbai Police Commissioner. Time for a quick commercial break here.
You are watching India Today.
India's defense forces are pacing towards high-tech weaponry and advanced modern warfare systems. Here's a glimpse of technologies in use and in development for our defense personnel, which were on display at NEO's recently held seminar, Swavlamban. A weapon used by counter-terrorism units. This is the shoot edge, and it facilitates shooting around the corners, over the top or over walls without exposing the firer. The pistol can be swiveled left and right by 65 degrees. It can be fitted with a pistol, and it mounts a high-resolution low-light and IR camera. It's fitted with a camera right in front, and the view you get right here. So if there's an obstruction here, you can turn it around, get the view, and it shoots. The controls are ergonomic, and fitting the pistol can be done in a matter of seconds. This is a hybrid, electric-powered load-carrying solution meant for foot soldiers. It can carry up to 120 kgs of weight over any terrain while maintaining mobility on the battlefield. They claim an 8-hour battery life at maximum speed. It's meant to reduce a soldier's carried weight and improve maneuverability. It comes with a wireless remote and can turn on its axis. This is another safety solution for soldiers. It helps in safely carrying, storing, and handling grenades. Traditionally, soldiers would carry grenades in their backpacks, which was extremely risky. To avert the risk, this trigger pouch is developed for different kinds of grenades. This is the drone. This is the view that it gets. And once the drone is deployed, this is the screen I can have on my wrist, and these are basically the shades or the glasses or the eyewear that I'll have on me to see exactly in real time where the drone is. And that's another screen on which you can see everything. The UAV is capable of operating in a global positioning system denied environment with an endurance of 20 minutes. And you get live updates on a screen which can be attached to the soldier's arm itself, apart from another screen which can be viewed from a distance. This is a non-lethal vessel immobilization solution in development for the Indian Navy. It is a solution which has the ability to transform into a thick gel and rise to the surface to jam the propellers of any suspicious incoming vessel at sea. The solution remains thick for about 2 to 3 hours, allowing the naval force to examine the threat and then liquefies on its own.
You are.
Uber is a domestic name now, but the company seems to have a dark past. Uber broke laws, duped the police, and even secretly lobbied governments. All of these stunning revelations have come out through a leak. A leak with over 124,000 confidential documents.
Co-powered by Solar hai lagana to Luminous ko bulana. In association with the new Volkswagen Virtus.
India's biggest crime story just exploded. Musewala murderers on tape with their boss. The most terrifying audio of the murder conspiracy. India Today's super break blows the case open. Nobody else has this stunning phone tap. Blood-curdling phone call from Tihar. Musewala murder tapes. This is 1 minute 38 seconds of pure murder. The person who ordered the murder, the person who committed the murder, exchanging notes, confirmation of the killing of Sidhu Musewala on that phone tap audio, the full clip of which is only with India Today. We broke it to you at noon today. It's the biggest crime story. I'm Shiv Arur. I'll be joined in just a moment by India's most well-known IPS officer, Dr. Kiran Bedi, to decode how shocking this clip is and the implications from Tihar jail. First, the headlines. The Sidhu Musewala audio has stunned the nation. 1 minute, 38-second clip shows the killers of Musewala talking directly to the man who ordered the killing, Lawrence Bishnoi, lodged in Tihar jail. Big showdown over Delhi liquor policy. Lieutenant Governor accuses Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia of financial kickbacks. Kejriwal hits back, calls the charges baseless.
जेल से हमें डर नहीं लगता. तुम लोग सावरकर की औलाद हो, जिसने अंग्रेजों से माफी मांगी थी. हम लोग भगत सिंह की औलाद हैं. अंग्रेजों के सामने झुकने से मना कर दिया और फांसी पर लटक गया.
Showdown over Prime Minister Modi's Har Ghar Tiranga push. Congress calls it hypocrisy, says it took 52 years for the RSS to hoist the national flag at their headquarters in Nagpur. After massive cross-voting in the presidential polls, now opposition unity for vice president polls collapses. Trinamool won't back Margaret Alva. Mamta furious over not being consulted. Alva hits back, says not the time for whataboutery, tries to cajole Didi. Olympic champion javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra qualifies for his maiden World Championship final with a stunning first attempt throw of 88.39 meters.
That is huge, Dan O'Brien, the Olympic champion. He wants one and done here. He needs 83.50 if that's to be the case. That is huge, Dan.
Very important piece of breaking news on the back of superstar actor Salman Khan receiving threats from Lawrence Bishnoi a couple of years ago. Salman Khan has just met Mumbai's police commissioner. The actor met the Mumbai Commissioner of Police Vivek Phansalkar over the threat letter that was received by him and his father a couple of weeks ago. After that threat letter, which was exposed by India Today, Salman Khan filled up an application to the police seeking a weapon license for his own protection. It is in this context that Salman Khan met with Mumbai's police commissioner Vivek Phansalkar. Huge story that we're bringing you the very latest on. That letter was received by Salman Khan and his father Salim Khan a couple of weeks ago, and ever since he has been asking the police for a weapon license, and it is in this regard that Salman Khan, superstar Bollywood actor, has just met Mumbai's police commissioner. I want to go across to India Today's Divyesh Singh on this big story. Divyesh, Salman Khan meeting Commissioner Phansalkar. Can you tell us anything about what happened at that meeting? Salman is seeking a weapon license for his own protection. He obviously feels a real threat.
As per sources, Shiv, we've received information that application regarding the weapon license or arms license was submitted by Salman Khan. It was handed over by Salman Khan to Vivek Phansalkar, the Mumbai Police Commissioner. Recently, Salman Khan, as you had pointed out, had received threat from gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, and during investigation by the Mumbai Police, it did come to light that there was a recce carried out and there was attack being planned on the actor, after which Mumbai police had increased security near the actor's residence, and also round-the-clock patrolling was being done in the area close to the actor's residence. Shiv.
Divyesh, thanks very much for that. We'll keep a very close track of that. We're trying to get in a word from Salman and Salim Khan as well. big development there. Broken First is always here on India Today. Now I want to bring you to the big spotlight crime news break that India Today brought you earlier this morning. 1 minute 38-second phone conversation that you've never heard and won't hear anywhere else but India Today. A conversation between Lawrence Bishnoi, the gangster sitting in Delhi's Tihar jail, and the assassins of Sidhu Musewala. I won't spoil it for you. Listen into this conversation.
हेलो हेलो हाँ जी जी बोलिए बात हो सकती है हाँ बिल्कुल हो सकती है करवाना ही जरूरी है हाँ जी एक मिनट हाँ थोड़ा जल्दी बता ऐसी लगे ओल्ड भी लाइव स्पीकर ऑन करें गोल्डन लाइफ मेरी गल सुन बहुत मुबारक भरा नु ठीक हो हाँ मैं ठीक मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी की करता मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी उससे वाला मारता 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 ओके.
That phone call between the gangster Lawrence Bishnoi sitting in Delhi's maximum security Tihar jail and the killers of Sidhu Musewala basically encompasses perhaps the most direct view of this entire conspiracy, where the person who ordered the killing is basically confirming with those who fired the shots that the deed has been done. I'm very privileged to be joined on a day like this with this news break by India's most well-known and regarded IPS officer, Dr. Kiran Bedi. She's been in charge of Tihar jail, of the Delhi police, of prison reforms, of many of the things that explode with questions today. Dr. Bedi, good to see you after a long time. Thank you for your time. At this time, I want to throw it open to you, ma'am, first, to the question that everybody has immediately when they see this clip. This is a phone call, ma'am, made from within Tihar jail. How does this kind of thing happen?
Well, this happens if you do not have particularly superintendents of the jail with integrity. If they are not the right kind of people, then you can have this repeatedly. The answer lies in having the right kind of superintendents of the jail, because he is the king, he is in charge. All others are supervisory. All others will come and go inside the prison for a patrolling or an inspection or checkup. But the key person to be held accountable is the superintendent of the jail. And if he does not want such a thing to happen, he can lodge these gangsters in such a way and ensure the mulaqat in such a way, court hearings in such a way that they can't do anything. The main thing is the lodging. Have these gangsters been lodged, one, to a cell? And number two, have they been monitored closely by the kind of visitors they get? 3, are they being monitored on the calls they're making? 4th, are they served properly, frisking, etc. before coming in and out? 5th, when they are being produced in the court, what is happening? So if the lodging is correct, then these things cannot happen. So really the person to be held accountable for such happenings, if they happen, because these are all subject to verifications and investigations, then it is the superintendent of the jail. If we have not the right kind of people there, you will have these problems repeatedly. And unfortunately, the feedback I have is that we are not posting the right kind of people as superintendents of the jails. We are not. We are just sending people who probably have doubtful or are not professionally as sound as the challenge requires. To my mind, this is the key.
Dr. Bedi, what's disturbing about this particular case? We've all become cynical, watching prison movies and things like that, with prisoners having access to, comforts and facilities like phones, etc., if they are able to, build a kind of network with the superintendent, as you rightly said. But my question to you, ma'am, is this particular case has alarmed a lot of people, because this was literally a supari. This is a well-known gangster, big network, big access, actually ordering a murder
and then taking confirmation really coolly from within jail, ma'am.
Shiv, the point I told you again, look, this has got exposed. Many others may not have got exposed. So what do you do with it? The point is, the moment you have an unreliable or unprofessional superintendent as a leader of a prison, many things would have happened. This has got exposed, many others are not getting exposed. And the feedback is that the quality of leadership which we are posting is not through proper screening. And officers who we must post, I don't know, the point is person to person. But I think we have to be very careful. Who do we post there? Because look at the consequences. When the superintendent system fails or he does not lodge properly, the key is lodging. The key is visitation, as I've explained. The key, and why don't we do more of video? Why allow them? Why not do video conferencing and allow a minimum situation by which they go to court? Because that's where also contamination happens. So I think the key is we need to relook at the way we are posting superintendents of the jails.
Yeah.
Who is posting them? What kind of background checks we do? What kind of selections? Is it an individual choice or is it a committee which selects so that, and then the supervisor? Both. The key is superintendents and even the DIG but the key is superintendent. Lodging is critical. I remember, I'm sorry to say that, but I do remember how we had posted every gangster, one to a cell, and we made sure everything reaches and they don't contaminate. One to a cell. Took us to court. Do you know those people took us to court, to the Honorable Delhi High Court? And the High Court ruled that there's no violation of human rights when such people on these grounds have been kept one to a cell. And finally, these people gave up to say, all right, please help us out. So then we brought counselors for them and we brought a major general counselor. It was very good. So what I'm saying, gangsters have to be lodged very strictly under strict watch and there can be no contamination. And if they go to courts, then we have to make sure what kind of environment, secure environment we ensure. So Shiv, that's the key. Key is the leader.
Dr. Bedi, just a last couple of questions. Since you've actually been at the forefront of this kind of thing, I want myself and our viewers to understand, how do these gangsters actually get these superintendents or jailers to actually do what they want? Is it inducements? Is it threats? Is it, getting them threatened from the outside? How are they managing to get these people to do what they want, ma'am?
Look, what I hear, I haven't seen, what I hear, what the grapevine tells me, what the feedback from the jail comes in, everything is at a price. You pay the price and you get it. And at all levels. And when the key superintendent is vulnerable, then the junior ranks all get the same situation. So everybody then has a price. So I think the message is you have to make sure that who is the superintendent and then hold him accountable. And then he has to be present. And there so that he cannot then pass it on to his deputy and then his sub-inspectors and the ASs and the head warders and the warders. The key is he present? Does he know what to do? Is he inducted? Is he trained before? Is he screened before? Does he know what to do? I think that's the point. He must understand the risks he's running. I think it is up for a price. It cannot be otherwise. And it could be also threatened if he's feeling threatened. But then he doesn't deserve to be there if he's getting to be threatened or he's afraid. So I think, all right, then if he's being afraid, then he's not worth being, he's not capable of running the prison. You've got to be fairness in that work. And of course, also be fully protected wherever he stays. So that prison administration has to provide them protection for fearlessness. And secondly, they have to be honest. But how can you be fearless without being integrity? Because then you're up for inducements.
But is there a way to, final question, ma'am, is there a way to foolproof it? When, these are after all human interactions. People may have some kind of, tipping point when it comes to inducements and threats. These are gangsters who have large resources, the ability to threaten families on the outside as well. How does one foolproof this then?
Watch everything. Watch everything they do. Watch everything. You are on a listening watch. You are ensuring visitors. And then you see ensuring you give video conferences and not contaminate. And if you are going into the courts, then again, it's all about watch. And it's use of technology. Today, it's all jammed. Why not have jammers which are functional? You can't have jammers functioning erratically.
Absolutely.
I think that's it. Technology use, personal watch, accountability, integrity, selection. How do we select the superintendent? I think there should be a committee and no reappointment. If you've been appointed for 2 years, out. No reappointment. You cannot come again and again. I think some of them are coming again and again.
Your words hold a lot of weight, Dr. Kiran Bedi, and that's why I'm very happy that you were able to give us time today, because this is a story that everyone is talking about since we broke the story, and nothing like the wisdom of someone who's actually been involved in some of those reforms. So it's scary to see this kind of thing happening still. Dr. Kiran Bedi, always a privilege, man. Thank you very much for joining me here on India Today. Here's that full tape now. Here's that full phone tap. 1 minute 38 seconds, and it's not censored. It's not a shortcut. It's not a small little clip that somebody else will show you. It's not the little bits that are running around on social media. This is the full audio clip that only India Today's Arvind Kejriwal has accessed. Listen carefully.
The chilling murder tape that will make your blood run cold. The biggest clincher yet in the Sidhu Musewala murder investigation is with India Today alone, and it confirms beyond doubt the role of dreaded gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Let's first play out for you the full 1 minute 38 second phone tap in which the murderer, the man who killed Sidhu Musewala, calls his boss Lawrence Bishnoi to say yes, the job is done.
हेलो हेलो हाँ जी बोलिए बात हो सकती है हाँ बिल्कुल हो सकती है करवाना ही जरूरी है हाँ जी 1 मिनट हाँ थोड़ा जल्दी बता ऐसी लगे होल्ड पे चलो लाइव स्पीकर ऑन करें गोल्डन लाइफ ऑन मेरी गल सुन बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु ठीक हो हाँ मैं ठीक अब मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी है ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी की करता मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी उससे वाला मारता मारता मारता
Okay. This is the biggest breakthrough yet in the Musewala murder investigation. Moments after killing the world-famous singer, one of the killers called Bishnoi while he was behind bars, while he was inside Tihar jail to confirm that yes, हमने Musewala को मार दिया. It also confirms the role of Canada-based gangster Goldy Brar. Listen carefully to the tape. You can hear the mention of Goldy's name.
स्पीकर ऑन करें गोल्डन लाइफ ऑन मेरी गल सुन बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु ठीक हो स्पीकर ऑन करें गोल्डन लाइफ ऑन मेरी गल सुन बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु ठीक हो
India Today's Arvind Kejriwal had even confronted Lawrence Bishnoi over his murder Musewala plot, and here's how the gangster had responded to repeated questions at the time.
Bishnoi, Salman Khan को आपने धमकी दिलवाई हैं? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया? Bishnoi?
Every update, every lead was being sent across to Lawrence Bishnoi, and it's clear that the Don plotted the murder of Sidhu Musewala while seated in Delhi's maximum security Tihar jail. He had access to his aides, he had access to a phone while behind bars, and that's how Bishnoi with ease pulled off this high-profile murder 300 kilometers away from Delhi in Punjab's Mansa.
इंडिया टुडे के हाथ लगा सिद्धू मूसेवाला हत्याकांड में अब तक का सबसे बड़ा सबूत 1 मिनट 38 सेकंड की ये ऑडियो कॉल, जिसमें तिहाड़ जेल में बंद लॉरेंस बिश्नोई अपने एसोसिएट से बातचीत कर रहा है। ये बातचीत ठीक सिद्धू मूसेवाले की हत्या के बाद हुई थी। इसमें लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का जो शूटर है वो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को बता रहा है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले की हत्या कर दी गई है। अब पंजाब पुलिस इस ऑडियो कॉल पर आगे की अपनी जांच को आगे बढ़ाएगी। कैमरामैन मृदुल के साथ अरविंद ओझा, इंडिया टुडे।
So one new character has entered the entire list of characters in this entire bloody saga, the murder of Sidhu Musewala. But let's refresh your memories because this has been a while since the killing of Sidhu Musewala. Let's find out where things actually fit at this point of time. Here's the cast of characters, just so you remember. Sidhu Musewala is the iconic singer who was murdered at the end of May. There were several different shooters. Now, Musewala's manager is a person called Shaganpreet, who I must remind viewers is still hiding somewhere in Australia. But he was the reason. He was allegedly involved in the killing of gangster Vicky Midhu Kheda. He was shot dead in August 2021. That was the reason why the rival gangs decided on Badla. Because Vicky Midhu Kheda was an associate of Lawrence Bishnoi. The guy making the call that you just heard in that audio is Lawrence Bishnoi. He was in Punjab police custody. Now he's with the Delhi police in Tihar jail. He made that call. He's an associate of Goldy Brar, who's a Canada-based gangster. The Canada-based gangster Goldy Brar is the one who finally ordered the hit on Sidhu Musewala. So these are the prime number of characters. Lawrence Bishnoi is the one in that phone call who has basically made that phone call to the murderers to confirm whether Goldy Brar's orders have in fact been carried out. But how did Lawrence Bishnoi actually carry out this phone call? How was he allowed to phone people from inside Delhi's maximum security jail? There are extreme instances we've heard where small phones have actually been swallowed by inmates in at least one or two occasions. We don't know what the consequences were, but attempts have been made in extreme situations because phones can be smuggled by prison staff even into a maximum security prison like Tihar. The phone supply syndicate is active and running within jails. You heard Kiran Bedi say that everything has a price even within India's maximum security prisons, and this certainly applies to Tihar. Help from security staff in sneaking phones into the Tihar jail. Mobile phones are often smuggled in by visitors, which is the reason why cameras, vigilance, monitoring is so important. And clearly in this case, there was a huge lapse at Delhi's Tihar jail from where the murder phone call as well as the confirmation was taken. I'm joined now by India Today's Crime Bureau Chief Arvind Kejriwal, the journalist who accessed that audio clip. No other channel has the full audio clip. Some are trying to pretend like they have little bits and pieces, but nobody has the 1 minute, 38-second clip that Arvind Kejriwal accessed earlier today and broken first by India Today. Arvind, ये जो फोन कॉन्वर्सेशन है ये बिल्कुल क्लियर है, इसमें कोई डाउट ही नहीं है कि क्या हो रहा है इस कॉन्वर्सेशन में. अरविंद, क्या तिहार जेल के जो सुपरिंटेंडेंट हैं, जेलर हैं, उनके खिलाफ कुछ कार्रवाई होगी, कुछ प्रोब होगा, कुछ इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा?
देखिए, फिलहाल तो तिहाड़ जेल प्रशासन इस पूरे मामले पर कुछ नहीं बोल रहा है शिव, लेकिन इसके पहले भी दिल्ली पुलिस और अदर स्टेट की पुलिस वो तिहाड़ आती रही हैं इस कंप्लेन को लेकर कि जो गैंगस्टर है वो मोबाइल फोन का इस्तेमाल करते हैं. शिव, मैं आपको याद दिलाना चाहता हूं अपने व्यूअर्स को कि 29 में जिस दिन सिद्धू मूसेवाले का मर्डर हुआ था उसके कुछ घंटे बाद इंडिया टुडे ने पहली बार ये बताया था कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ही इस मर्डर के पीछे हो सकता है, क्योंकि उसी के हिट लिस्ट पर सिद्धू मूसेवाला था. और उसके कुछ घंटों बाद पंजाब पुलिस ने इंडिया टुडे की खबर पर मोहर लगाई थी. लेकिन आज जो इंडिया टुडे पर हमने न्यूज ब्रेक किया है सबसे पहले, ये बड़ा न्यूज ब्रेक इसलिए है क्योंकि ये एक एविडेंस के तौर पर भी अब पंजाब पुलिस इस ऑडियो क्लिप को इस्तेमाल करेगी, जिसमें क्लियरली जो एसोसिएट है वो बोल रहा है कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई से बात कराओ. इसमें क्लियरली ये बोला जा रहा है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला मार दिता, यानी सिद्धू मूसेवाले को मार दिया गया. इसमें लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को यकीन नहीं होता, उसके बाद वो फिर से रिकन्फर्मेशन कर देता है कि मार दिता यानी कि मार दिया. फिर जो उसका एसोसिएट है वो बोलता है कि मार दिता यानी मार दिया. तो ये 1 मिनट 38 सेकेंड का जो ऑडियो क्लिप जो इंडिया टुडे ने ब्रेक किया है, ये कहीं ना कहीं एक एविडेंस भी है इस पूरे केस में, जो खुलासा करता है कि जो रियल फेस है, जो रियल मास्टरमाइंड है, वो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई है.
And remember, Arvind Kejriwal is the only journalist who's also spoken to Lawrence Bishnoi. He asked him questions as he was coming out of jail while he was being transferred to the Punjab police. Obviously, the gangster had nothing to say. Arvind, great news break. Thank you very much for joining us on that story. But remember, the man who ordered the hit was Goldy Brar, the Canadian gangster sitting in British Columbia, because he had received word from Lawrence Bishnoi to order the actual hit. Here's what he has said, taking ownership of this crime.
A cold-blooded murder and a chilling confession. A month and a half after Punjabi rap star Sidhu Musewala was killed, Canada-based gangster Goldy Brar has boasted that he got Musewala killed. Goldy Brar's brazen claim has been made in a video in which he says he has absolutely no regret in ordering the murder of the singer. But what is shocking is the motive. The gangster says that Musewala was responsible for the murder of 2 of his aides. Brar even said Musewala had offered him 2 crore rupees to not harm him for the murder of Vicky Midokhera.
सिद्धू दोषी सी साडे भरावां दे नुकसान होने च साडे 2 भरावां दे कत्ल होने च इहदा इंडायरैक्टली डायरैक्टली किते ना किते हत्थ सी शरियाम मैनूं पता सी ये चीज़ होनी है पर इहने आपदे गाने वाले अक्स नूं इहने आपदी गाने वाली इमेज नूं सच्चा करन लई.
Brar even claimed that Musewala celebrated the death of singer and actor Deep Sidhu, an accused in the Red Fort violence. Deep Sidhu died in a car accident.
पंजाब गम च डुब्बिया होया सी उसे टाइम सिद्धू ने बलकार कीते दा खाड़ा लवाया होया सी मानसे उधर भी शराब पी पी नचदा रहा है खाड़े च उस टाइम संस्कार हो रहा सी दीप सिद्धू दा ठीक है ते तुसीं इहनूं उहदे नाल दीप सिद्धू नाल लगियां फोटोआं लई जंदे सबने विरोध किया सी उदों इह चीज़ दा ठीक है सबने गल चुकी सी लोकां ने बहुत गालां गरीबां दे या कानून.
Goldy Brar said Musewala had even pleaded for mercy, but by then his death warrant had been signed. At the end of his video message, Goldy Brar mocked those who were calling Musewala a martyr.
भरा दे खून दा बदला लिया शरियाम कह के लिया उन्होंने भी पता सी मैनूं मारनगे ठीक है ना कह के मारिया उन्होंने जिन्नियां मिन्नतां कर सकदा सी उन्नियां कीतियां.
Brar's confession is the final evidence that Musewala's murder was plotted in Canada and executed by Brar's contacts in the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Bureau Report, India Today.
And just 2 days ago, 2 days before India Today got access to this phone tap, remember 2 of Sidhu Musewala's killers were hunted down and eliminated on the Pakistan border of Punjab. Was it one of these men who was shot dead, who was on the phone with Lawrence Bishnoi? We don't know yet, but here's what happened.
A deadly cat-and-mouse game in the fields of Punjab to nab gangsters linked to singer Sidhu Musewala's murder. This was the hunt launched by the Punjab police near the Pakistan border at Atari for 7 wanted shooters. Through the small lanes near Amritsar, through fields, the police can be seen chasing down and trying to nab these deadly gangsters. These 2 men were part of the gang that shot at and murdered Sidhu Musewala in his village at the end of May. Jagrup Singh Rupa and Manpreet Singh Mannu hid in a remote village along with 5 other gangsters for hours as the police hunted for them. Gunshots were heard during this encounter that seemed straight out of the movies. Several police were also injured in the encounter as firing continued at the site. A local journalist also sustained injuries. Policemen armed to the teeth were seen making their way in and out as their vehicles blocked off villagers from the encounter site. The images of the killing of the singer so fresh in our minds, and the Punjab police has been going after every single gangster, every single shooter involved in this murder. These 2 shooters are believed to be part of the Bishnoi and Goldy Brar gangs. That's right, the same gangster who confessed to his role in the Musewala murder plot. From a teenager, the boy who fired the kill shot, to some of the most dreaded gangsters in the country, the Kill Musewala plot is unraveling with each arrest. The rap star's cold-blooded daylight murder has prompted a much-needed crackdown on gangster culture in Punjab. Bureau Report, India Today.
And these gangsters didn't just have, kattas and country-made weapons. They had military-style equipment. And it's also suspicious that their hideout was near the Pakistan border. Many different questions there. But take a look at the incredible arsenal of weaponry that they had access to conduct killings like that of Sidhu Musewala.
A killer breakthrough. They videoed themselves celebrating after shooting dead singer Sidhu Musewala. They waved their firearms, which investigators have yet to recover. But their make and variety suggests how these gangsters may have upgraded their deadly arsenals. Turkish Zigana pistols, Austrian Glocks, a German Heckler & Koch P30 handgun, a Star pistol that originated in Spain. Investigators say an AK-47 assault rifle was also used in Musewala's murder. But most of the firearms seen in the video are concealable, capable of firing multiple rounds quickly, requiring less reloading. All imported and likely smuggled in from international criminal networks.
कल रात तकरीबन 11 बजे जब ISBT में अंकित सिरसा जो कि सबसे यंगेस्ट शूटर था, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डेस्परेट था, जिसने दोनों हाथों से फायरिंग करी और जो सबसे करीब जाके जिसने गोलियां चलाई उसको अरेस्ट किया।
Almost a month after Musewala's murder, his father spoke about the scale of threat his star son had faced.
पैरेलल सरकार गैंगस्टर चला रहे ने और ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਕੀ ਚੁਗਲੀਆਂ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਪੱਖ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਰੱਖੀਏ? ਇਹ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੈ? ਇੱਕ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗੋਡੇ ਰਗੜ ਲਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਦੂਜਾ ਬੰਦੂਕ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਜੂ, ਜੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਵਗ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਤੀਜਾ ਆਜੂ। ਕਿੰਨੇ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਹੈ, ਕੀ ਕੁਛ ਚੱਲੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਭਰਾ ਮਾਰੂ ਜੰਗ ਹੈ ਭਰਾਵੋ। ਦੇਖੋ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਲੀਡਰ ਮਰੇ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਮਰੇ, ਮਰਦੇ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਆ? ਸਾਡੇ ਆਮ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ।
Investigations show the gangsters also plan to involve a couple of women in the murder, one posing as a reporter and the other as a policewoman raiding Musewala's home. Both were to be followed by the assassins. But the Lawrence Bishnoi gang didn't find the women to enroll for the actual killing.
And coming up next, the much-awaited update to what happened to 19-year-old student Saad Ansari, who had posted on Facebook supporting Nupur Sharma. Where is he? Is he out? Is he hiding? What's happened to Saad Ansari? I have a full report because we went to his house today. That's coming up next.
आ गई? कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
ई-स्पोर्ट्स?
माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
Is the monsoon season bringing relief to you from the hot summers? Well, what if we tell you that it can rain diamonds? Not certainly on Earth, but yes, it is raining diamonds on Uranus and Neptune. The temperature and pressure conditions on these planets are extreme. Due to this, carbon atoms can be crushed into diamonds. Uranus and Neptune are known by their unique blue shades. Both planets have a common condition to harden carbon atoms. But unfortunately, the inhospitable environment of the planet won't allow you to collect those diamonds. The blue color of these planets is due to methane. Methane has carbon in it. The carbon can be crushed by immense pressure that happens in the atmosphere. And when it gets hot and dense inside the planets, these diamonds are formed and accumulated. This causes them to rain in the atmosphere. Tell us what you think about this unique phenomena.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
या सभागृहात एक कविता म्हटली होती मी पुन्हा येईल. त्याच्यावर माझी खूप टिंगटवाळी अनेकांनी केली. पण मी आलो आणि यांनाही घेऊन आलो, एकटा नाही आलो, यांना सोबत घेऊन आलो. आणि अध्यक्ष महोदय, ज्यांनी टिंगल टवाळी केली, ज्यांनी अपमान केला, त्यांचा मी बदला घेणार आहे. आणि माझा बदला एवढाच आहे की मी त्यांना माफ केलं.
साहेबांचं मनापासून मी ते अभिनंदन करेन की त्यांना मला काम करण्याची संधी दिली. शिवसेनेला ते उपमुख्यमंत्री पद पण देणार होते, बरोबर आहे. दोन्ही खासदार आपले निवडून येण्याचं गणित आपल्याकडे होतं आणि ते सगळी फिल्डिंग लावली.
सगळं उघड करू नका,
सगळ्यात मोठे कलाकार आहेत. आम्ही कधी भेटायचो ते आमच्या लोकांना कळायचं नाही. सगळे झोपल्यावर मी जायचो, सगळे उठायचे आधी मी परत जायचो.
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the metaverse. This digital world where thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform brands, commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
19-year-old Saad Ansari, engineering student, has had to be sent by his family from the outskirts of Mumbai to a safe location away from the threat that still lingers over him and his family. On India Today, we told you the story of how this young engineering student from Bhiwandi in Thane district was mobbed, abused and assaulted last month by a religious crowd for writing a Facebook post that failed to take a line against BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma and her prophet remarks. After he was assaulted, harassed and abused by that mob, he was arrested by the Thane police. India Today can now confirm that Saad Ansari was granted bail on June the 27th, which was a day before India Today had actually reported on him languishing in jail. He remained behind bars for 16 days. This was after his bail was rejected once before as well. But here's the truly disturbing part. The student's bail was kept under wraps. We're only reporting it now because the student's family was so fearful that they have now sent young Saad Ansari, a student in the prime of his life, they've sent him away to an undisclosed location. They've sent him into hiding so that there is no risk of a backlash against him in his Bhiwandi neighborhood. Can you believe that? The same place where he was dragged out of his house and beaten up last month, all for a social media post that dared not to condemn Nupur Sharma's prophet comments. No media has reported on Saad Ansari's story like India Today has. So intimidated was the family that India Today has learned only now that the youth did manage to get bail on his second try late last month, June the 27th, but has still been forced to cower in fear and to go into hiding because there is still a risk to him by many people who continue to live in that locality, including some of the people who threatened him last month. That is Saad Ansari's reality. And that is the reality that we feel compelled to bring before you as we report all the other stories that you know about and could be related to this one. India Today's Pankaj Upadhyay visited the locality in Bhiwandi where Saad Ansari lives. Take a look at this report.
We are outside the residence of 19-year-old Saad Ansari, the student who languished in jail for many days for merely putting out a social media post for the now suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma. Now, India Today TV had a word with the family members of Saad Ansari, and the family members assert that the boy has been granted bail, and as a precautionary measure and for the sake of his safety, he has been put at some safe location in Maharashtra. But the family members say that he has been wronged, and all those people who slapped, abused and intimidated and gheroed their house here at this very place, police should be taking strict action against them. With camera person Mahesh More, this is Pankaj Upadhyay in Bhiwandi area, reporting for India Today.
Now listen very carefully to this next conversation that's coming up, because India Today also spoke to former Congress corporator and local in that mohalla, Baba Bauidin, who allegedly instigated one of those mobs against Saad Ansari a day before he was assaulted and harassed. Baba Bauidin is still firm that Saad should not have backed Nupur Sharma. He has no remorse for what happened to young Saad, and even his apology cannot be accepted, says this man, just because of threats coming from people like the one you're about to hear. Congress former corporator Saad has been sent to an undisclosed location into hiding. 19-year-old engineering student on the threshold of his career, sent into hiding for a Facebook post. His fight for liberty continues because of people like the man you're about to hear. We put questions to him.
आप एक जनप्रतिनिधि हैं, किसने आपको यह हक दिया कि एक 19 साल के लड़के के आगे, जिसने सिर्फ एक सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट रखी थी, उसके घर के आगे आप ये बखेड़ा खड़ा कर दें?
फ्रीडम स्पीच का मतलब ये होता ही नहीं है कि मैं आपके रिलीजन के बारे में कुछ बोलूं और आप मेरे रिलीजन के बारे में कुछ बोले।
उन्होंने तो सिर्फ एक सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट लिखी थी जिसे गलत तरीके से इंटरप्रेट कर लिया गया। क्या आप इस तर्क को नहीं मानते हैं?
अगर ये तर्क सही होता तो उसकी पहले ही दिन जमानत हो जाती, तो फिर उसको 19 दिन या 17 दिन क्यों लग गए जामीन के लिए? तो कहीं ना कहीं कुछ तो गलती हुई है उससे। ये वीडियो कब का है?
बताइए थोड़ा मुझे खुलासा।
आप जो उसके घर पे जाके उसको जो भी किया गया, उसके साथ गाली गलौज की गई, उसको मारा गया, वो वीडियो अर्ली मॉर्निंग 3 बजे का है। ये जो वीडियो आप देख रहे हैं वो दोपहर में 2 बजे का उसके घर के नीचे का है, उसके घर के ऊपर का नहीं है।
आप कह रहे हैं कि आप उसके घर में गए नहीं थे, क्राउड के साथ थे ही नहीं?
ये क्राउड और वो क्राउड में बहुत फर्क है।
आप घर के नीचे जरूर गए?
नीचे जरूर,
क्राउड के साथ जरूर
गए थे।
इंटिमिडेट आपने जरूर किया था।
ठीक है, इंटिमिडेट आप नहीं बोल सकते उसको, इसलिए नहीं बोल सकते। मैं बता रहा हूं
सर, अगर आप इतने बड़े क्राउड के साथ जाते हैं, 19 साल का वो लड़का है, वो कोई हार्डकोर क्रिमिनल तो है नहीं, उसके घर के नीचे जाके जो तमाशा खड़ा कर दिया, आपको ये नहीं लगा कि आपको अपना पक्ष रखना चाहिए? आपने
सामने रखा?
लड़की को समझाना चाहिए था। उसके घर वाले सामने थे, लेकिन आपने तो उसके सामने एक ऐसी तस्वीर बना दी है, शायद वो जिंदगी भर अब उससे निकल नहीं पाएगा।
तो निकल नहीं पाएगा तो मतलब वही बात चली है ना, यहाँ पे बात यही चली है कि मतलब आप कुछ भी करोगे और फिर आप बोलोगे आई एम सॉरी।
नहीं, ये फैसला कौन करेगा कि कुछ भी करो?
कानून के पास गए ना, हम कहाँ गए?
तो फिर जो इतनी भीड़ उसके घर के आगे इकट्ठी हो गई, जो सब ने देखी, उसे क्या माना जाए?
माना यही जाए ना कि मतलब अगर आप इस चीज की हरकत करोगे तो मत करो, प्लीज मत करो। हम तो कानून के पास ही गए, हमने तो एफआईआर ही की, हमने और क्या किया? अगर हम उसको मारते, हम उसको नीचे लाते, हम उसको
मारा तो है, वो विजुअल्स दिखते हैं।
जिसने मारा है उसमें हम नहीं है। हम क्या, मेरा पूरा एरिया नहीं है। मेरे एरिया क्या, मेरा पूरा वार्ड नहीं है।
कौन थे ये लोग?
मुझे नहीं पता कौन थे वो लोग।
Pankaj Upadhyay is the reporter who went to Bhiwandi, who got us that update, got clarity. Imagine, Pankaj, you know, the day before we reported is when, after 16 days in jail, young Saad Ansari finally got bail on June the 27th. But that is how quiet the family wanted to keep it, and we respect their wishes. Even the lawyer, they wanted to keep it quiet because of the threat to him from people like Baba Bauddin. There was obviously a threat to this young man in his mohalla, and that's the reason why it is so scary that the family is still fearful, and they've sent him into hiding to some undisclosed location, Pankaj.
Shiv, this is a very disturbing story. Today, when I went to Bhiwandi, I not only met the parents of this 19-year-old boy, I met the neighbors as well, and I met all those boys, you know, whom he used to play with a few months back. But today the scenario has completely changed. The trauma for this 19-year-old boy, Shiv, continues. The disturbing story and its follow-up continues, because so scared and traumatized are the parents that they say the boy needs to be left alone now. He's going to take a lot of time to recover. They say he is under depression and that he is being treated for depression. The neighbors who I interacted with maintain that the 19-year-old is an innocent boy and he wasn't even knowing what would have happened after he posted that particular post in favor of Nupur Sharma. They say such actions against this boy was completely unwarranted. And today, such is the scenario that the parents say that they have shifted him out of Mumbai to some undisclosed location because they fear for his life. They maintain that the mob that had gathered under their house could, you know, gather any time and could take law in their own hands. And you heard the people like former corporator of the Congress party. He is unapologetic. He says that he places his religion before he is a people's representative. Can men understand the ground zero situation? And therefore I say the trauma for this boy is not over as yet.
He is in hiding. That is the reality. He got bail on June the 27th after 16 days in jail, but he is still compelled to be in hiding because his family is still fearful and they have no faith in him being safe against people like Baba Bauddin and others who, as you rightly said, Pankaj, might take the law into their own hands. I'm joined now by Shweta Shalani, spokesperson of the BJP in Maharashtra. Shweta, this is a truly disturbing story. You know, first of all, a young man taken into custody after being, you know, made to recite the kalma, being slapped, abused, assaulted by a religious mob. He's taken into jail. His bail is denied. After 16 days, he finally gets jail. But still, his family is fearful that these religious zealots will come back and attack this young man. 19 years old, Shweta.
So, I'll tell you what, there are more disturbing facts than this. The people who actually came on his doorstep called themselves as Ashik-e-Rasool.
Yeah.
Wasn't he an Ashik-e-Rasool? He was a 19-year-old educated Muslim who calls himself and his family calls him a devout Muslim. And what does he expect out of his own society? See, one of the things that Supreme Court has said, that your statements cannot incite anybody. Did his statements incite anybody at all?
No.
What he was trying to tell his own community. See, I come from a Hindu community. I quite remember reading about Raja Ram Mohan Roy very respectfully and very proudly, that when he came up and talked about Sati Pratha and being wrong in the religion, everyone heard him. Nobody went and slapped him and abused him, put him in jail. That's the difference. There is this 19-year-old boy who's now scared. He's depressed. His family is scared about his well-being. And the most surprising fact, you know, you get so many of these cases on media where all of a sudden this pro bono lawyer pops up from nowhere. And all these cases, why did Saad Ansari not get one single pro bono lawyer? And he was left.
Indeed.
He was left to his own fate for 16, 17 odd days. And now there are, and also another thing, please note that there was an FIR and you have spoken to the corporator Baba Bauddin.
Yes.
There are 17 people who have been named in that FIR. And Article 141, 43, 145, 505, all of them have been slapped on them. But they are roaming free as if nothing has happened. As if they have a full right to go to anybody's doorstep and slap and abuse them and ask them to read the kalma. What were they trying to prove? And this is where we want to ask the Supreme Court also that how come he does not have an Article 19A? He is not a citizen of the country just because he is young and just because he is educated Muslim. But what about his blatant violation of freedom of expression? We want to ask all the liberal heads who turn up to ask about and give the whole duhai of freedom of expression. Where is it?
Total silence.
The court should have taken so much of cognizance of the fact that all he did was express his opinion.
Yes.
And that's about it. I don't think he advised. I have read now, of course, it is out of sight of what he has said. Everybody, the entire organizations, and in a completely institutionalized way, they have removed Saad Ansari's comments. Now, it was simple 19-year-old giving an advice to his own community.
Yeah.
That's about it.
The point is that, the short point of all of this is when that bail was finally granted after 16 days, not 2 or 3 days, 16 days in jail. This boy spent 16 days in jail. You can imagine what that did to him also. And he's gone into depression and now he's been sent into hiding away from his loved ones because that is the kind of threat from these religious fanatics. That is the scary story of Saad Ansari. We will keep a track of it because, as you can imagine, the story is far from over. It has touched a chord with us and our viewers, and I promise we will continue to keep track of this very carefully. We will also ask the government in Maharashtra about whether they are extending any kind of protection for Saad and his family. That's the point of us raising this story because it has ramifications for so many other stories that we're tracking. Shweta Shalini, thank you very much for being with us here. That's a wrap on 5 Live. Thanks for watching. Up next is 6 p.m. Prime with Nabila Jamal. It's the biggest political fight in town between Kejriwal and the centre. He says, bring it on. Hum Shaheed Bhagat Singh ke aulad hain, Savarkar ke nahi. All about it next.
इस समय पूरी दुनिया में लोग कंफ्यूज्ड हैं। वो समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, क्या सच है, क्या झूठ है। और ये स्पष्टता हम आपको अपने इस नए शो में देंगे। सब कुछ ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में बताएंगे। इस शो में मेरे बालों के अलावा कुछ ग्रे नहीं होगा। हर खबर ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट की तरह बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होगी।
After the Philippines, now Indonesia wants this missile from India. It is in high demand across the world. This is the Indo-Russian Brahmos missile. As per reports, India is in the advanced stages of signing an export deal for the Brahmos missile with Indonesia. Indonesia is expected to buy the ship-borne variant of the cruise missile for its warships. In January this year, the Philippines had signed a $375 million contract for the shore-based variant of the Indo-Russian Brahmos anti-ship missile. Apart from the Philippines and Indonesia, Vietnam is also interested in acquiring the Brahmos. India is also known to be in talks with Argentina, Brazil and South Africa for the sale of Brahmos, as New Delhi seeks to increase its defence exports as part of the government's Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat initiatives.
हम हमारे हथियार जो उत्पादन होते हैं उसकी इज्जत हम नहीं करेंगे और हम चाहेंगे कि दुनिया हमारे हथियारों की इज्जत करे, तो ये संभव नहीं होने वाला है। शुरुआत हमें अपने से करनी होती है और ब्रह्मोस इसका उदाहरण है। जब भारत ने ब्रह्मोस को गले लगाया, दुनिया ब्रह्मोस को गले लगाने के लिए आज कतार में खड़ी हो गई है। दोस्तों, हमें अपने हर निर्मित चीजों के प्रति हमें गर्व होना चाहिए।
The Brahmos is one of the fastest supersonic cruise missiles in the world, and it can be launched from submarines, ships, aircrafts or land. It moves at almost 3 times the speed of sound, making it notoriously difficult to intercept. The 8.4 meter long Brahmos missile can deliver a conventional warhead weighing up to 300 kilograms. The current variants of the missile have about 500 kilometers of range.
Six-time Premier of Sri Lanka, Ranil Wickremesinghe, is the 8th executive president of the island nation. In the voting that took place in the Sri Lankan parliament, he got 134 votes as against 82 that the principal opposition candidate, Dallas Ala Peruma, was able to secure, and just 3 that the left leader, Anura Kumara Disanaike, was able to secure. And this shows in the 225-member parliament in Sri Lanka, Ranil Wickremesinghe got the maximum votes. But he does have a massive task ahead of him. Sri Lanka is bankrupt. The country is in deep trouble. India, of course, has bailed Sri Lanka out with a $3.8 billion worth assistance, not just in deferred payments of $1.8 billion, but also assistance in terms of petrol and fuel in general, oil, food, medicines, gas, essential supplies. All of them are being supplied to Sri Lanka, and fertilizers that Sri Lanka so desperately requires. Now, Ranil Wickremesinghe has tried to distance himself from the unpopular decisions and policies of his predecessor, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, especially when it comes to the sorry situation Sri Lanka is in at this point of time. And there were a number of decisions that Gotabaya Rajapaksa had taken, including either reduction of taxes, which reduced government's income, or going organic on farming, which meant farm yields reduced. There weren't enough...
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. In association with SBI pre-approved personal loan in just 4 clicks. JioMart, हर घर का मार्ट। Say hello to latest political fight. केजरीवाल बीजेपी किकबैक्स दंगल।
तुम लोग सावरकर की औलाद हो, हम लोग भगत सिंह की औलाद हैं।
केजरी रोर्स, भगत नॉट सावरकर।
Watching 6 p.m. Prime, I'm Nabila Jamal. That's our top focus right on top of the hour. Arvind Kejriwal now struggling with the new LG and the Chief Secretary of the state. It seems like they're at loggerheads, several issues that they now have to be answerable for. Taking you through those updates. First, the headlines. The Musewala murder tape trails. Gangster nexus between Lawrence Bishnoi and Canada-based Goldy Brar. In the tape, Bishnoi tells his aide to inform Goldy about the murder. An India Today exclusive. Actor Salman Khan meets Mumbai CP over threat letter, submits an application for weapon license for protection. And big showdown over Delhi liquor policy. Lieutenant Governor accuses Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia of financial favours. Kejriwal hits back, calls charges as baseless, skips the meeting with LG.
जेल से हमें डर नहीं लगता। तुम लोग सावरकर की औलाद हो, जिसने अंग्रेजों से माफी मांगी थी। हम लोग भगत सिंह की औलाद हैं। अंग्रेजों के सामने झुकने से मना कर दिया और फांसी पर लटक गया।
Showdown over Prime Minister Modi's Har Ghar Tiranga push. Congress calls it hypocrisy, says it took 52 years for the RSS to hoist a national flag at their headquarters in Nagpur. And after massive cross-voting in president polls, now opposition unity for vice president polls collapses. TMC won't back Margaret Alva. Mamata Banerjee furious over not being consulted. Alva hits back, says not the time for whataboutery. Actors Ajay Devgan and Surya win the Best Actor award for their movies. Tanhaji and Surya Rai Potru. South actress Aparna wins Best Actress award. All right, now the third term of the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi hasn't really been smooth sailing. In fact, far from smooth sailing. The intense face-off between Arvind Kejriwal and the centre is now out there in the open. And ever since the new Delhi LG, VK Saxena, and Chief Secretary Naresh Kumar have taken charge in the month of May, it appears that Kejriwal government has run short of excuses. Both of them, with their great working relationship, have started to challenge the Delhi government on many fronts, be it the latest allegation against Manish Sisodia on receiving kickbacks over the excise policy, or Arvind Kejriwal being banned from going to Singapore, or even the ACB, the Anti-Corruption Bureau's inquiry ordered into Delhi school buildings constructions. The duo have now begun to crack a whip. I'm going to take you through some breaking news to establish the animosity between the Delhi LG Chief Secretary and the government. Arvind Kejriwal now and the centre, it seems like the face-off is only escalated. Delhi LG and their house say that after excise policy row, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal now decides to skip the meeting with Delhi LG. Kejriwal skips the meeting with the LG at this point. In fact, Delhi Chief Minister's office says this meeting was scheduled to happen on the 8th of July and that's why he may have missed. Today, Chief Minister has cancelled the meeting with the Delhi LG due to some prior engagement. This is the response of the Aam Aadmi Party. But nonetheless, this really shows that clearly at this point, the Delhi LG and the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi not getting along. It seems like there are various issues that the Aam Aadmi Party is now looking to counter. Many allegations levelled by the Delhi LG and the Chief Secretary. Clearly here over the allegations of kickbacks received over their excise policy. There was a meeting to be held at the Delhi LG's office, but it appears that the Kejriwal government has now backed off. Kejriwal, as the Chief Minister, has not appeared for the meeting. Kejriwal and the centre showdown only exploding. Arvind Kejriwal, did he really know about the excise policy lapses? That's the question. Chief Secretary sent a report to Chief Minister and the LG on the 14th of July. Excise policy controversy only intensifying. According to sources in LG office, the Chief Secretary was duty bound under Rule 57 of the ToBRs, which is a transaction of business rules, to inquire and bring to the notice of the LG and the Chief Minister about procedural lapses. The Chief Secretary of Delhi submitted the report to the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal as well as the LG on 14th of July itself. So the question here is, of course, whether Arvind Kejriwal indeed knew about the lapses in the excise policy. Some really harsh allegations that we're looking at against Manish Sisodia. Did he at all receive kickbacks over the government's excise policy? Let me quickly cut across to our reporters joining live, Abhishek Anand and Milan Sharma, tracking those developments. Milan, a quick word from you. We're seeing the Delhi LG holding a meeting today, which they hoped that the Chief Minister would appear. They wanted to extensively discuss the excise policy and the lapses that they've observed. And Arvind Kejriwal seems to have skipped this meet. But from what we see here, on the 14th of July itself, the Chief Secretary has submitted a report to him. So he may have very well known that this meeting was coming up.
Well, yes, what we hear from the Delhi government sources is that this meeting, Nabila, was earlier scheduled on the July 8th. But despite that, it was cancelled because the Lieutenant Governor's office had some prior engagement on the July 8th as well on this particular issue. Now, the meeting did not come forward after that. 14 July is when this report was submitted by the CS. And here we know that today that the meeting was scheduled by the Lieutenant Governor. Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi CM, has decided to skip the meeting. But however, sources say that he hasn't skipped the meeting due to this very reason. But it remains to be seen, because now swords are out once again between the Lieutenant Governor in Delhi as well as the Chief Minister. This is something that has been happening for every policy that the Aam Aadmi Party ruling government in Delhi brings forward, and this time it's the excise policy on liquor. So everything that goes through the Lieutenant Governor, the CM office, or at least the Chief Secretary, has to answer for it. And certainly this has blown out of proportion now.
Milan,
because
the fact that the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal hasn't appeared for the meeting itself raises a lot of questions on the intention to really work on this allegation that the LG has levelled against them. In fact, the Delhi LG now also asking for a CBI probe into this. So these are really harsh allegations against a party that claims to be absolutely honest. We have our reporter as well, Abhishek Anand, to give us some more insights on that. Abhishek, that report that was given by the Chief Secretary mentions several lapses in the excise policy. That Manish Sisodia may have taken kickbacks, he may have received some kind of money for the licenses issued, has favoured many licensees. What's the fact? Give us through those top 3 allegations that have been mentioned in that report.
Well, Nabila, the allegations made against the policy is very clear. The policy, after the implementation of this policy, big players of the liquor industry came to Delhi, and after that a series of new liquor shops started opening. When these liquor shops started opening in the residential areas, the local residents protested, and these protests were encashed by the BJP and the Delhi Congress, and they joined these protests and tried to corner the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, the allegations are these big players are subletting the new liquor shops in the residential areas, haphazardly expanding their businesses, and this is all happening because of the patronage of the new liquor policy. See, this is not a direct attack on the minister, the excise minister, but the recommendation of the LG itself says that all these things are happening under the excise policy, which has been drafted and which has been monitored by the excise minister who is Manish Sisodia. So now the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that this move is also politically
motivated, and that's understood.
Like
of course, the Aam Aadmi Party, we heard very clearly saying that these allegations are only an attempt to tarnish a very honest and forthright government like the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal and the comments he made against this, saying that the government is scared of him. The central government, the BJP, is scared of him and his party. In fact, a massive showdown over this Delhi liquor policy has erupted. Lieutenant Governor accuses Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia of financial favours. Kejriwal hits back, calls charges as absolutely baseless. In fact, Kejriwal also skips the meeting with the Delhi LG on the same matter. Here's a quick detailed report.
The Arvind Kejriwal government in Delhi is under central scanner. Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has recommended a CBI probe into the Delhi Excise Policy 2021-22. This comes after a report by the Delhi Chief Secretary indicated procedural lapses by the Kejriwal government to provide undue benefits to liquor licensees. The Chief Secretary's report says the Excise Department, allegedly under the orders of Manish Sisodia, decided to allow a waiver of 144.36 crore rupees to the liquor licensees on the tendered license fee under the excuse of COVID-19 pandemic. The report says Aam Aadmi Party government extended undue financial favours to the liquor licensees much after the tenders had been awarded. The BJP is now gunning for Manish Sisodia, who is considered CM Kejriwal's most trusted man and the number 2 in his cabinet. The CM has jumped to his deputy's defence.
तो 3-4 महीने पहले जब इनके लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि मनीष जी को गिरफ्तार करने वाले हैं, मैंने कहा मनीष ने क्या कर दिया, क्या केस है? तो उन्होंने बताया अभी कोई केस नहीं है, कुछ मिला नहीं है, ढूंढ रहे हैं, कुछ बना रहे हैं।
144.36 करोड़ का जो वेवर है, क्या वो मनीष सिसोदिया जी के नेतृत्व में उन कंपनियों को दिया गया?
Kejriwal claimed BJP wants to jail Sisodia to stop their advance in other states after their election victory in Punjab.
ये लोग झूठे केस बना बना के हमारे ऊपर कीचड़ फेंकना चाहते हैं, ये दिखाना चाहते हैं दुनिया को कि देखो ये भी हमारे जैसे ही हैं, जैसे हम भ्रष्ट हैं ये भी वैसे ही हैं, ये भी भ्रष्टाचारी हैं। पर दुनिया इनके यकीन नहीं कर रही, दुनिया खुद ही कह रही है कि झूठे केस लगा रहे हैं।
25 दिसंबर 2021 को एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट ने नोटिस दिया इन सारी कंपनियों को जिनको मद्यपान से जुड़े हुए लिकर लाइसेंसेस दिए गए। इस पर क्या एक्शन हुआ, क्या कोई काम हुआ, नहीं हुआ, कार्रवाई हुई, नहीं हुई, और इसका क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन, क्या स्थिति है, ये बताएं।
East Delhi MP Gautam Gambhir accused the Delhi government of promoting alcoholism in the state, while Aam Aadmi Party questioned the Narendra Modi government on its failure to catch fugitive business tycoons.
हमारे मुख्यमंत्री पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा, आज तक कुछ नहीं निकला। हमारे उप मुख्यमंत्री पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा, कुछ नहीं निकला। सुष्मिता सेन को ललित मोदी मिल जाता है, मोदी जी को ललित मोदी नहीं मिलता है। मोदी जी को मेहुल चौकसी नहीं मिलता, मोदी जी को नीरव मोदी नहीं मिलता। मोदी जी को चश्मा पहन के विजय माल्या 10,000 करोड़ लूट कर चिढ़ाता है, वो नहीं दिखता।
आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार कहाँ रही है अब तो ये ठेकेदारों की सरकार हो गई है। और सिंगापुर, वहाँ पर क्या सिंगापुर जाके भी खालिस्तानियों की एंट्री करवाना चाहते हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, जिस तरीके से पंजाब में करवाई है। जब कोविड के समय जब राशन की ज़रूरत थी तो कितने माइग्रेंट लेबर्स को दिल्ली से बाहर भगाया गया। उसके बाद जब ऑक्सीजन की कमी थी तो राजनीति करी। उस वक्त पे ठेके खोल के सिर्फ पैसे कमाने की कोशिश की जा रही थी, और उस समय भी इनको पैसे कमाने की पड़ी थी जब देश को एक इंसानियत की ज़रूरत थी। तो ये आम आदमी पार्टी अब हटा के नाम अब ठेकेदार की सरकार कर देनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ठेके वालों की तो सरकार है ये।
Delhi government's excise policy that privatized liquor business has become the new political flashpoint between the BJP and Aam Aadmi Party. A CBI probe into liquor policy could dent Aam Aadmi Party's claim of corruption-free governance. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, Delhiites clearly who enjoyed the offers given by the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi on buy one, get one free on most of the liquor that was available, at least for the last 3 months, may just have to cut their celebrations short, because the Delhi LG's report on lapses in the excise policy of the Aam Aadmi Party government is certainly worrisome. We're looking at multiple points. We're looking at procedural lapses that's been highlighted here as lapses within the excise policy. Also, undue benefits to liquor licensees is the allegation levelled against Manish Sisodia and the Aam Aadmi Party. We're seeing an allegation of financial quid pro quo. Of course, favoured many of those licensees for money is what the report goes on to say. And clearly, we're looking at several other allegations of close to 144 crores that was allegedly given to many of the companies that were wanting licenses from the Aam Aadmi Party government. All right, here we're looking at the Aam Aadmi Party right now going through quite some tough times against fighting against the LG as well as the Chief Secretary. In fact, the allegation is that waiver of 144.3 crores to liquor cartel was given out, and also kickbacks and commissions. This was understood while the LG called in Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to come by and discuss on the matter. He skipped the meeting saying these are false allegations. All right. It's not just this issue that has really led to the face-off between the Delhi Chief Minister and the centre. We're looking at several other issues, including the Singapore visit, which appears that the central government has decided to block Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister, from going. In fact, this Singapore visit seemed to be quite crucial for Arvind Kejriwal. He wanted to be part of a summit there, but his proposal has been blocked twice. Kejriwal has now written a letter to the Ministry of External Affairs for political clearance. In fact, Kejriwal wants to attend the 8th World City Summit and WCS Mayors Forum in Singapore on August 1st. Delhi Lieutenant Governor has asked him not to attend the conference. That was prima facie a conference of mayors, saying it wasn't befitting an attendance by the Chief Minister. In fact, the Delhi LG has pointed out that the conference will be covering different aspects of urban governance, which in the case of Delhi are addressed by diverse civic bodies. Earlier, Kejriwal had written a letter to Prime Minister Modi and questioned why an elected chief minister and a free citizen of the nation was being stopped from going.
दिल्ली के कामों को रोकना चाहते हैं। दिल्ली के अंदर जो शानदार काम हो रहे हैं, सिंगापुर की सरकार पूरे दुनिया के मेयर बुलाए उन्होंने और केजरीवाल को बुलाया कि आके इनको जरा सा सिखाओ कि आप दिल्ली में क्या काम कर रहे हो। इससे बड़ी गर्व की बात क्या हो सकती है? दिल्ली के कामों की पूरी दुनिया में चर्चा हो रही है। ट्रंप साहब की वाइफ आई थी, वो हमारे स्कूल देखने जाती हैं। ये हमारे दिल्ली के कामों को रोकना चाहते हैं। खासकर दिल्ली में एजुकेशन और हेल्थ में बहुत शानदार काम हुए, इसीलिए उन्होंने पहले हेल्थ मिनिस्टर को जेल में डाला और अब एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर को इन्होंने जेल में डाला।
बहुत ही मीन पॉलिटिक्स के तहत इस तरह की हरकतें की जा रही हैं, तो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने अब ये निर्णय लिया है कि वो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स में पॉलिटिकल क्लियरेंस के लिए अप्लाई कर रहे हैं। और हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि भारत एलजी साहब की राय से जैसे सीएम साहब इत्तेफाक नहीं रखते हैं, भारत सरकार भी माननीय हमारे जो विदेश मंत्री हैं, विदेश मंत्रालय, वो भी इस बात को देखेंगे कि कैसे अगर दिल्ली के काम से विदेश में भारत की साख बनती है तो इनको पॉलिटिकल क्लियरेंस दी जाए। तो हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि केंद्र सरकार बहुत जल्द पॉलिटिकल क्लियरेंस इसकी देगी और उसके बाद में दिल्ली का मॉडल सिंगापुर में दुनिया भर के लीडर्स के सामने रखा जा सकेगा।
देखिए, केंद्र सरकार के नुमाइंदे एलजी साहब ने जिस तरह से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के सिंगापुर जाने की फ़ाइल को वापस भेज दिया है, ये बहुत दुख की बात है। ये एक बहुत छोटी सी तुच्छ राजनीति दिखा रहा है। ऐसा लग रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और प्रधानमंत्री जी अरविंद केजरीवाल से इतना डरने लग गए हैं, इतनी नफरत करने लग गए हैं कि आज अरविंद केजरीवाल के विरोध में वो देश विरोधी हो गए हैं। तो हमारा तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी से यही आग्रह है कि इस तुच्छ राजनीति से ऊपर उठें और देश के बारे में सोचें।
Let me cut across to Milind for more on that. Milind, we're also looking at Kejriwal being blocked to move to Singapore. He's also shot off a letter to the MEA, External Affairs, hoping that he might seek some relief from there. That event is due to be held between July 30th to August 3rd. So there's barely any time for them to grant him permission. Do you think he'll get clearance?
Well, that seems tough at the moment because a lot of procedures that were supposed to be followed, the External Affairs Ministry is also currently looking into it, while the Lieutenant Governor had also said that this kind of visit of the World Leaders Summit in Singapore, where mostly mayors from various places are going to come, doesn't befit for Chief Minister of a state of Delhi in India, a UT in fact. But certainly, let me just briefly take you through one of the procedural things that the CM should have done at that moment was to write to the Cabinet Secretariat and the Ministry of External Affairs for the proposed visit. And this is one point that's being raised as well. And meanwhile, Arvind Kejriwal, they're clearly saying that he's been refused to step out of the country to attend a World Leaders Summit because, of course, in this particular summit, you'll see a lot of business heads, a lot of business leaders come forward, meet with the representatives there and bring forward businesses to those countries or to those governments later on. So such kind of business events are usually attended by people. But in this case, Nabila, Arvind Kejriwal has not been allowed to attend, and he has been saying that the government is purposely stopping him from doing so.
All right, we're seeing, of course, and this is naturally led to this belief by the Kejriwal government that the centre does not want him to go because this is political vendetta. And these allegations of the excise policy kickbacks has further intensified this face-off between the centre and the Kejriwal government. Thank you very much, Milind, for joining us. Coming up on the other side of a short break, superstar language war only getting bigger. Actors Kicha Sudeep, Dhanush and Vijay Deverakonda now roar in unison, saying they are not South actors. Please call us Indian actors. Let the North-South divide stop. On the other side, stay with us.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Are you planning for an interplanetary visit? Why not take a bullet train to Mars? Yes, you heard it right. In a few years, that will be possible, thanks to Japan's interplanetary commuting plans. Researchers from Japan's Kyoto University in collaboration with Kajima Construction are working on this plan. It's called Hexa capsules. And the transportation system is called Hexatrack. As you can already figure from its name, the trains will have hexagonal-shaped capsules. The capsules will use electromagnetic technology, which is already used in maglev trains in China and Germany. According to the proposal of the Japanese researchers, a mini capsule with a 15-meter radius linking to the Earth and Moon. For connecting the Moon and Mars, a 30-meter radius capsule will be needed. Researchers at Kyoto University plan to build a habitat that would recreate the facilities on Earth. It is to tap into the terrestrial, natural capital. The researchers aim at building a narrowed living structure in the shape of a champagne flute with artificial gravity, green areas and water bodies, complete with public transportation. The structure will be known as the glass, but something like this would take years or centuries to build. Isn't this exciting? Interplanetary travel for everyone, even when you are not an astronaut.
You are watching.
So there has been a lot of talk recently about a security vulnerability on smartphones known as the dirty pipe vulnerability. Now this one has the potential to infect major Android smartphones and any other device which is functioning on the Linux operating system. Now Linux is one of the most popular operating systems and Android is powered by Linux. What happens is when this dirty pipe vulnerability infects any Android smartphone, it will not only compromise the operating system but the phone as well, and it will make it susceptible to further attacks. So if you use an Android phone, this is very crucial information. The attacker can easily bypass the security and gain root access to modify the system without taking your permission. Basically, it puts your device at risk of foreign intrusions and it can tweak the system any way they want. Dirty pipe is the name of the vulnerability, a serious bug in the operating system which allows malicious data to be injected into any file. Now this vulnerability has been found on the Linux kernel version 5.8 or higher versions of this. And since most of the phones in the market, including Android smartphones which majorly dominate the market, since all of them are built over the Linux kernel version, this is a major concern. Android 12 users are most at risk because it has been discovered that the Linux kernel version 5.8 has been majorly used in Android 12. So if you're wondering how do you get to know which version of Linux your phone is functioning on, this is the way to do it. Go to settings on your phone, click on About Phone. Scroll down to the Android software version. Tap on it and that will tell you the Linux kernel version that your phone is on. So if the Linux kernel version that your phone is functioning on is 5.0 and below, then your phone is really not in danger. But if the Linux kernel version is 5.0 and above, then make sure that you check for any updates on your smartphone. And if you don't find any, then do contact the smartphone manufacturer to ensure that your phone remains safe.
Superstar language war gets bigger. Top stars break their silence on India today.
If you look at the Chinese films to other films, started traveling much earlier. We are starting to travel within India now.
South and North star war explodes. Superstars roar where Indian actors.
To the day where it's no longer called North and South and we just actors from India, Indian actors.
Pan-India versus Bollywood. Who's on top? India Today blockbuster exclusive.
And before I get to the South Stars breaking, here's some big news coming in on politics over Modi's Har Ghar Tiranga push. BJP and the Congress straight charges at each other. Rahul Gandhi fires fresh salvo at the BJP. Rahul says, and I quote, livelihood of Khadi flag makers destroyed. BJP fires a fresh salvo against the Congress. Union Minister now reacts. Congress Union Minister Rijiju says Congress raising irrelevant issues. The Congress has no agenda, no business in hand. The Union Minister further saying that the Congress is now attempting to galvanize patriotism. This is Kiran Rijiju responding to all that face-off. In fact, Jairam Ramesh hit out at the BJP saying for several decades, close to 55 years, the RSS never hoisted the Indian flag. It took them so long. So now the BJP's campaign on Har Ghar Tiranga is just a farce. Kiran Rijiju reacting to those allegations by the Congress leaders. Let's hear it.
Congress party, rather than giving a supporting role to do any honor for the country, they will always be dismissive of any attempts or any steps to galvanize patriotism, nationalism in the country. Congress party, I think they are completely bankrupt.
All right, cutting across to the language war between the North and South. The North-South divide seems to have intensified with many more stars now coming forward, like Kicha Sudeep, Dhanush, Vijay Deverakonda, raising this issue, saying enough is enough. It's about time that you start addressing us as Indian actors and not South stars. Kicha Sudeep, in an exclusive interview with India Today, I spoke to him myself, weighed in on the North-South divide. In fact, he stated that cinema is beyond language and no one should term this divide as North and South. It should be looked at as one unit, as Indian cinema, and they should be called as Indian actors. At a press conference of the grey man, Dhanush further has said that we would rather prefer being called as Indian actors and not South actors. He also said that every film is a national film. It shouldn't be called as regional film. All films from India should be called as Indian films. Actor Vijay Deverakonda, also in the similar tune, has said that he hopes that there will be one day where this North-South divide disappears and actors will soon enough be addressed from whichever part of the country that they belong as Indian actors and not based on their geographical location.
It's been an industry which has always, now it's loud, but we've always been working with each other. It's just that now we're doing cinema where the entire country watches, and it's about time that this happens. I think I'm looking forward to the day where it's no longer called North and South and it's just called Indian cinema and Indian actor. It will be really great if we function together and make movies for everybody, not just South audience or North audience. It's not regional film, it's a national film, not regional films. Every film is a national film. People watch South films, we watch North films, like every film is for everybody. Especially with the digital platforms, now everybody has easy access to watch everybody's work. Talents are easily seen, people can, this is a great time to be an actor as well. If you do a good job, if you do your job right, you are noticed by everybody. So it's just great. It just doesn't make sense even now at these times to mention me or anybody as South actor. We're just actors from India, Indian actors.
In fact, I did speak with actor Kicha Sudeep, who's a superstar of the South, and he kind of settled the debate between this North-South divide and this language war, etc., and said that, finally, the Southern industry has woken up to its potential, and it's about time that people acknowledge their presence. Let's have a listen. When we speak of stories, do stories really have territories?
No. I think stories doesn't have territories. I think it's your way of telling the story that can attract or not attract people. I would not even say scale, or I would not even say content. I think it's the way you say it. Like, for example, we sitting in India, we have adored Thai films, we have adored Korean films and series, forget films. We watch every language, we just go through the subtitles and we are watching series. Yeah, people are watching series. Now, when they made this series somewhere, I think it's in the COVID time that everything penetrated. But before that, when they made also, I don't think they kept it in mind that, they want to reach out to everywhere, and they just made it.
Yeah.
And it started traveling. See, this is the time to travel. Whether you like it or not, films will travel.
Correct.
If you look at the Chinese films to other films, started traveling much earlier. We are starting to travel within India now. Though we are all Indians, we started traveling much later. If you can get it right, we are very late. But at least sometime it has to happen. It had to happen.
Why do you think the world is woken up to us?
World is not woken up to us.
We
are woken up to realize our potentials. I think that's the way I look at it. And when you realize your potential, and when you're confident about your stuff, and when you stand up and say this is it, and when you aggressively move, I think anybody makes way. At least you get an attention.
As much as you say that, I'd still say that it was not like we ever lacked stories or ever lacked good cinema.
As I told
you think it was the way we marketed it, or
nothing? It's our belief that has started increasing now. That's all it is. See, something had to make way. It's our belief that's making it now that, we could also... And Hindi was already going all over the place globally long back.
Yeah.
South films too, all other languages, North, many are waking up thinking now they realize the potential of cinema, that it can go anywhere. That's all it's our belief. It's got nothing to do with anything
beyond
else.
Language. Cinema is anyway beyond language.
Yeah. We are believing it now. So that's why the sudden strength is popping up.
Since you did mention Hindi, that has always gone places. Maybe South has woken up late, or we've realized our potential now lately. Do you feel that post the recent success of many of the Southern films, there's newfound respect for Southern actors, or was it always a welcoming?
If it is a newfound respect also, there's nothing wrong in it.
Yeah, no, but do you feel that today Southern stars have this different aura?
No, Southern stars always had this aura. They always had a territory. They always had that. Nobody wanted to actually, no hero from any state was waking up to say that I'll go there and do this, I'll go here and do this. I think it just happened suddenly. And because of that, looking down upon Hindi film industry and saying South films are getting better, I don't accept that. See, it's a phase. Like even Virat Kohli is having a bad phase right now. He's a superstar. He's a pool of talent. You can't sideline him.
True.
He is going through a bad patch. That doesn't mean he'll not wake up. I keep saying, even when you want to sleep, people have to go to that angle only. You have to lie down. And morning you wake up. So that doesn't mean people are successful. They stand up and sleep, right? They have to go to bed.
Revenue generation today.
Like that Hindi film industry. And right now, Bhool Bhulaiyaa 2 is a hit. It did fantastic business. That doesn't mean you're sidelined.
Gosh, but no match to the kind of revenue generation that South films are garnering at this point.
Not South films, one or two. You can't generalize. Just because 2 to 3 films from South, which definitely deserve what they got, and they worked well for it.
Yeah.
Because of that, we can't really sideline anything else. It's not fair. Let every film coming from here make that size, make that noise, and every film coming from any other language make that noise, and then we'll have a debate.
Amen.
No, right now, no. It's not right. But one thing, because of these few films doing extremely well, there's a beautiful foundation for everyone.
You being in the news recently on our channel about all this Hindi North-South debate and divide, has it finally been put to rest?
It was put to rest that the same day only. I think you people have been continuously taking, even till now you're taking.
The Prime Minister had to step in. He came in after what you said, and there was this whole discussion, and then he said...
Prime Minister didn't come
said
because
all
of what I said.
Are equally important.
He came in because of the way other politicians to politics, the way they were handling this, and it was going all over the place. I think it was very, it was a much required thing from the Sri Prime Minister Modi ji, that he had to come and intervene and say that. And I think that is when I tweeted back. I welcomed that statement back because, see, what me and Ajay Devgan sir had was a small debate over something else. And then when it went there, I think we both didn't belong there, Nabila. We were not the ones responsible for it. See, I respect that man. So we were not fighting, and neither did I want to react and make it look like,
Ajay Devgan coming, at you quite snappily.
See, what's wrong in that? See, he may have had a wrong interpretation. He was trying to secure the language. He was trying to stand by it. I don't see nothing wrong. Did I go back on that? I went back and I actually first 2 tweets, I very clearly and slowly only explained everything. As in, I could have also taken up. It's not that. See, not that we fear anyone.
Correct.
But that was not the intent. I met him. He's a great person, actually. In person, if you meet him, he's a gentleman. Now, why will I? Because I'm sure that what the story went to him was wrong. The interpretations were wrong. I had to clear it. See, just because I'm going to do something, this is going to make... I don't want wrong news. I don't want to get popular because of wrong things in life. Let me be known for the good things I do in life and for the right reasons, not for otherwise.
Excellent. You know, Southern actors have really worked hard, toiled for them to receive this kind of respect today, and it's all coming from the box office collections. What do we say? Yash devoted 6 years to the KGF franchise. Allu Arjun spent 4 months learning the acting of Chittoor language on how to speak that accent, Telugu accent from Chittoor, for his film Pushpa The Rise. Similarly, Ram Charan and Junior NTR literally surrendered to SS Rajamouli for his magnum opus RRR. These superstars surely have rocked the Indian cinema, but it didn't come easy for them. Here's how tables have turned as of now.
Violence, violence, violence. I don't like it. But violence likes me. Puspa and the floor and fire.
Indian cinema, which was once dominated by Bollywood films, is still reeling with the storm that 3 blockbusters, KGF Chapter 2, RRR and Pushpa The Rise, featuring 4 superstars, Yash, Ram Charan, Junior NTR and Allu Arjun, brought in at the box office. While Pushpa strutted around with a tick in the shoulder and a hand stroking his beard, Rocky lapsed into effortless swag in his dapper suits. Komaram Bhim and Alluri Sitaramaraju, the 2 freedom fighters, on the other hand, delighted the audience with their gravity-defying stunts and how. These superstars received immense love for their role, but as far as the process of adapting them for the big screen goes, it did not come easy. India Today magazine July issue reports Allu Arjun, for instance, spent 4 months in 2020 learning and acting the Chittoor Telugu accent over video calls, courtesy director Sukumar. Yash, meanwhile, devoted 6 years to the KGF franchise.
KGF is not something like, okay, itna budget dala, ye film hum kar denge. It is not that. KGF was something like अपना ये अंडरडॉग स्टोरी होता है ना, it's like that. I always used to joke saying ours is a Lagan team.
British ప్రభుత్వానికి ఎదురు తిరిగిన నేరానికి
Ram Charan and Junior NTR, on the other hand, also spoke about how they surrendered to SS Rajamouli for his magnum opus RRR.
How he's utilized us and made us feel how much more we can offer for a film when it comes our way. And he made us explore ourselves again with RRR.
We are living in his era.
Interestingly, KGF Chapter 2, a Kannada film which was made in multiple languages, was released in 4,500 screens across India on April 14th. Kannada actor Yash and writer-director Prashant Neel etched their names in the pantheon of Indian cinema with the second highest grossing film of all time.
Violence. I don't like it.
And they aren't even done with the franchise. It earned over 990 crore rupees nationwide, and nearly half of it, that is around 427 crore, was from its Hindi version. What's also noteworthy is the fact that this super hit film came on the heels of Telugu blockbuster RRR, which managed to cross 1,000 crore mark globally in just 3 weeks. Something similar happened when crowd puller Pushpa The Rise was rolled out in theatres in December 2021. This Allu Arjun starrer defied expectations as well as box office figures. It earned its way into cinematic history, setting a new record for the pandemic era by raking in 173 crore rupees within the first 3 days of its release. That's not all. It's even performed well with the Hindi audience before streaming online. And fans have ever since been going crazy, imitating Allu Arjun's dialogues as well as his mannerisms. Back-to-back success of KGF 2, RRR and Pushpa The Rise, 7 years after Telugu blockbuster Bahubali, clearly indicates language is no barrier anymore. In fact, It has certainly opened the doors for Indian cinema to reach out to larger audience and has even given several filmmakers a new hope for exploring the pan-India release. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
You know, you may be wondering that we here at India Today have been harping on the success of Southern cinema and this South tsunami of sorts that we're seeing. But we're not just saying it, it's all about the numbers that we're talking about. Let's take you through Bahubali of 2015. Bahubali, the Hindi box office collection has collected about 119 crores. The non-Hindi box office collection shows 303 crores. And then Bahubali 2 in 2017, the Hindi box office collection at 511 crores. The non-Hindi box office collection at 519 crores. And then we have Pushpa The Rise Part 1 that released last December, where the Hindi box office collection was 106 crores, the non-Hindi box office collection at 161 crores. And then RRR this year, 2022, Hindi box office collection for RRR, Ramcharan Tejas, 265 crores. And non-Hindi collection at 507 crores. And then we have KGF Chapter 2, our Karnataka super hit film that's had a pan-world success. The Hindi box office collection alone for KGF 2 is 435 crores, while the non-Hindi box office collection at 424 crores. Well, these are the numbers that we're really looking at. South stars. Now, despising this very term, South actors. I dread saying it, but they do despise it. It's totally valid. They now want to be addressed as Indian actors and not South actors. Their films, they wanted to be addressed as Indian films and not regional cinema. This indeed is a legitimate ask, and it comes from a place of absolute command. Box office collections speak for everything, and it's high time we change our narrative. All right, it's a wrap for me on this show. I'm going to leave you with a really interesting snippet of Bollywood superstar Ranveer Singh, who's often made headlines for its clothes, but this time around is the talk of town for going naked. Here's his latest photo shoot. Thank you for watching.
Trust Ranveer Singh to go over the top for anything and literally everything. The actor, who often is in the news for his unconventional and eccentric fashion statements, is now breaking the internet with these butt-naked photos. He's stripped down to nothing for Paper magazine, something his fans did not foresee. His bold, confident, aesthetic photo shoot was a homage to Burt Reynolds' iconic 1972 shoot for Cosmopolitan magazine, and the article also dubs him as the last Bollywood superstar. Ranveer's decision to go all out for this shoot got overwhelming as well as mixed reactions. While some loved it, others flooded social media with multiple hilarious memes. Bengali actor and politician Mimi Chakrabarti, in fact, shared her thoughts and questioned whether a woman posing in similar pictures would get the same response. While Ranveer Singh's photos caught the eye of many actors like Alia Bhatt, the pictures in no time went viral and social media users had a field day with his name dominating trends on Twitter in India. Interestingly, Deepika Padukone, during a rapid-fire round on Coffee with Karan, was once asked what she loves, hates and tolerates about Ranveer, and this is what she said.
One thing that you love, hate and tolerate about Ranveer Singh.
Okay, I love him for his emotional capabilities, that he's extremely expressive, cries, all of that. Yeah. Then hate him.
Yeah.
Hate him for his lifestyle, like pattern,
yeah.
sleep and all of that.
Yeah.
And
tolerate
his fashion sense.
And now we only wonder what Deepika thinks about his latest avatar. With Deepali Patel, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
इस समय पूरी दुनिया में लोग कंफ्यूज्ड हैं। वो समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, क्या सच है, क्या झूठ है। और ये स्पष्टता हम आपको अपने इस नए शो में देंगे। सब कुछ ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में बताएंगे। इस शो में मेरे बालों के अलावा कुछ ग्रे नहीं होगा। हर खबर ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट की तरह बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होगी।
Thailand is close to introducing chemical castration to tackle sex crime. The bill will give offenders the right to choose the procedure in return for a reduced prison sentence. 145 senators have approved the bill, which the lower house of Thailand have also passed. If the bill gets approved, Thailand will join a small group of countries that use chemical castration. Chemical castration involves administering certain drugs that reduce a recipient's libido, and as a result, it is hoped that their sexual activity also reduces. For men, it is employed to lower the levels of male hormones or androgens. However, its effects are reversible. They last as long as the drug is administered. The violence-related reoffending prevention bill gained exponential support in Thailand. The medication used in chemical castration can only be prescribed with the approval of a psychiatrist specialist and an internal medicine specialist. In fact, the bill also said that certain sex offenders deemed at risk of reoffending may be given the option to receive injections that will lower their testosterone levels. Offenders will be monitored for 10 years and will also be required to wear electronic monitoring bracelets. This method can also be applied to those who have completed their sentence or to those who are in rehabilitation. In fact, countries like South Korea, United States, Czech Republic, Ukraine have adopted this form of punishment. South Korea passed the law in 2011 to tackle child offenders. The Czech Republic is the only country to perform surgical castration where hormone-producing glands are surgically removed. The law was introduced in 1966. In the US, 7 states, California, Florida, Guam, Iowa, Louisiana, Montana, and Wisconsin have legalized chemical castration. Many experts believe that once the drug is used, the offender is less likely to engage in sexual activities. However, it does not prevent sexual violence, though. Many critics say that intercourse is
India's defense forces are pacing towards high-tech weaponry and advanced modern warfare systems. Here's a glimpse of technologies in use and in development for our defense personnel, which were on display at NEO's recently held seminar, Swavlamban. A weapon used by counter-terrorism units. This is the shoot edge, and it facilitates shooting around the corners, over the top or over walls without exposing the firer. The pistol can be swiveled left and right by 65 degrees. It can be fitted with a pistol and it mounts a high-resolution low-light and IR camera. It's fitted with a camera right in front, and the view you get right here. So if there's an obstruction here, you can turn it around, get the view, and it shoots. The controls are ergonomic, and fitting the pistol can be done in a matter of seconds. This is a hybrid, electric-powered load-carrying solution meant for foot soldiers. It can carry up to 120 kgs of weight over any terrain while maintaining mobility on the battlefield. They claim an 8-hour battery life at maximum speed. It's meant to reduce a soldier's carried weight and improve maneuverability. It comes with a wireless remote and can turn on its axis. This is another safety solution for soldiers. It helps in safely carrying, storing, and handling grenades. Traditionally, soldiers would carry grenades in their backpacks, which was extremely risky. To avert the risk, this trigger pouch is developed for different kinds of grenades. This is the drone, this is the view that it gets, and once the drone is deployed. This is the screen I can have on my wrist, and these are basically the shades or the glasses or the eyewear that I'll have on me to see exactly in real time where the drone is going. And that's another screen on which you can see everything. The UAV is capable of operating in a global positioning system denied environment with an endurance of 20 minutes. And you get live updates on a screen which can be attached to the soldier's arm itself, apart from another screen which can be viewed from a distance. This is a non-lethal vessel immobilization solution in development for the Indian Navy. It is a solution which has the ability to transform into a thick gel and rise to the surface to jam the propellers of any suspicious incoming vessel at sea. The solution remains thick for about 2 to 3 hours, allowing the naval force to examine the threat and then liquefies on its own.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University in association with Jeep Meridian, Untamed Sophistication.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for our viewers. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. Biggest news break in Musewala assassination. India Today accesses 1.38 minutes. 1.38 minute call from the murderers to gangster Lawrence Bishnoi confirming the murder of Musewala. The Musewala murder tapes nail the gangster nexus between Lawrence Bishnoi and Canada-based Goldy Brar. In the tape, Bishnoi tells his aide to inform Goldy about the murder. Actor Salman Khan meets Mumbai CP over threat letter, submits application for a weapon license for protection. Big showdown over Delhi liquor policy. Lieutenant Governor accuses Delhi Deputy CM of corruption. Kejriwal hits back, calls charges baseless.
जेल से हमें डर नहीं लगता. तुम लोग सावरकर की औलाद हो, जिसने अंग्रेजों से माफी मांगी थी. हम लोग भगत सिंह की औलाद हैं. अंग्रेजों के सामने झुकने से मना कर दिया और फांसी पर लटक गया.
Political showdown over Prime Minister Modi, Har Ghar Tiranga push. Rahul Gandhi claims Khadi flag makers' livelihood destroyed. Union Minister Rijiju accuses Congress of raising irrelevant issues. After massive cross-voting in President polls, now opposition unity for Vice President polls collapses. TMC will not back Margaret Alva. Mamta furious over not being consulted. Alva retorts, says not the time for whataboutery. Actor Ajay Devgan and Suraya win the Best Actor awards for their movies Tanhaji and Sura Raj Poturu. South actress Aparna Bala Murali wins Best Actress award. Alright, viewers, India Today has the biggest exclusive on the Sidhu Musewala murder case. Listen in to these tapes. Tape.
The chilling murder tape that will make your blood run cold. The biggest clincher yet in the Sidhu Musewala murder investigation is with India Today alone, and it confirms beyond doubt the role of dreaded gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Let's first play out for you the full 1 minute 38-second phone tap in which the murderer, the man who killed Sidhu Musewala, calls his boss Lawrence Bishnoi to say yes, the job is done.
हेलो हेलो हाँ जी जी बोलिए बात हो सकती है हाँ बिल्कुल हो सकती है करवाना ही जरूरी है हाँ जी, एक मिनट। हाँ, थोड़ा जल्दी बता, ऐसी लगे होल्ड पे। चलो, लाइव स्पीकर ऑन करें, गोल्डन लाइफ ऑन। मेरी गल सुन, बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु। ठीक हो? ठीक हो? हाँ, मैं ठीक है। अब मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी। हैं? ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी। की करता? मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी, उससे वाला मारता। मारता। Okay, cut.
This is the biggest breakthrough yet in the Musewala murder investigation. Moments after killing the world-famous singer, one of the killers called Bishnoi while he was behind bars, while he was inside Tihar jail to confirm that yes, हमने Musewala को मार दिया. It also confirms the role of Canada-based gangster Goldy Brar. Listen carefully to the tape. You can hear the mention of Goldy's name.
स्पीकर ऑन करें, गोल्डन लाइफ ऑन। मेरी गल सुन, बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु। ठीक हो? स्पीकर ऑन करें, गोल्डन लाइफ ऑन। मेरी गल सुन, बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु। ठीक हो?
India Today's Arvind Kejriwal had even confronted Lawrence Bishnoi over his murder Musewala plot, and here's how the gangster had responded to repeated questions at the time.
बिश्नोई, सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई? हैं? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया? बिश्नोई?
Every update, every lead was being sent across to Lawrence Bishnoi, and it's clear that the Don plotted the murder of Sidhu Musewala while seated in Delhi's maximum security Tihar jail. He had access to his aides, he had access to a phone while behind bars, and that's how Bishnoi, with ease, pulled off this high-profile murder 300 kilometers away from Delhi in Punjab's Mansa.
के हाथ लगा सिद्धू मूसेवाला हत्याकांड में अब तक का सबसे बड़ा सबूत 1 मिनट 38 सेकंड की ये ऑडियो कॉल, जिसमें तिहाड़ जेल में बंद लॉरेंस बिश्नोई अपने एसोसिएट से बातचीत कर रहा है। ये बातचीत ठीक सिद्धू मूसेवाले की हत्या के बाद हुई थी। इसमें लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का जो शूटर है वो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को बता रहा है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले की हत्या कर दी गई है। अब पंजाब पुलिस इस ऑडियो कॉल पर आगे की अपनी जांच को आगे बढ़ाएगी। कैमरामैन मृदुल के साथ अरविंद ओझा, इंडिया टुडे।
Viewers, what these audio tapes essentially do also is establish very clearly the involvement of Canadian-based gangster Goldy Brar. We're going to keep a keen eye and keep getting you all the developments in the story. I want to shift focus to the big political story right now, which is an all-out war over the flag, the Indian flag, the Tiranga. Now, the latest Har Ghar Tiranga is a campaign which the Prime Minister and the BJP has embarked on. The Congress has hit back saying that a man who worked as a pracharak for many decades, insinuating Prime Minister Modi, an organization like the RSS which never hoisted the Indian flag for 52 years, him being a part of it is talking about the importance of the national flag. Here's more.
Har Ghar Tiranga. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has called upon citizens of the country to join this special movement to mark the 75th anniversary of India's independence. Prime Minister Modi has urged citizens to hoist or display the national flag in their homes between August 13th and Independence Day on the 15th. Prime Minister Modi made the appeal on Twitter, saying the Har Ghar Tiranga movement will deepen citizens' connect with the national flag. The principal opposition, Congress, has dismissed the drive. The Grand Old Party's chief spokesperson, Jairam Ramesh, fired the hypocrisy Zindabad jibe at the Prime Minister and RSS. Jairam Ramesh said Prime Minister Modi was a pracharak of the RSS that didn't hoist the national flag for 52 years in Nagpur. Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra too joined the attack and asked the Prime Minister to fulfill demands of Khadi workers who make national flags. The Khadi industry is protesting the government's decision to allow polyester tricolour flags. The BJP, meanwhile, has hit back at the Congress.
हर घर तिरंगा फहराने की मुहिम के खिलाफ जो जयराम रमेश जी ने जहरीला बयान दिया है, ये उनकी घटिया मानसिकता और मानसिकता की दिवालियापन को बताता है।
पूरे घर घर में 20 करोड़ घरों में हम संदेश लेके जाएंगे,
देश महान बनाने का, और घर घर में यह शान तिरंगा का बढ़ेगा, तभी ये देश महान होगा।
Chief ministers of BJP-ruled states are leaving no stone unturned to make the Har Ghar Tiranga drive successful.
हर घर तिरंगा 11 से 17 अगस्त के बीच में एक बृहद अभियान चलेगा पूरे देश के अंदर।
13 আগষ্টৰ পৰা 15 আগষ্টত পতাকা উত্তোলন কৰাটো কিন্তু কোনেও নাপাহৰিব। এনআৰসিত গৈ এপ্লাই কৰিলে নহয় মই ইণ্ডিয়ান সিটিজেন বুলি, পতাকা উত্তোলন কৰিহে প্ৰমাণ দিব লাগিব যে মই প্ৰকৃততে ভাৰত মাতাৰ সন্তান, হয় নে নহয়?
In Himachal Pradesh, a group of Indo-Tibetan border police jawans hoisted the tricolour in freezing temperatures and inspired people to participate in the drive. The BJP has claimed that nearly 20 crore citizens will join the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. The party has instructed its workers to reach out to common people to ensure their participation. With Himanshu Mishra in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, news break coming in. The MHA has now given the go-ahead to the NIA for the takeover of the PFI Patna case. The NIA, in the process of registering FIRs, that's what sources tell us, will now investigate the whole matter. NIA will take the complete diary of this case from the Bihar police, according to sources. NIA will also investigate the PFI link in the case. Now, a clear handover in order where the Bihar police is concerned to the NIA. All right, viewers, let's move on now. The big other political controversy of the day is the LG has asked that the CBI now take over the investigation in the Aam Aadmi Party's liquor policy, to which Arvind Kejriwal, the chief minister, hit out at the government, at the LG, saying they are not afraid. Lots of charges going backwards and a lot of retorts as well coming in on a number of flashpoints that have taken place where Kejriwal versus the centre is concerned. I spoke to Gautam Gambhir, Delhi MP, a short while ago on it. Mr. Gambhir, appreciate you joining us. Theke ki sarkar to Savarkar ki aulad. It's got that dirty, sir.
Who's made it dirty? I think in last 7 years, Delhi government has fooled the people of Delhi. And when during COVID times, when Delhi needed ration, thousands and thousands of migrants were thrown out of Delhi. And when Delhi needed oxygen, they played dirty politics on oxygen as well. And now we all knew during that time, he was the Delhi chief minister, was the first one to open all these liquor shops, and there were so many queues outside those liquor shops, violating all the lockdown protocols. And in fact, we should all say that he should change the name from Aam Aadmi Party to a Thekedar ki party. And that is very unfortunate because he's lied on all fronts in last 7 years. People should ask him this question. In last 7 years, when you talk about this Delhi model, how many school, colleges, hospital, community kitchens, how much has been invested on infrastructure, how many flyovers, all these things have been done in Delhi. In last 7 years, unfortunately, nothing. So it is very unfortunate that people who call themselves as Aam Aadmi Party have betrayed the people of Delhi on every front.
Mr. Gambhir, the fact
and
is
when he
that,
talks about, and
right, go ahead,
I just
sir.
heard that he spoke about, I just heard that he said that Savarkar ki aulad, और हम माफी नहीं मांगते. How many times has he apologized to the people of Delhi? How many times has he apologized to the other politicians as well? He should ask himself this question. I hope that he has some mirror in his house as well where he can see his own face.
Mr. Gambhir, the Aam Aadmi Party and Mr. Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, says this is all vindictive politics. This is a game plan that after Satyendra Jain, you're using the ploy of the CBI through the LG to try and corner none else but Manish Sisodia. These are central agencies being misused by you.
See, if he is that honest and he always portrayed himself as probably the most honest man and most honest party in the country, then why is he scared about any investigation? If you're absolutely crystal clear, if you live your life in black and white, you don't have to worry about any investigations. Go join the investigations and come out absolutely clean. If there is something wrong, if there is something fishy, then only you get scared of the investigations. No, if Manish Sisodia or for that matter, the CM of Delhi is so honest and his party and his government is so honest, he should join the investigation. There's nothing wrong in it.
Mr. Gambhir, the Chief Minister says we had predicted this. You wrongly implicated Satyendra Jain, and now you are trying to get in Manish Sisodia. They had said that they had predicted this, that you're going to do this.
Yeah, because he knew that there was something fishy he's done, and eventually he's going to get exposed. And that is why he was trying to probably try and play that victim card again, which he has played in the last 7 years. He's always played himself as a victim. He has done nothing for the people of Delhi. So as I just mentioned it to you, if he's so honest, if he thinks that his party and his colleagues are so honest and they've been tainted, he should join the investigation and probably come out clean. No one is stopping him from coming out clean. But why is he so scared, or why is he playing this victim card again when the Deputy CM is asked to join the investigation? Because they have done something which needs to be exposed, which needs to be told to the people of Delhi.
Mr. Gambhir, the other charge at your doorstep is that the Bharatiya Janata Party is trying to hide its own inadequacies, its own failings. They give an example. Why is it that the LG, the government, is trying to stop the Delhi Chief Minister from travelling to Singapore to talk about the Delhi model of governance? It's a ploy because you don't want to. Narendra Modi can travel all across the country as Prime Minister or the world as Prime Minister. What's wrong in Arvind Kejriwal from going to Singapore, they're asking?
What is the Delhi model? First, he needs to come out and tell the people of Delhi what is the Delhi model. Giving free electricity, and that also where 11 lakh houses are paying for the entire electricity of Delhi people, for the people of Delhi for that matter. And what is Delhi model? Free water, and that also dirty water. What is Delhi model? That not even one single hospital, college, no flyovers, nothing on infrastructure, nothing has been built in Delhi in last 7 years. Tell me how many school, colleges, hospital has he opened in last 7 years? What model is he talking about? Does he want to make Singapore like Delhi or Delhi like Singapore? Because he's already promised earlier as well that he wants to make Delhi like London, Paris, New York. No, sorry.
No, sir, those reservations...
I just want to know from him, what is that Delhi model? What is... No, I'm just saying that he needs to tell people of Delhi what is that Delhi model. What has he done in last 7 years? Apart from giving free electricity, which is paid by 11 lakh houses in Delhi, and free water, which also is dirty water now. Tell me what exactly is the Delhi model? Where is the education? Where is the health infrastructure? Where are the flyovers? Where is infrastructure development in Delhi? Can he come out and just explain to people of Delhi, and he can travel wherever he wants after that?
Sir, I'll ask you one final question before I let you go. What the Delhi government is saying is those can be the government's reservation on the Delhi model, but if there is an invitation, an international invitation at that, why stall it? The Prime Minister travels the world. Why stall a Chief Minister from travelling?
First of all, it was only for the mayors, and if he still wants to go there, that is up to him. I have just one single question to him. He should come out and open and talk about Delhi model to the people of Delhi. He's the CM of Delhi, and people of Delhi needs to know what is his model. That is all that matters. And I've already explained this to you. The Delhi model is nothing, just advertisement, nothing beyond that. And it is just a perception that he has created through media and his advertisement, nothing beyond that. He's fooled the people of Delhi in the last 7 years. He'll continue to fool the people of Delhi with this so-called image which he wants to build. That is all he has Delhi model to show to the people of Delhi.
So he is saying that because the Aam Aadmi Party is going into Gujarat, going into Himachal, and going with the calling card of the Delhi model, that's what scares the BJP.
Yeah, because there is no such model. It is just false promises. It is nothing beyond that. It is only through advertisement. It is only through ads. Nothing beyond that. You'll get to know the results in next coming months as well. How much is he going to be successful in Gujarat and other places? He's got, apart from probably Delhi, which he's fooled the people of Delhi, and probably making Khalistanis enter in Punjab through on those bases, he's been able to form a government in Punjab. Apart from that, he's not that big where Bharatiya Janata Party needs to be scared of him.
All right, sir, well, that would be for the people of Gujarat and Himachal to decide. Appreciate the time that you've taken out and joined us. All right, viewers, let's cut across now to the latest that is coming in the Udaipur murders case. At the back of it, in a sensational revelation, It has come to fore that Pakistan terrorist Rizwan plotted to kill Nupur Sharma. A 24-year-old terrorist was arrested from the India-Pakistan international border in the Sri Ganganagar district of Rajasthan. Rajasthan police has said that the Pakistan national who crossed over to India via the international border to kill suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma was influenced by Pakistan-based organization Tehreek-e-Labbaik. Terrorist Rizwan said he was agitated by Nupur's comments. Meanwhile, it has also come to the fore that some arrested terrorist is the one who vandalized Maharaja Ranjit Singh's idol in Pakistan in 2021. This is what he has confessed to the Rajasthan police.
नहीं, ये अकेला ही था. इसके किसी और साथी का बॉर्डर के उस पार या इस पार अभी होने की कोई पुष्टि नहीं हुई है. दूसरा, ये बॉर्डर क्रॉस नहीं कर पाया था. ये फेंस के उस तरफ ही था जब बीएसएफ ने इसे देखा, चैलेंज किया और इसे एप्रीहेंड किया. और अभी तक इसके कोई लोकल कनेक्शंस इंडिया में या कोई इसके पीछे वहां पर कोई इसको मोटिवेट कर रहा हो ऐसा नहीं लगता. ये कोई बहुत ज्यादा प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं था. सिर्फ एक चाकू के अलावा इसके पास कुछ और नहीं था. ज्यादा इसके पास करेंसी भी नहीं थी. ये बस एक रिलीजियसली बहुत ज्यादा मोटिवेटेड है, सेल्फ मोटिवेटेड है ऐसा लग रहा है. और जिस मकसद से चूंकि इतना ये कट्टर है, ये इधर आने की बात बता रहा है.
All right, viewers, let's shift focus. The big war, the language wars continue to simmer, once again coming to the boil in the latest incident this time around. Actor Kicha Sudeep, Dhanush Vijay, Devakonda raised the North versus South divide. Kicha Sudeep, in an exclusive interview with India Today, weighed in on the North and South divide, stating that cinema is beyond language and no one should term it as North or South. At the press conference of the Greyman, Dhanush said he would rather prefer being called as an Indian actor and not a South actor. He also said that every film is a national film and not South Indian film. Actor Vijay Devarkonda also, in a similar tune, suggested he hoped tags like North and South actors disappeared soon and that there is only Indian cinema and not North and South cinema.
It's been an industry which has always, now it's loud, but we've always been working with each other. It's just that now we are doing cinema where the entire country watches, and it's about time that this happens. I think I'm looking forward to the day where it's no longer called North and South and it's just called Indian cinema and Indian actor.
It will be really great if we function together and make movies for everybody, not just South audience or North audience. It's not regional film, it's a national film, not regional film. Every film is a national film. You know, people watch South films, we watch North films, like every film is for everybody. You know, especially with the digital platforms, now everybody has easy access to watch everybody's work. Every talents are easily seen. You know, people can, like, this is a great time to be an actor as well. If you do a good job, if you do your job right, you are noticed by everybody. So it's just great. It just doesn't make sense even now at these times to mention me or anybody as South actor. We're just actors from India, Indian actors.
All right, viewers, let's shift focus right now to all that's going down in our neighbouring island nation of Sri Lanka. Massive crackdown on protesters 2 days after Lanka's new president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, took oath. The People's Movement, led by protest leaders in Colombo, was in full swing till Wednesday. Protesters were seen outside government buildings raising slogans. In the last 12 hours, there is an increase in military activity in the capital. Lankan security forces raided a protest camp occupying government grounds in the main city of Colombo and cleared out a section of it. A sign that the country's new president was cracking down a day after his swearing in. Army completely taking over the presidential secretariat in Colombo. Huge security was deployed outside Galle Face. Military armoured vehicles have also been deployed near the president's house. For that quick fact check, viewers, coming up next on the other side, our special segment.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
We love it. This is my 8th concert, and I think it might be last concert, and that's why we are in France. We came here to 3,000 kilometers.
Les Stones, c'est toute une vie, c'est toute une génération, beaucoup de générations, c'est depuis les années 60, 62. Il faudrait qu'il y en ait... On n'en trouvera plus jamais des groupes comme ça.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our Fact Check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim floating about that GST has been imposed on crematorium service. The fact check on that, incorrect. 18% GST is only for work contracts inside the crematorium. Nothing to do with crematorium services. With that quick fact check, time for us to go into a quick break, but you do stay with me. On the other side is To the Point and a big debate, Arvind Kejriwal versus the centre.
Don't have dollars in our country, and importing of gas cylinders as well as gas and cooking stoves is very difficult for the country to bear, and therefore now people are again resorting to using various forms of cooking.
මාස දෙක තුනක් තිස්සේම අපිට ගෑස් නැහැ. ගෑස් වලින් තමයි ඉන්නේ. දර වලින් තමයි දැනට උයන්නේ හරිම අමාරුයි. හරි දුකක් විඳින්නේ දර වලින් උයන්න ගියාම.
user friendliness of this stove. It's quicker to cook, easy to clean, and emits very little smoke and soot. People now can transition. I'm not saying in the short term, but they can permanently transition from gas and using kerosene to using these stoves, because it provides the same kind of usability as a LPG or a kerosene cooker.
You are watching India Today.
Powered by RK Marble, खूबसूरत ईमानदारी. In association with Jio Mart, हर घर का मार्ट.
Kejriwal versus centre, gloves are off. It's an all-out war. Latest flashpoint, Delhi LG seeks CBI probe in Aam Aadmi Party's liquor policy. Calls the Kejriwal government Thekewali Sarkar. Directly indicts Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia.
One of the ministers is in jail who on the charges of money laundering. Other minister's name is cropping up in excise related issues. Under these circumstances, I think the leader of such people, Mr. Kejriwal, must come in the open and answer these questions.
Furious Delhi CM hits back, says unafraid of witch hunt. Son of Savarkar versus Bhagat Singh's son invoked.
जेल से हमें डर नहीं लगता. तुम लोग सावरकर की औलाद हो जिसने अंग्रेजों से माफी मांगी थी. हम लोग भगत सिंह की औलाद हैं. हम भगत सिंह को अपना आदर्श मानते हैं, जिसने अंग्रेजों के सामने झुकने से मना कर दिया और फांसी पर लटक गया. हमें जेल से, फांसी के फंदे से डर नहीं लगा. कई बार जेल हुआ है हम लोग.
It has been an eyeball-to-eyeball confrontation. From the ED arrest of Satyendra Jain, the face-off over Kashmiri Pandits, no permission to Delhi CM for Singapore summit visit, and now an all-out war over LG's call for CBI probe.
जब कोविड के समय जब राशन की ज़रूरत थी तो कितने माइग्रेंट लेबर्स को दिल्ली से बाहर भगाया गया. उसके बाद जब ऑक्सीजन की कमी थी तो राजनीति करी. उस वक्त पे ठेके खोल के सिर्फ पैसे कमाने की कोशिश की जा रही थी. तो ये आम आदमी पार्टी अब हटा के नाम अब ठेकेदार की सरकार कर देनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ठेके वालों की तो सरकार है ये.
A confrontation simmering for long, now boiling over. 4 months before elections in Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh. Till now, shy of taking on the Prime Minister directly in recent times, Arvind Kejriwal is now all guns blazing, forced to confront the BJP's biggest star campaigner.
तुम लोग सावरकर की औलाद हो जिसने अंग्रेजों से माफी मांगी थी. हम लोग भगत सिंह की औलाद हैं. हम भगत सिंह को अपना आदर्श मानते हैं.
Arvind Kejriwal versus centre. The new chapter begins. Top focus on To The Point this evening. All right, viewers, the pot of confrontation has been boiling for a while now. Has it now reached a crescendo? We're possibly boiling over any time. Multiple flashpoints that have taken place over the course of the last few months. The latest this time, the Lieutenant Governor has clearly stated that there is a need of a CBI probe because he says this government has gotten into financial bungling, where the liquor policy of the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Let's take it one by one. I am joined this evening for our political face-off. I have in the studio Shehzad Poonawala, spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party, Jasmine Shah, spokesperson, Aam Aadmi Party. Jasmine, the fact is, if there is nothing to hide, why be shy of a CBI probe? You've always said that.
We are not shying away from any probe, but one has to see this in a series of such cases that have been put down on Aam Aadmi Party MLAs and ministers. A total of 150 cases have been put on Aam Aadmi Party MLAs in the last 7 years. Many of them with allegations of corruptions, not a single being held by court. Almost every of them has been thrown out by the courts. And as far as CBI raids, ED raids, so many of them have happened. But for some reason, Aam Aadmi Party, after it has won Punjab, the intensity and the vehemence with which all the so-called constitutional bodies have been unleashed upon the AAP has been unprecedented. Satyendra Jain, what is his crime? He built mohalla clinics. He gave a healthcare model for the entire country to emulate. Manish Sisodia, today nobody doubts that he is the finest education minister the country has seen. But BJP, rather than trying to match Aam Aadmi Party for work to work, they cannot see the rising popularity of Aam Aadmi Party. They see that Arvind Kejriwal today is the only threat in front of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Gujarat elections are coming up. Himachal elections are coming up. So what do? You cook up charges. You try and implicate the leaders of Aam Aadmi Party and somehow show that they are as corrupt as we are. Because everybody knows what the track record of BJP is about buying, selling MLAs, wholesale corruption. But we are very sure. We have faith in the judiciary, like in every instance in the past where judiciary has stood by the truth. We are very confident that truth will prevail. But the nation is seeing the kind of politics, the vendetta politics that BJP has gone down to, and the nation will decide when the country goes to polls.
All right, I'm going to bring in your counterpart this evening, Shehzad Poonawalla, into this conversation. Mr. Poonawalla, the Aam Aadmi Party, the Chief Minister says, we aren't afraid, bring it on, but you're trying to hide your own inadequacies in various fields by pointing a finger to the Aam Aadmi Party.
Preeti, I hope I won't be interrupted because this is not an ad slot, this is a debate, and let me make my points. First of all, the Delhi model is the ABCD model. A for advertising, B for blaming center for everything, C for cover-up of corruption, and D for deviation. He's not going to answer questions, he's only going to deviate. C for cover-up for corruption. Satyendra Jain ke baare mein bhi Kejriwal ne kaha tha, he's a kattar imandar. 2 months, Mr. Jain has not got bail. Where is the kattar imandari? He had said this for Jitendra Tomar also, kattar imandar. He had to take a U-turn on that. So are the courts also doing vendetta politics? If the courts are not doing vendetta politics, you would have got relief for Satyendra Jain. But having said that, let me tell you about not the happiness class, but the happiness glass model, which you can even see in Punjab, because they are not giving nal se jal like we are giving, they are giving har ghar daru sharab. And let me tell you what this model is, and specific questions need to be answered. They have started at the peak of COVID 850 liquor vents, and let me tell you what all has been violated. First, the cabinet takes a decision that Manish Sisodia will be empowered to take decisions. It was flagged by the LG. They take the decision in cabinet that they are going to reverse that decision. Despite that, Manish Sisodia takes some decisions. What are those decisions? First, L1, a company of L1 in the airport zone is given an EMD of 30 crores back, even though it had not managed the NOC from the airport authorities. Whereas the contract says and the act says that you cannot do that. Secondly, 144 crores of relief was given to these liquor companies. Point number 3, the operational period of the license was increased by the excise department without going to the competent authority. Point number 4, I have show causes that have been issued by officials of the excise department. Somebody honest must be working there. They have given the license to a manufacturing company for retail, which is not allowed in the policy currently. 5, they have given it to companies like Khao Gali, which were blacklisted. How was that given? What was the procedure? 14 July 2022, another cabinet meeting was held without preparing the cabinet note. I have listed 6 of these violations. He should answer specifically about these 6 violations and the larger political points that I have to make. First of all, your health model, sir. Health model to SI, can you name a new hospital that you built in 7 years? Chalo, health chhod dijiye. School, aap bahut bolte hain na, world class education model. Name one school you started in the last 7 years. Don't tell me about classrooms, because you can keep adding bogies to a train. That doesn't mean it's a new train. Tell me, instead you have shut down 31 schools, 800 schools do not have a principal, and your health model is so good that Kejriwal goes to Bangalore, Bhagwant Mann comes to Delhi and takes his treatment from Apollo, Manish Sisodia takes it in Max Hospital, Satyendra Jain in Max Hospital, Amanatullah Khan in Apollo Hospital. If those hospitals you have built are so good, why don't they go to them, or why don't they go to a mohalla clinic?
All right, okay. You know, we're going to take it one by one. Jasmine Shah, you want to get into this answer, because then we're going to move to the other flashpoint, which of course is the fact that the charge that was laid by the Chief Minister that the government's trying to stall his visit to Singapore. But please, let's get on to with this. He's raised certain questions. Would you like to address those?
Each and everything that Shehzad said is nothing but lie and plain lies. And in fact, these things are being ratted out like Bible by each BJP, and this is the talking points. This is what all BJP people have been said, that forget about evidence. There is not a single piece of evidence, official evidence, supporting any of this fact. These are completely cooked up, and I'll give you one example. He said that the security deposit of some vendor was not forfeited. You know how tendering process, Shehzad, works? That if you do not win, if you do not, EMD has to be returned for people who do not win the final contract. That's how government processes work. So, you're making a fool out of yourself by making the kind of claims that you are. Now, you talked about our education and health model. Yes.
Okay, Jasmine, may I just come back?
One quick point. I want to make a quick retort on education and health. He pointed it out. The entire world today acknowledges that something miraculous is happening as far as education and health in Delhi. The Singapore High Commissioner invited Arvind Kejriwal, did not invite any of BJP CMs, did not invite the Prime Minister or the Education Minister. They invited Arvind Kejriwal. Tell me, why are they not inviting any of you? अगर हम इतने खराब हैं, आप तो 75 साल से देश में सरकार चला रहे हैं, एक स्टेट बताइए जहां पे आपने मॉडल स्कूल्स एंड हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम बनाया हो. गुजरात में बनाया हो. They are at the bottom of the नीति आयोग education rankings. You have not done anything. All that you want to do is, throw garbage and litter at others. हम खराब हैं, लेकिन आप क्या है? आपने कुछ नहीं किया. BJP. You look at the track record of BJP and MCD in Delhi. You have made this the most bankrupt and corrupt body in the entire country. So the reality is that people are seeing this.
Okay, Jasmine, I want to hop back. I want to bring in Shehzad as well, and we have enough time. So for the both of you, I promise you'll get enough time.
Yeah.
But I want to hark back 1 second, Shehzad. Yes, you may. Yes, you may. Give me a minute. But Jasmine Shah, I want to hark back to the points that were raised by Shehzad earlier. What was the need to possibly change the liquor policy when there was an established system that was already working, which, as per the BJP and the LG, has raised issues of propriety and corruption?
No, so let me first of all correct you, because the problem is not with the policy. This is one of the most progressive policies, and I'll tell you the measure of a progressive policy. In the first year of bringing out this policy, the revenues of the state government from excise has increased by 1,300 crores. So if you were to hear BJP's argument that this is such a corrupt policy, that somehow the state revenues has increased by 1,300 crores in 1 year, and these are numbers which everybody has, right? So why should the government not increase revenues? We are not going to double the prices of petrol and diesel, put the inflation and the price of inflation on the back of the common man, and then increase government revenues. No, we will clean up the system. Mind you, all this money, because of illicit liquor being sold in Delhi, was going in the pockets of BJP netas. The day we announced a new policy, we cleaned up the system, made sure the money goes into government coffers. These people started making noises. From day one, they have been making noises. And let me tell you, as on date,
I'll come to you.
It's not an ad slot. It's not an ad slot.
You're going to get equal time.
It's a debate. Let me revert.
You will. I will give you the chance to revert, Shehzad. Ad slots are given by both the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party.
But we know whose ad slots run the most. So let me not make this into an ad slot. Let me come and revert to a few points. Now, first of all, just because the revenue is 1,300 crore does not mean that there's no corruption, because it could have been 2,000 crores, it could have been 3,000 crores. That's the point we're making. And let me add to a few points which you did not.
I'm not going to get anyone. Don't talk over each other. 1 second, sir. Hear me out. Hear me out. You are going to get the opportunity. Mr. Jasmine Shah, sir, don't interrupt. Accord the same privilege to your co-panelists. And let's just leave it at that. Right? Don't embarrass me by putting each of your voices down. I don't want to do it.
Okay.
Mr. Poonawala, go ahead.
Yeah. So first of all, the revenue could have been much more, because he did not answer any of the specific questions I asked, but let me add a few more points. First of all, foreign liquor was given a 50 rupee per case discount on 8th of November 2021 without going to the competent authority. So the revenue could have been much more. If you can earn 2,000 crores and you earn 1,300 crores, that's a corruption of 700 crores. It's a loss of 700 crores. Secondly, the second relaxation, it was 2 vents per ward. They changed it without going to the competent authority to 3 to 4 multiple wards, vents in per ward. After that, he's saying it's a progressive policy. Is it progressive to reduce the number of dry days from 21 to 3 and to reduce the drinking age so that everyone can get access to alcohol, and to open it in religious places, near religious places, schools, hospitals, etc., to which RWAs and Mahila groups opposed it, and they said that nothing doing, and then the MCD took a decision that in the non-conformity zones, we will shut it down. But let me come to the larger point. First of all, he's lied to you about the EMD. EMD. The EMD that was paid without going to the proper department, and 4811B of the Delhi Excise Rules prohibits it. When the NOC could not be obtained by that L1, it should have gone to the government of Delhi, it should have gone to the people of Delhi, not back to that company. Point number 2, I want to ask him a specific question that Singapore trip is, by the way, not meant for Delhi CM, it is meant for mayors, and therefore Hemali Bhogwawala, who is the Surat MLA, Surat mayor, has been invited for it. But I'm not going to allow you to run away from this debate, because the real debate is about the liquor policy.
There are multiple flashpoints. You cannot decide what the moot point of the debate is. Yes, go ahead.
Let me ask a specific question. Now, the specific question that I need the answer to is that, firstly, can you please tell me that with what authority at the peak of COVID, when the LG had refused Manish Sisodia to take unilateral decisions and you had taken that decision back from the cabinet, how did you still empower Manish Sisodia to take those decisions under the excise department? And he said it's all fake, right? One second, very important. He said it's all fake. These are 2 show cause notices issued by the excise department officer Narendra Singh, Assistant Commissioner IMFL, who says you could not have given a theka to a company which was manufacturing it. The manufacturing company could not become a retailer. You also gave it to one company which was blacklisted. These are show causes issued by some officer who was honest. So is this also fake?
Okay.
By the way, Satyendra Jain was indicted by a court of law, High Court, August 2019 order, which said that he was indulging in Hawala transactions. That has not been contradicted.
Okay.
They have got no relief from court
That's
of
an
law.
entirely different debate. We're going to get down to it. But, one quick comment, Shehzad. Delhi's drinking age is 21, so is Madhya Pradesh. It's the BJP government there. Number 2, as I want to bring in your counterpart.
Is Madhya Pradesh opening liquor
One second, guys. Okay, time out. 1 second. You've had your say. I want to bring it. I am bringing you Jasmine Shah. The other point that, which he has raised is the fact, and Mr. Poonawalla, has it been established that the money has gone into the pockets of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, or is it just because you feel that the revenue should have been more? What is the point? Where does the corruption come in?
Yes,
what is the corruption charge? Is the corruption charge that because of the liquor policy, there is corruption because it's gone into the pockets of, say, a Manish Sisodia or Aam Aadmi Party leaders? What is your question?
First of all, if you would see the CBI probe or our press conference, we did not take Manish Sisodia's name. It was Mr. Kejriwal who came and said that they want to put Manish Sisodia in jail. That means chor ki mooch mein tinka, first of all. Secondly, we are alleging there is quid pro quo because of the relaxations that were made, the illegalities that were conducted, not said by us. The Chief Secretary's report has been the basis for the LG to order CBI probe. The Chief Secretary works under their government, correct? So it's his report. Is that also false? He has made an allegation that there are so many irregularities. Now, the person taking those decisions was Mr. Manish Sisodia. So they have to answer that who was it, at whose behest.
You've raised your point now. I'll come back to you. I will come back to you, Satyendra Jain.
Was indicted by a court of law.
I will come back to you. All right. Now, Jasmine Shah, you want to make a point? Come in.
Yes. Shehzad, it's very easy to draw a random conclusion. I'll draw a less random conclusion. Your Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Who's yours?
One second. Our Prime Minister is the Prime Minister of the country, Delhi. Your Chief Minister, admit Arvind Kejriwal.
He is my Chief Minister.
Got it. Okay, let's leave it at that.
What is the parallel?
Our Chief Minister in Delhi. 1 second. Let's not get into this. 1 second. We are derailing the debate. No point in getting into that.
That's not the point. That's not the point. Our Prime Minister and your leader Narendra Modi was called out by a foreign in Sri Lanka. Some senior bureaucrat there said that he's lobbying on behalf of your corporate friends. What quid pro quo is happening there? Why is the CBI not investigating this? Why is the ED not investigating this? The reality of your ED is that in the last 7 years, 3,000 raids have been made by ED, all on opposition politicians, but with only 0.5% conviction rate. You should be ashamed of this. There is no bigger proof of the fact that you have reduced today ED and CBI, which were anyways a case parrot, but nothing but an arm of RSS and BJP. It's become a shaka of RSS and BJP. And this is the reality that the people of the country are seeing. They're seeing that Arvind Kejriwal is the only one which they have hoping to turn around their lives, who can improve their schools, who can improve their hospitals. You cannot match him, so you want to bring him down.
Mr. Shah, I want to ask you one quick question. The fact is, it's not an allegation that is being made that certain leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party benefited from this liquor policy. The allegation is that there were laxes in the policy which could have benefited. Now, if there is an opportunity for an that might not be true, or it might be true, matter of investigation. What's wrong with that?
Absolutely nothing wrong, Preeti. We are not going, we will support and we will fully cooperate with any investigation, but we vehemently reject each and every allegation of any lapse. Anything that has happened in the excise policy has happened with due process, by following all the protocols. And this has led to a 1,300 crore increase in revenues during COVID, when we needed to spend on the healthcare, all the hospitals and the beds of people, which we have done. And BJP today cannot claim that they have done similar in many of their other states, which, like UP, if you see that there were bodies on rivers. No beds were available in UP, but they were available in Delhi.
There's no point talking over each other. I'll come to you. You'll get your time. There were bodies on rivers. 1 second.
Is that relevant to this discussion?
It's not. That's what I'm saying.
That at 8
exactly.
I request you to increase the debate time. We'll debate that.
One second, everybody. Time out.
Please allocate fair
1 second.
time.
I want to come back now.
Yeah. Can
to the
I
other.
answer?
I will. Yes, sir. I'm coming to you. Can I pose a?
Let me answer some.
I am the moderator.
But why are you giving him a free run to make lies?
Sir, by the way, there is a reason what I do. I sit here now with us.
There's a reason that you're defending him to not allow specific questions.
1 second. Shehzad Poonawala, I'm sitting here with a stopwatch. You've spoken 1 minute more. I'm posing a question, answer that.
I have not spoken more than him. You have given him more opportunity. You have only defended and shielded.
You're derailing the debate.
You are derailing. You are allowing him to get away with all kinds of lies. If you would not have been biased, you would have given me an opportunity. So let me make my point.
You have spoken a minute more, Shehzad Poonawala.
Let me make my point.
The fact is, sir, you are my guest. You are my guest. You are entitled to sit here and say what you want.
You're defending him. It's evident. Let me make a few factual points.
That's why you've spoken a minute and a half more. Let me ask you a question. I'm the moderator.
You can ask me the question. Let me answer some questions.
Go ahead, answer.
He first spoke about vendetta. Here is a High Court order indicting Satyendra Jain, para 30, which basically says, and I'm going to read out para 30. Please bear with me. I know it's not an ad slot, but please bear with me.
Sir, it's not an ad slot, but you've spoken a minute and a half more than your counterpart.
I did not intend it at you. Why are you defending?
This is absolute nonsense, Shehzad.
Please stop it. Let me make my point. He said it's vendetta politics.
You can't run this debate, Shehzad, the way you want to run it.
But
you cannot. 1 second. Can I just, what I'm going to do is, you are trying to derail this debate, sir. Time out. Can I just get Shehzad Poonawala for exactly 40 seconds and I will call it and then I will go to... And let me also ask you the other flashpoint. The other flash... Sir, I'm sorry. I am moderating this debate.
You can ask me. You
want to keep derailing this debate? We can go all the next 5 minutes that we have.
The audience is seeing who's derailing.
Exactly. So let me ask you the other point as well. While you make this point, is the that has been raised by the Aam Aadmi Party, Shehzad Poonawala, even if it is a summit of mayors, why stop Arvind Kejriwal? Answer both questions.
All right. Now I'm going to first answer the questions posed by him. Now let me tell you, he said it's vendetta politics. Let's assume the ED is bad, our government is bad, everything is bad. If this was a vendetta politics driven case in the last so many years, and particularly in the last 2 months, Mr. Satyendra Jain hasn't managed to get any relief from the court. And by the way, para 30 of the High Court has said, and I quote, now ADPL, which entirely notes that the cash that was routed through accommodation entries in the garb of share capital,
you need to slow down for me to hear.
belong to Mr. Satyendra Kumar Jain, and that it was at his direction that the entire Hawala transaction was orchestrated. Is the High Court of Delhi also indulging in vendetta politics? And if it was vendetta, why haven't they got any relief? Please tell me that Mr. Arvind Kejriwal said he's a kattar imandar. What documents did he base this assessment on? Is he above the court of law? Why isn't the court giving him any relief? Thirdly, I'm coming to your question. Please, I'm coming to your question. He said schools and hospitals बहुत अच्छा कर दिया है. I will ask him that in the end of the show, till the end of the show, he can name one new school that has been opened by them or one new hospital. Now let me come to his larger argument. He said profit हो रहा है इसलिए there's no corruption. Preeti, you have a phone. It could be sold for 200 rupees. You sell it for 100 rupees. Is that not selling it for a low price and therefore causing a loss, which is in fact corruption under the POCA? And now coming to your question about the conference. The conference and the decision regarding the conference, etc. All of these decisions, by the way, a report is created by the Indian mission abroad. This is the procedure. 1 second, let me explain to you. When a request comes, hundreds of requests come, it is sent.
Speed it up. I don't have the time. Yes.
The request is sent via the Indian mission to the local place for intelligence gathering and for other reports that have to be collected. They give a view on what is to be done. For instance, the government of UPA had denied Tarun Gogoi, the chief minister, to go to a program.
So is that the reason why the government has denied it?
Which he was invited for by the mission, not by the government, and also because it was lower in his stature.
Is that the reason why the government has denied him?
Can I explain the process?
Sir, I don't have the time to go through your process. What is the reason why the government has denied?
You have the time to allow him to spew his lies.
Sir, 1 second. 2.5 minutes more for you.
Therefore, the decision on these things is not a political decision.
All right, I'm going to go
on diplomatic protocol.
You want to, like I said, keep derailing the debate.
Establish diplomatic protocol. Do you not believe in that?
Can I get Jasmine Shah for the next 30 seconds and can I put the fader of Shehzad Poonawala down? Go ahead. Jasmine Shah, please answer. There were questions that he's raised.
Yes, absolutely. And I'll come to the Singapore summit because, the argument is being made that this is a mayor's conference.
Sir, you are interrupting now.
But why aren't we discussing the liquor policy and the vendetta politics charge?
May I just get Jasmine Shah? May I just get Jasmine Shah? Can I get just Jasmine Shah? Go ahead, Jasmine Shah.
Shahzad, I know it is frustrating when you're trying to attack Aam Aadmi Party again and again, but nothing is working. The graph of Aam Aadmi Party is rising across the country. People in Gujarat to Himachal, everybody is supporting up. I know it is frustrating, but please hold on. As far as the Singapore summit is concerned, it is the World City Summit. It is not a mayor's conference. Who's invited? Urban experts, city leaders, mayors. Now just leave it to the Singapore High Commission to decide who should be invited. You will decide. Shahzad Poonawalla will decide who should be invited.
I'm going to close this show.
It is a shame. You should be ashamed
I would have hoped with the permission of both the gentlemen, I'm going to close the show.
We have not answered a single question about the
I am going to close the show with the permission or without
and he has only derailed the debate.
Of both my panelists. The fact is there a probe that needs to be conducted? Well, we leave it for the authorities to decide. Is the Aam Aadmi trying to stall the probe? Well, they should welcome it if they have nothing to hide, is what we have to say right here on India Today. Whereas the invitation is concerned for Arvind Kejriwal, where the Singapore summit is concerned, what's the harm? The Prime Minister travels across the world, other Chief Ministers traveled across the world, why not him? A quick break to stay with us.
इस समय पूरी दुनिया में लोग कंफ्यूज्ड हैं। वो समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, क्या सच है, क्या झूठ है। और ये स्पष्टता हम आपको अपने इस नए शो में देंगे। सब कुछ ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में बताएंगे। इस शो में मेरे बालों के अलावा कुछ ग्रे नहीं होगा। हर खबर ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट की तरह बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होगी।
Digi Yatra is going to be implemented in India from 31st August. It will allow passengers to catch their flight quickly if they are in a hurry. So basically, the Digi Yatra allows facial recognition technology or biometric-based digital processing of passengers done at the airport. It will be functional at the airports of 7 states: Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Varanasi, Vijayawada, Kolkata and Pune. They would not have to provide their identity cards or boarding pass at different checkpoints, including the entry, security checks, and the aircraft boarding. It will also facilitate a self-bag drop. The initiative is expected to be a paperless, centralized registration system. The government ID repositories, airport security systems, and airline back-end network would be integrated together. A mobile application will also be launched by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Digi Yatra application will share the ticket details and the facial data. The airport will be equipped with the biometric camera-based e-gates. Although the scheme is going to make traveling very easy, there are certain loopholes that passengers may not like. According to the Internet Freedom Foundation, there would be privacy risks with features like facial recognition for check-ins and data recall.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
After the Philippines, now Indonesia wants this missile from India. It is in high demand across the world. This is the Indo-Russian Brahmos missile. As per reports, India is in the advanced stages of signing an export deal for the Brahmos missile with Indonesia. Indonesia is expected to buy the ship-borne variant of the cruise missile for its warships. In January this year, the Philippines had signed a $375 million contract for the shore-based variant of the Indo-Russian Brahmos anti-ship missile. Apart from the Philippines and Indonesia, Vietnam is also interested in acquiring the Brahmos. India is also known to be in talks with Argentina, Brazil and South Africa for the sale of Brahmos, as New Delhi seeks to increase its defence exports as part of the government's Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat initiatives.
हम हमारे हथियार जो उत्पादन होते हैं उसकी इज्जत हम नहीं करेंगे और हम चाहेंगे कि दुनिया हमारे हथियारों की इज्जत करे, तो ये संभव नहीं होने वाला है। शुरुआत हमें अपने से करनी होती है और ब्रह्मोस इसका उदाहरण है। जब भारत ने ब्रह्मोस को गले लगाया, दुनिया ब्रह्मोस को गले लगाने के लिए आज कतार में खड़ी हो गई है। दोस्तों, हमें अपने हर निर्मित चीजों के प्रति हमें गर्व होना चाहिए।
The Brahmos is one of the fastest supersonic cruise missiles in the world, and it can be launched from submarines, ships, aircrafts or land. It moves at almost 3 times the speed of sound, making it notoriously difficult to intercept. The 8.4 meter long Brahmos missile can deliver a conventional warhead weighing up to 300 kilograms. The current variants of the missile have about 500 kilometers of range.
Watching.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachaye. Co-powered by RK Marble. Khoobsurat Imandari.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. A shocking expose on the illegal mining mafia. An India Today special investigation is my top focus on the news track.
Haryana cop moved down. Killed for doing his duty. Despite bans, illegal mining continues.
ये तो प्लास्टिक होल चलाकर ना इसे तोड़ते हैं। इसमें बारूद वगैरह डालकर एक बत्ती डालेंगे, बत्ती को इतना दूर कर देंगे कि जो आसानी से भाग सके।
Operation Mining Mafia. India Today's special investigation.
Before I get you that big expose, here are the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Big center versus state, government showdown over liquor policy in the capital. LG seeks a CBI probe against Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia over allegations of financial favours. Chief Minister Kejriwal rejects these charges, says he's ready to be arrested. Political fight erupts over Modi government's Har Ghar Tiranga push. Rahul Gandhi alleges livelihood of Khadi flag makers destroyed. Centre hits back, accuses Congress of raising irrelevant issues. Biggest news break in the Musewala assassination case. India Today accesses 1 minute 38-second call from the murderers to gangster Lawrence Bishnoi in Tihar jail. Call confirms Bishnoi was the murder mastermind. Actor Salman Khan meets Mumbai Police Commissioner over threat letter from the Bishnoi gang. Submits application for a weapons license for protection. Crackdown on Sri Lankan protesters after Ranil Wickremesinghe takes over as president. This after security forces stormed the protest camp in Colombo. It's been just 48 hours since no DSP Surinder Singh was crushed to death by a truck. He was on duty to crack down on the illegal mining mafia. But while the mining menace has just got attention, the erosion of the Aravalli mountains has been going on for years. Explosives are used to drill into the mountains, stones then smuggled out in the dead of the night. How is this happening? In this first part of this India Today special investigation, we're about to reveal how even after the killing of this police officer, the mining mafia is still active and still digging away.
Devoured, degraded, drenched in the blood of a senior officer. A natural 700-kilometer barrier to the western desert, stretching from Rajasthan, Haryana, Delhi, and ending in the plains of Gujarat. The Aravalli Range, with all its gorgeous rocks stripped bare, all in brazen defiance of a Supreme Court ban on mining in this stretch of India's oldest fold mountains in Haryana. Local mafias dynamite, grind and chip away this ancient landscape to meet the voracious demands for construction material. Hakmeen and Ifrahim, nicknamed Summer, extract the Aravalli rocks in Haryana's new district. When probed by India Today, the two revealed the entire modus. From the extraction process involving explosions, transport, to wholesale supplies through secret routes.
ये तो ब्लास्ट टाइप ब्लास्ट कहते हैं, होल चलाकर ना उससे तोड़ते हैं। यार ये बिना ब्लास्ट के हो नहीं सकता। ये भी ब्लास्ट करते हैं, वो होल वगैरह चलाकर ना होते हैं सर। अगर किसी ने 10 चक्कर मंगा लिए तो 10 चक्कर तो निकल नहीं पाएगा, इसलिए रात में ब्लास्टिंग हो जाती है। कभी कभार इसमें बारूद डालते हैं। कहाँ पर? ये छेदी के रखा है। अब इसमें बारूद वगैरह डालकर एक बत्ती डालेंगे, बत्ती को इतना दूर कर देंगे कि जो आसानी से भाग सकें। जो वो वहाँ सिलकाएंगे वो बत्ती को। और ये एक्सप्लोसिव कहाँ से लाते हैं इसको? बारूद ये जी हर चीज मिल जाती है, पता नहीं कहाँ से लाते हैं, राजस्थान से लाते हैं, कहीं से लाते हैं, जो भी लाते हैं। ऐसे है जी, अगर यहाँ बड़ी वाली ब्लास्ट होगी ना और यहाँ अगर मकान है जैसे नॉर्मली थोड़ी दूर भी, तो उनको भी हिला देगी, इतनी जोर से ब्लास्ट होता है इनका।
Excavators deploy heavy machines, JCBs, lorries and a network of informers all over to alert the miners about any police movement around.
एक गाड़ी तो वहाँ लोड कर रहे होंगे 4-5 बंदे, या जेसीबी होगी, बिल्डोजर वाला वो होगा। वो गाड़ी का मालिक या गाड़ी का ही जो ओनर होता है, कोई ना कोई बैठा रहता है। पुलिस की ही उस प्रयोग में अगर पुलिस की गाड़ी उन्हें दिखी, तुरंत कॉल कर देंगे, पुलिस आ गई, आप भाग जाओ। वो अगर उनको बताएंगे कि इस रास्ते से पुलिस आ रही है, तो इस रास्ते से नहीं जाएंगे, तुरंत यहाँ घुमा कर इधर चले जाएंगे। पुलिस देखती है खाली। अगर यहाँ से देख गई पुलिस तो उनको जैक उठा देंगे, जैसे यहाँ पे क्या है कल सेम सीन, जैक उठा देंगे, अगर लोड हो रही है तो, और लोड नहीं है तो भगा ले जाएंगे, और लोड हो रखी है तो उसका सीधा लॉक खोलेंगे और जैक उठाकर सीधा भाग जाएंगे। शाम को अपना काम कंप्लीट करके यहाँ बस एक वो बनाकर ना स्टॉक बनाकर, हाँ ठीक है, शाम को ही अंधेरा हुआ, लाए गाड़ी भरी लगाई, जहाँ भी इनको जाना है लोकेशन पे उस पे ले जाएंगे।
एक ट्रक कितने का जाता है?
गाँव में तो देखो हमारे तो भी नहीं, पहले थे बहुत दिन पहले।
4,500 रुपए का ट्रक।
हाँ 4,000-5,000 लास्ट बस। हाँ बस
पत्थर समेत।
हाँ पत्थर
लाना ले जाना सब कुछ।
सब आप बस ऑर्डर मारो, मुझे यहाँ 10 चक्कर चाहिए, ठीक है, तो ठीक है मिल जाएंगे। ये शाम को अब आप आए, अब थोड़ी बहुत देर में आप भी चले जाओगे, सब चले जाएंगे, इनका फिर वही है, ये तो जी इनका बिजनेस है जी।
The murder of DSP Surinder Singh isn't one of its kind. Local mafias have flaunted their ruthlessness in the past as well.
So last year when you had gone to inspect in the month of December, did you also come under a similar attack?
See, that was, I was checking during a night domination and there were around 12 vehicles which I found, or they were overloaded. We could stop 11 of them, but the 12th one, he tried to run away. So meanwhile, when we were checking the 11 vehicles, the 12th one tried to run away, and he in turn then hit my vehicle, and I escaped narrowly.
Authorities know that the mafias mining the Aravalis aren't formally organized. In other words, a single mafia organization simply does not exist here. Instead, a haphazard collection of men scour these hills for their share of the booty.
These are unorganized elements. They are working on their own, for their own economic gains. And in independent villages, there is no one syndicate that is controlling this thing. And because of this unorganized nature, it is difficult to catch them all.
The mining mafias across the country have had numerous brushes with the law. More than 4,16,000 cases have been registered nationally in recent years. But up in the north, there's no end in sight to the environmental horror that goes unabated in these rocky offshoots, peaks and ridges. With Nitin Jain and Shreya Chatterjee in the Aravalis, this is India Today's special investigation team.
Remember, the Aravali hills and forests are very important because they prevent the eastward march of the Thar Desert. And without the Aravalis, if they get hollowed out, then it's highly likely that the entire national capital region could, in decades, become a desert. And that's very, very problematic. It's time now for part 2 of our special investigation, where we are about to reveal the illegal mining mafia police nexus. Miners caught on India Today's cameras admit that they bribe cops, that everything is done with the full knowledge of the local police. Shreya Chatterjee and Nitin Jain, Mohammad Hizbullah with this special investigation.
Three kilometers from the spot where DSP Surinder Singh was moved down. Snuggled in the Aravali meadows, this village is home to many ad hoc miners. Hassan runs an illegal excavation operation here. When investigated, he told India Today that the rocks his men would extract illegally in this Haryana village were mixed with stones mined lawfully in neighboring Rajasthan. First in 2002 and then in 2009, the Supreme Court banned mining of all major and minor minerals in the Aravali hills across Faridabad, Gurugram and Mewat region. But the excavation remains rampant. Hassan explained his men would extract the rocks from the Aravalis in Mewat, procure legally mined stones from Rajasthan just few kilometers away. The material from the two sides mixed and crushed into gravel. While legally mined stones are subject to taxes and royalty in Rajasthan, the Aravali mafia in Haryana are under no such obligation. Their consignments are traded without any taxes or royalty to the government.
गाड़ी वाला कल तो हमारी सप्लाई में चला हमारी गाड़ी में ज़्यादा जहाँ हमारी मशीन लग रही है ना उन मशीनों पे डाल दें वहाँ जब कोई चक्कर लगे शक्कर दो कर चक्कर को जुगाड़
अच्छा अच्छा क्रशर मशीन पे डाल
हाँ कुछ मुँह से बीज लग रही है इसमें राजस्थान में उसका बहाना से मुँह से बिल कट जावे एक चक्कर वहाँ से ले आए एक यहाँ से डाल दें ऐसे काटता है
जो ही एक गाड़ी पे बच जाता होगा 7-8 हज़ार
अजी नहीं इतने नहीं बचेगा यहाँ ना बचे
अच्छा
यहाँ तो इतना ही है 4,000 बचेगा 3 बचेगा 3500 बचेगा इतना बचेगा अब यहाँ चक्कर तो यूँ है ना अगर हमारे दाव लग जाए तो हम 10 चक्कर भी लग फेंक दें दाव लग जाते 1-2 चक्कर भी लग घेर दें इतना फिर जी ऐसे ही अब प्रशासन से मिल के वैसे तक हो ना छोड़ी
प्रशासन को पैसे देते
ले वहाँ भाई वे तो अरे पत्थर कौन लेने दे रहा हो या अगर प्रशासन
तो कितने चक्कर के मतलब कितने एक चक्कर के कितने पैसे देते हैं?
न चक्कर से ना दे हम।
हाँ।
कुछ वैसे है यू जैसे अब रात को आज ढील दे दी भाई आज रात को ढील है आज घेर ले तो हमें 4000 ले जाओ 5000 ले जाओ।
अच्छा।
जैसे ज़्यादा गाड़ियाँ 10,000 भी दे दिया।
कैसे तोड़ते हैं? ग्रेनेड लगाते हैं? हमारे वहाँ तो पत्थर।
हाँ जो नेट बोलो क्या बोलो होल लगे हैं ना उसमें बत्ती बारूद बत्ती गेट डालते हैं उसको चला देते हैं।
आवाज़ नहीं करती?
खूब करे।
तो फिर पुलिस?
अब आपको बताइए ना अभी बताइए ना आपको। अब हम वह उससे मिल के ही काम कर सकते हैं बिगर मिले कोई नहीं करने देगा।
At Sehsola village in Noor district, illegally mined rocks can be procured easily from the grey market. Asin runs a roadside stall. Turns out, he also trades stones mined from the Aravalis in bulk. No bills, no taxes. It's all cash up front.
कैसे एक डंपर का कितना चार्ज लगेगा?
एक डंपर तो करीब 12,000 रुपये पड़ेगा।
तो ज़्यादा नहीं है?
4-5 हज़ार रुपये तो वो लेते हैं।
कौन?
मेरा जो भांजा है।
अच्छा।
तोड़ेगा तोड़ के गाड़ी को भर के फिर यहाँ से निकलेगा तो 500-1000 रुपये का एटवाला लेगा।
अच्छा।
पच्ची बना कंपनी को गेट बिठा रखे हैं 5500-5000 रुपया वो हॉल लगाएगा ट्रैक्टर वाले को भी देगा हॉल लगाएगा हॉल तो बारूद खरीदेगा बारूद बत्ती खरीदेगा उसको हॉल चलाएगा हॉल चला के टूटेगा टूटने में फिर लेबर भी लगेगा।
बारूद से तोड़ते हैं?
हाँ।
आवाज़ नहीं होती?
आवाज़ होती है ना।
The rocks shielding the landscapes of Haryana and Delhi knocked down for greed and profiteering. A report by Special Investigation Teams Mohammed Hizbullah for India Today.
This is deeply disturbing. Remember, this investigation was carried out after the killing of the DSP in the Noor district of Haryana. So even after that, if there is illegal mining taking place and the fact that cops are on the take, everyone in the local ecosystem seems to know what's going on. Nobody seems to come in and stop this. Joining me on this broadcast is Raman Malik. He's a member of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Haryana. Jitendra Bhadana is an environmentalist, works with the Save Aravali Trust, has spent a lot of time and energy on this topic. We've got Shashikant, he's a former Director General of Police. So let me go across to Jitendra Bhadana first. Jitendra, our investigation shows that illegal mining still going on in the Aravali ranges, and they're mixing up legal mining happening in parts of Rajasthan with illegal quarrying that's happening here, and trying to make it seem as if nothing is amiss, except that all the local authorities, the police, the villagers, those around the areas where this illegal mining is taking place know what's happening, but they're all looking the other way. Jitendra? Let me put my first question to Raman Malik of the Bharatiya Janata Party. You've seen in this investigation, Raman, the fact that there is illegal mining taking place, local district authorities, local politicians, local police personnel, they all know what's happening. Nobody, even after the death of the DSP, nobody seems to want to clamp down on this illegality that's taking place under your noses.
Rahul, first of all, let's understand what has happened and what has been happening in the past. I believe that if your team would have looked into what was happening pre-2014 and then compared apples to apples, that would have been better. But still, I will tell you what the DLTF, which has been formed by the Haryana government, the 6th level, mining team, this organization of the SP, DC and other officers, we are trying to put a full stop to this. But yes, there are instances and we have data which proves that over the period of time, our efforts have increased, the number of FIRs have increased, impounding has increased, the fines have increased, the auctions of the vehicles which are used in this illegal mining have increased, and there is this entire belt, Mewat, Gurgaon, and from Gurgaon to Tavdu and Tavdu to till almost Alwar. This entire belt, there is illegal mining. It's not that it is not there in Rajasthan. It is there in Rajasthan also. So we have to understand that there was a mining mafia. There is a mining mafia, somewhat which is left. But we are hitting back to them every now and then.
Okay, let me put that question to Jitendra Badana. You're making the claim that it was much worse when the Congress was in power. Things are much better now. This is the last legs of the mining mafia and that we've really clamped down hard. As somebody who works with the Save Aravali Trust, do you buy that argument at all?
Thank you, Rahul, but I'm sorry, I cannot see any changes as the government changed from Congress to BJP now. The illegal mining is happening flawlessly. There is no stoppage at all. So I was discussing with somebody who is in the business of this transportation of raw material from Rajasthan to Pali crusher zone. He has.
Okay, I seem to be having some audio connections with his internet line, so we'll go back to him again. Shashikant, the fact that the local police seem to know what's happening, the miners that we've spoken to are on camera talking about the connivance of the local police, and it's also logical. Each time there is a blast, everybody around knows exactly what's going on. They know whether there is a patta that's been given which is legal or illegal, whether the mining happening there is bona fide or mala-fide, and yet they allow it to go on. How do we clamp down?
Yeah, sad it is, but let me tell you one thing. If all this thing is happening, like I heard when your guy was presenting the entire thing, that is unorganized. You think it's unorganized? You think that it's not, maybe they're independent mafias. And if the mafias are making so much of money, and let me tell you, the Supreme Court had constituted a committee, and their committee report says that 31 out of 128 hillocks, mountains, have vanished on Haryana and Rajasthan border. What's happening? You think that this corruption of such a massive scale and authorities are not aware of it? I don't believe it. Right from Bango and on the border, it's been happening. And they say that they impounded 68 trucks this year, okay? Do you think a gullible villager can purchase one dumper after the other and JCB and this and that? Somebody is certainly financing. What about the stone crushers all around? Setting up one stone crusher involves crores of rupees. Do you think still it is unorganized crime? I'm really appalled at the statement that all this is happening. And sadly, Supreme Court 20 years back they said no mining in this area. But again, I think that nobody...
Okay, Jitendra Badana, I'm told, is back with us. Jitendra, we heard the BJP spokesperson claim that things are better now in comparison with the past. You say they aren't. You work in this area with the Save Aravali Trust. Why do you think things are still as bad?
So thank you, Mr. Raman, for joining us in this debate. But yes, I do not see a change in the business of illegal mining from the adjoining areas of Rajasthan border. So this is happening flawlessly as it was happening in the rule of Congress. In fact, I was talking with somebody who is in the business of transportation of raw material from this Manaki village of Rajasthan to Pali crusher zone. The gentleman claims that I have to pay 7,000 rupees per truck per month per police post. So that's the business of police, and that is how they are making money. So on the banning side of illegal mining of Aravali, there is a question to the government, to the police officer, and to the entire administration that why they are behaving or portraying their image that they are not aware of everything happening in the Aravalis.
So let Raman Malik respond to it. One, you've got people who are active in this area saying that nothing much has changed. Secondly, our investigative reporters went after the killing of the DSP when I assume that everyone has their guard up. And you've got all these people like Hassan talking about how mining is taking place, explaining how they're bribing the police, explaining how villagers and everybody around knows exactly what's happening. So clearly, your claim is not matched by reality.
Rahul, at no point did I say that we have been able to put 100% full stop onto illegal mining.
He says not much has changed. You are claiming full stop. He says comma bhi theek se nahi laga, sir.
Sorry, sir. I beg to differ. I am also into the construction industry, and I have seen what was there pre-2014 also. I have seen what was there in 90s also in the Pali area. And I know what is happening right now also. And I am, I can tell you forthwith that the kind of laws and the kind of implementation, yes, there is a problem in implementation onto the vehicles that has to be, associated with fairing the material, whether raw or processed. They need to have a GPRS tracker, which is not there in all vehicles which are registered with the mining companies. We are putting a lot of pressure to get that thing done. Secondly, we have also started doing satellite mapping of the mining areas, especially, and also of those areas which come under our information towards the illegal mining quota kind of a thing, that yes, those areas are where illegal mining are happening. So we are starting with the satellite mapping of those areas also constantly, so that we know what is happening. Because manning...
No, can I show our viewers this satellite imagery? Because what we did is we worked with the India Today open source investigation team. We looked at satellite images of the Aravali areas earlier, compared them with what's happening now, and it just brings out the extent of rapid urbanization and the mining that is taking place in areas where mining isn't even allowed. This despite the Supreme Court setting a 3-month deadline for the Haryana government to ensure that all encroachments are cleared and that illegal mining is put an end to.
A bird's eye view of the spot where DSP Surinder Singh lost his life. The satellite imagery from 2005 bears the telltale signs of illegal mining in Nuh. Tracks seen from up in the skies suggest the hill area has been trampled by heavy vehicles possibly used to ferry excavated rocks from this stretch of the Aravalis. Also visible is what appears to be a new excavation site that came up after April 2020. This when the central government restricted mining and construction in the Aravalis first in 1995, followed by multiple Supreme Court orders banning similar activities in the hill range in 2002, 2005, 2009 and 2018. But enforcement has been deficient, and the country's top court has once again come down heavily on the Haryana government over the preservation of the Aravalis. In a judgment on Thursday regarding the protection of land under a key section of the Punjab Land Preservation Act, the court directed the state government to remove encroachments from the forest areas of the Aravalis. It set a deadline of 3 months for the job. Some 200 such illegal constructions have been already identified by the National Green Tribunal almost 10 years ago. An environment research analyst, Chetan Agarwal, insists state authorities have repeatedly changed goalposts when it came to protecting the fragile ecology of the hill range.
There have been multiple orders. First, mining was banned in Delhi. Then in 2002, it was banned within a 5 km zone of the Delhi border in Haryana. It was extended to all of Haryana and Rajasthan. So the mining order kind of, keeps changing.
Rapid urbanization and development appears to have played a major role in the destruction of these ancient hills.
Is the government doing enough? And with a recent case where a police officer was killed in line of duty while trying to prevent mining in a forest area, this question becomes even more important. Is the mining and construction mafia really overtaking and overwhelming the authorities when it comes to preventing the deforestation and damage to the Aravalis? In New Delhi, this is Anisha Mathur for India Today.
The satellite images that we just put out show the extent of the Aravali's crashing in terms of their width, their extent, their majesty now reduced. And that's the point that Jitendra Bhadana was making previously, that no matter what the claim may be, on the ground it is clear that degradation continues, this mining continues, and this is deeply problematic. Jitendra, what would you like specifically for the government to do? What do you think they ought to be doing which they aren't doing at this moment?
No, I'm shocked that the mining minister of Haryana belongs to Faridabad. He lives in Faridabad. He knows all the if and buts of the mining industry, and he is there in the Mewat area every alternate day. So I fail to understand that why he is making so many visits to this area, and why is he failing to put a ban, immediate ban on this. So it's a questionable thing from my side. That if he's making regular visits, continuous visits to the ground, and
it's a question of will and intent.
Stop even one truck.
Raman Malik, the fact that the mining is taking place, the fact that our camera has these miners talking about what they're doing after the killing of DSP Surinder Singh seems to suggest that you simply aren't making the kind of effort that you ought to be making.
Well, Rahul, I do not know whether Jitendra Bhadana is from the same family of Bhadanas who control the entire mining. I hope he's not from the same family who control the entire mining of the Pali and the surrounding areas. But let me tell you certain facts.
He's an environmentalist.
Let me tell you certain facts.
No, I'm not.
I said I hope he's not. So, let me tell you certain facts. If you look at the 5 constituencies, 5 Vidhan Sabhas, of Mewat to Tavlu and then heading off to Rajasthan's Alwar. This particular stretch where the mining and illegal mining especially happens, barring Sona, which is a semi-urban kind of a constituency, barring that, most of the places are all governed by Congress representatives. They have an old culture. Yes, I accept political matter. Let me finish.
Can we please stop blaming Nehruji?
Sir, please let me finish. I did not interrupt you. I would expect the same courtesy. Now, I understand the old system and the old guards and the old school working the way they want. But let me tell you very clearly that this government is not going to accept it. We are cracking down heavy. We have done over 2,300 impounding of vehicles. We have done over 910 FIRs last time. We are going to surpass that, and we are not going to spare anybody. For us, it is important that the ecology is safe. And you believe me, the kind of effort, and even to bring a wildlife sanctuary the way we are planning to the entire Mangarbani area, it is something which is there to stop this rampant raping of the ecology and environment that has been happening, and that will become way of life. So you please understand.
Jitendra Bhadana wants to make a counter.
It takes years and decades to revive.
Jitendra?
Yeah.
No, you wanted to respond to what we just heard from Raman Malik. He's saying it takes time, running into decades and years. What's been done wrong over the last several decades can't be fixed suddenly, he claims.
No, it's the same thing that everybody requests the BJP people to please stop blaming Nehru for all these things happening now. So that's my request.
Jitendra, why are you getting so protective about the Congress?
No,
I don't get personal, Raman Malik. He's an environmentalist. He's making a point. Shashikant, final words from you before I wrap up. What do you think needs to be done expeditiously? If the Chief Minister is watching, if people in his administration are watching, if the powers that be in Delhi are watching, what do you think can and should be done?
Look, I heard beautiful English, Shakespearean English, and I'm really impressed by that English. But again, like your expose itself shows that the other day when the DSP was killed there, and what the situation, everything goes on still. My request will only be that I don't trust any political party, whatever they are. Like the Supreme Court had constituted its own committee which said that 31 out of 28 mountains have vanished. Till such time the Supreme Court appoints its own amicus, and there's a regular report out to the Supreme Court, I don't think it's going to happen. No political party will take it seriously ever. Sorry for saying things, but I believe it and I believe it.
Okay, I'm going to slip into a quick break as I thank Raman Malik, Jitendra Badana and Shashikant for joining us on this broadcast. There's been a development in the Musewala murder case. India today has been able to access terrifying audio files that confirm the killing, confirm Lawrence Bishnой's involvement in it, in a call which was made into Tihar jail, which is where Lawrence Bishnoj, the dreaded gangster, was lodged. Details coming up on the other side.
आ गई। कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
ई-स्पोर्ट्स?
माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
Are you planning for an interplanetary visit? Why not take a bullet train to Mars? Yes, you heard it right. In a few years, that will be possible. Thanks to Japan's interplanetary commuting plans. Researchers from Japan's Kyoto University in collaboration with Kajima Construction are working on this plan. It's called Hexa capsules. And the transportation system is called Hexatrack. As you can already figure from its name, the trains will have hexagonal-shaped capsules. The capsules will use electromagnetic technology, which is already used in maglev trains in China and Germany. According to the proposal of the Japanese researchers, a mini capsule with a 15-meter radius linking to the Earth and Moon. For connecting the Moon and Mars, a 30-meter radius capsule will be needed. Researchers at Kyoto University plan to build a habitat that would recreate the facilities on Earth. It is to tap into the terrestrial, natural capital. The researchers aim at building a narrowed living structure in the shape of a champagne flute with artificial gravity, green areas and water bodies, complete with public transportation. The structure will be known as the glass, but something like this would take years or centuries to build. Isn't this exciting? Interplanetary travel for everyone, even when you are not an astronaut.
I've got information coming in, and the Enforcement Directorate has recovered massive cash and searches linked to West Bengal School Service Commission scam. Close to 20 crore rupees in cash have been recovered from the residence of Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee's associate. The cash haul is suspected to be proceeds of the teacher recruitment scam. More than 20 mobile phones have been recovered from the house of Arpita Mukherjee, who's close to the Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee. Manish Pandey now joins us with details on this ED investigation. Manish, what more can you add to the fact that you've got cash now being recovered? What is the kind of case that the Enforcement Directorate has been able to build so far?
Yeah, well, Rahul, what we have been given to understand is that there were several PILs in the High Court of Calcutta, after which the probe was given to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Based on the case by the CBI, the Enforcement Directorate lodged a case again under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and since this morning, there were raids conducted at several premises of people linked to Partha Chatterjee, the former Education Minister, and also Pareshi Adhikari, who is the current Education Minister in West Bengal government. Now, after these searches, the ED has recovered not only 20 crore in cash, but several kilograms of gold and incriminating documents. That is what they are alleging at this point of time. Now, Arpita Mukherjee, according to the Enforcement Directorate, is a very close associate of Partha Chatterjee. And also what ED is claiming that this cash is the proceeds of crime which was generated by the accused in the case in the SSC scam. Now, apart from these people, there are certain other politicians who are under scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. That is what the ED is claiming at this point of time.
Who's the co-in charge of the Bharatiya Janata Party in West Bengal, now joins us. I remember we asked Mamata Banerjee this question during the India Today East conclave. She denied the existence of this scam, saying the BJP was making an unnecessary noise around it. Now these 20 crore rupees in cash recovered from someone who's said to be a close associate of Partha Chatterjee. Mr. Malviya.
Mamata Banerjee is a liar. She is on every single issue as Bengal is concerned. The Calcutta High Court
is not good at this moment. I want to try and fix it. I apologize for that audio connection because of just the weather at this moment. A lot of these audio lines today seem to be acting up. My apologies for that. India Today has the biggest news break in singer Musewala's assassination. A 1 minute 38-second call accessed exclusively by India Today exposes the real face of the mastermind of Musewala's murder. The audio tape accessed confirms the role of Canada-based gangsters Goldy Brar and Lawrence Bishnoi. Listen in. Arvind Kejriwal, our Crime Bureau Chief, with this exclusive report.
The chilling murder tape that will make your blood run cold. The biggest clincher yet in the Sidhu Musewala murder investigation is with India Today alone, and it confirms beyond doubt the role of dreaded gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Let's first play out for you the full 1 minute 38-second phone tap in which the murderer, the man who killed Sidhu Musewala, calls his boss Lawrence Bishnoi to say yes, the job is done.
Hello? Hello, Hanji, ji, boliye. बात हो सकती है? हाँ बिल्कुल हो सकती है। करवाना जरूरी है। हाँ जी। एक मिनट। हाँ थोड़ा जल्दी बताइए कि लगे होल्ड पे। चलो। लाइव स्पीकर ऑन करें गोल्डन लाइव फोन। मेरी गल सुन बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु। ठीक हो? ठीक हो? हाँ मैं ठीक है। अब मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी। हैं? ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी। की करता? मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी उससे वाला मारता है। मारता? मारता मारता। Okay, cut.
This is the biggest breakthrough yet in the Musewala murder investigation. Moments after killing the world-famous singer, one of the killers called Bishnoi while he was behind bars, while he was inside Tihar jail to confirm that yes, हमने Musewala को मार दिया. It also confirms the role of Canada-based gangster Goldy Brar. Listen carefully to the tape. You can hear the mention of Goldy's name.
Speaker on करें golden light phone. मेरी गल सुन बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु. ठीक हो? Speaker on करें golden light phone. मेरी गल सुन बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु. ठीक हो?
India Today's Arvind Kejriwal had even confronted Lawrence Bishnoi over his murder Musewala plot, and here's how the gangster had responded to repeated questions at the time.
Bishnoi, Salman Khan को आपने धमकी दिलवाई? हैं? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया? Bishnoi?
Every update, every lead was being sent across to Lawrence Bishnoi, and it's clear that the Don plotted the murder of Sidhu Musewala while seated in Delhi's maximum security Tihar jail. He had access to his aides, he had access to a phone while behind bars, and that's how Bishnoi with ease pulled off this high-profile murder 300 kilometers away from Delhi in Punjab's Mansa.
के हाथ लगा सिद्धू मूसेवाला हत्याकांड में अब तक का सबसे बड़ा सबूत 1 मिनट 38 सेकंड की ये ऑडियो कॉल, जिसमें तिहाड़ जेल में बंद लॉरेंस बिश्नोई अपने एसोसिएट से बातचीत कर रहा है। ये बातचीत ठीक सिद्धू मूसेवाले की हत्या के बाद हुई थी। इसमें लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का जो शूटर है वो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को बता रहा है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले की हत्या कर दी गई है। अब पंजाब पुलिस इस ऑडियो कॉल पर आगे की अपनी जांच को आगे बढ़ाएगी। कैमरामैन मृदुल के साथ अरविंद ओझा, इंडिया टुडे।
Now remember, Lawrence Bishnoi at that time is inside Tihar jail. Somebody comes to him, most likely a cop, with a phone, hands the phone over to Lawrence Bishnoi. He speaks to somebody who says the job has been done. We've killed off Musewala. Bishnoi is thrilled that the job is accomplished. And this is happening while this dreaded gangster is inside India's #1 most high-profile, high-security prison. This is just a very sad state of affairs of how Tihar jail is being run at this moment. Another capital showdown between the Delhi Chief Minister and the Lieutenant Governor has exploded. This time, the face-off is over Delhi's excise policy. The LG has recommended a CBI probe against Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, accusing Sisodia of financial favours and quid pro quo. The Delhi government has denied all these charges.
The Arvind Kejriwal government in Delhi is under central scanner. Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has recommended a CBI probe into the Delhi Excise Policy 2021-22. This comes after a report by the Delhi Chief Secretary indicated procedural lapses by the Kejriwal government to provide undue benefits to liquor licensees. The Chief Secretary's report says the Excise Department, allegedly under the orders of Manish Sisodia, decided to allow a waiver of 144.36 crore rupees to the liquor licensees on the tendered license fee under the excuse of COVID-19 pandemic. The report says Aam Aadmi Party government extended undue financial favours to the liquor licensees much after the tenders had been awarded. The BJP is now gunning for Manish Sisodia, who is considered CM Kejriwal's most trusted man and the #2 in his cabinet. The CM has jumped to his deputy's defense.
तो 3-4 महीने पहले जब इनके लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि मनीष जी को गिरफ्तार करने वाले हैं, मैंने कहा मनीष ने क्या कर दिया, क्या केस है? तो उन्होंने बताया अभी कोई केस नहीं है, कुछ मिला नहीं है, ढूंढ रहे हैं, कुछ बना रहे हैं।
144.36 करोड़ का जो वेवर है, क्या वो मनीष सिसोदिया जी के नेतृत्व में उन कंपनियों को दिया गया?
Kejriwal claimed BJP wants to jail Sisodia to stop their advance in other states after their election victory in Punjab.
ये लोग झूठे केस बना बना के हमारे ऊपर कीचड़ फेंकना चाहते हैं, ये दिखाना चाहते हैं दुनिया को कि देखो ये भी हमारे जैसे ही हैं, जैसे हम भ्रष्ट हैं ये भी वैसे ही हैं, ये भी भ्रष्टाचारी हैं। पर दुनिया इनके यकीन नहीं कर रही, दुनिया खुद ही कह रही है कि झूठे केस लगा रहे हैं।
25 दिसंबर 2021 को एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट ने नोटिस दिया इन सारी कंपनियों को जिनको मद्यपान से जुड़े हुए लिकर लाइसेंसेस दिए गए। इस पर क्या एक्शन हुआ, क्या कोई काम हुआ, नहीं हुआ, कार्रवाई हुई, नहीं हुई, और इसका क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन, क्या स्थिति है, ये बताएं।
East Delhi MP Gautam Gambhir accused the Delhi government of promoting alcoholism in the state, while Aam Aadmi Party questioned the Narendra Modi government on its failure to catch fugitive business tycoons.
हमारे मुख्यमंत्री पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा, आज तक कुछ नहीं निकला। हमारे उप मुख्यमंत्री पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा, कुछ नहीं निकला। सुष्मिता सेन को ललित मोदी मिल जाता है, मोदी जी को ललित मोदी नहीं मिलता है। मोदी जी को मेहुल चौकसी नहीं मिलता, मोदी जी को नीरव मोदी नहीं मिलता। मोदी जी को चश्मा पहन के विजय माल्या 10,000 करोड़ लूट कर चिढ़ाता है, वो नहीं दिखता।
आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार कहाँ रही है अब तो ये ठेकेदारों की सरकार हो गई है। और सिंगापुर, वहाँ पर क्या, सिंगापुर जाके भी खालिस्तानियों की एंट्री करवाना चाहते हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, जिस तरीके से पंजाब में करवाई है। जब कोविड के समय जब राशन की ज़रूरत थी तो कितने माइग्रेंट लेबर्स को दिल्ली से बाहर भगाया गया। उसके बाद जब ऑक्सीजन की कमी थी तो राजनीति करी। उस वक्त पे ठेके खोल के सिर्फ पैसे कमाने की कोशिश की जा रही थी, और उस समय भी इनको पैसे कमाने की पड़ी थी जब देश को एक इंसानियत की ज़रूरत थी। तो ये आम आदमी पार्टी अब हटा के नाम अब ठेकेदार की सरकार कर देनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ठेके वालों की तो सरकार है ये।
Delhi government's excise policy that privatized liquor business has become the new political flashpoint between the BJP and Aam Aadmi Party. A CBI probe into liquor policy could dent Aam Aadmi Party's claim of corruption-free governance. Bureau Report, India Today.
There's another political face-off that's erupted over the Modi government's Har Ghar Tiranga push. The Congress is now accusing the centre of killing khadi artisans and favouring made-in-China polyester flags. The BJP is saying the Congress has now got into the habit of raising irrelevant issues.
Har Ghar Tiranga. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has called upon citizens of the country to join this special movement to mark the 75th anniversary of India's independence. Prime Minister Modi has urged citizens to hoist or display the national flag in their homes between August 13th and Independence Day on the 15th. Prime Minister Modi made the appeal on Twitter, saying the Har Ghar Tiranga movement will deepen citizens' connect with the national flag. The principal opposition, Congress, has dismissed the drive. The Grand Old Party's chief spokesperson Jairam Ramesh fired the hypocrisy Zindabad jibe at the Prime Minister and RSS. Jairam Ramesh said Prime Minister Modi was a pracharak of the RSS that didn't hoist the national flag for 52 years in Nagpur. Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra too joined the attack and asked the Prime Minister to fulfill demands of khadi workers who make national flags. The khadi industry is protesting the government's decision to allow polyester tricolour flags. The BJP, meanwhile, has hit back at the Congress.
हर घर तिरंगा फहराने की मुहिम के खिलाफ जो जयराम रमेश जी ने जहरीला बयान दिया है, ये उनकी घटिया मानसिकता और मानसिकता की दिवालियापन को बताता है।
पूरे घर घर में 20 करोड़ घरों में हम संदेश लेके जाएंगे देश महान बनाने का, और घर घर में यह शान तिरंगा का बढ़ेगा, तभी ये देश महान होगा।
Chief Ministers of BJP-ruled states are leaving no stone unturned to make the Har Ghar Tiranga drive successful.
हर घर तिरंगा 11 से 17 अगस्त के बीच में एक बृहद अभियान चलेगा पूरे देश के अंदर।
13 আগষ্টৰ পৰা 15 আগষ্টত পতাকা উত্তোলন কৰাটো কিন্তু কোনেও নাপাহৰিব। এনআৰসিত গৈ এপ্লাই কৰিলে নহয় মই ইন্ডিয়ান সিটিজেন বুলি, পতাকা উত্তোলন কৰিহে প্ৰমাণ দিব লাগিব যে মই প্ৰকৃততে ভাৰত মাতাৰ সন্তান, হয় নে নহয়?
In Himachal Pradesh, a group of Indo-Tibetan border police jawans hoisted the tricolour in freezing temperatures and inspired people to participate in the drive. The BJP has claimed that nearly 20 crore citizens will join the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. The party has instructed its workers to reach out to common people to ensure their participation. With Himanshu Mishra in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you 8 p.m. Monday evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night. Have a great weekend.
इस समय पूरी दुनिया में लोग कंफ्यूज्ड हैं। वो समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, क्या सच है, क्या झूठ है। और ये स्पष्टता हम आपको अपने इस नए शो में देंगे। सब कुछ ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में बताएंगे। इस शो में मेरे बालों के अलावा कुछ ग्रे नहीं होगा। हर खबर ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट की तरह बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होगी।
India's defense forces are pacing towards high-tech weaponry and advanced modern warfare systems. Here's a glimpse of technologies in use and in development for our defense personnel, which were on display at NEO's recently held seminar, Swavlamban. A weapon used by counter-terrorism units. This is the shoot edge, and it facilitates shooting around the corners, over the top or over walls without exposing the firer. The pistol can be swiveled left and right by 65 degrees. It can be fitted with a pistol and it mounts a high resolution low light and IR camera. It's fitted with a camera right in front, and the view you get right here. So if there's an obstruction here, you can turn it around, get the view, and it shoots. The controls are ergonomic, and fitting the pistol can be done in a matter of seconds. This is a hybrid, electric-powered load-carrying solution meant for foot soldiers. It can carry up to 120 kgs of weight over any terrain while maintaining mobility on the battlefield. They claim an 8-hour battery life at maximum speed. It's meant to reduce a soldier's carried weight and improve maneuverability. It comes with a wireless remote and can turn on its axis. This is another safety solution for soldiers. It helps in safely carrying, storing, and handling grenades. Traditionally, soldiers would carry grenades in their backpacks, which was extremely risky. To avert the risk, this trigger pouch is developed for different kinds of grenades. This is the drone. This is the view that it gets. And once the drone is deployed, this is the screen I can have on my wrist. And these are basically the shades or the glasses or the eyewear that I'll have on me to see exactly in real time where the drone is. And that's another screen on which you can see everything. The UAV is capable of operating in a global positioning system denied environment with an endurance of 20 minutes. And you get live updates on a screen which can be attached to the soldier's arm itself, apart from another screen which can be viewed from a distance. This is a non-lethal vessel immobilization solution in development for the Indian Navy. It is a solution which has the ability to transform into a thick gel and rise to the surface to jam the propellers of any suspicious incoming vessel at sea. The solution remains thick for about 2 to 3 hours, allowing the naval force to examine the threat and then liquefies on its own.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
I think if I had about 20 minutes with him, I'd be able to tell him, the things that he needs to do which might help him. I'm not saying it will help him, but it could help him.
There you heard it from Mr. Sunil Gavaskar. He was speaking exclusively to India Today. And when asked about Virat Kohli and his struggles in the recent past, Sunil Gavaskar says that allow me 20 minutes with Virat Kohli and I might be able to help him. Now, why do you think that he said something like this? There are a few reasons behind that. One, of course, the entire country is worried based on what, the recent string of failures that Virat Kohli has seen. And clearly there are some sort of technical weaknesses that he may have seen. The other thing, as Sunil Gavaskar points out in that particular interview, is that he's been an opener. And so he's been in that situation where that outside the off-stump line tends to trouble a lot of batsmen. He himself went through a phase like that. So there may have been a few things he must have done, and he would want to share that knowledge with Virat Kohli. And maybe if it helped Sunil Gavaskar, it may help Virat Kohli. And remember, I'm using the word maybe because even in that interview, Sunil Gavaskar points out that the tips I give him may help him. There's no guarantee it will, may help him because those may have been the issues that he himself dealt with, and he found a solution to that. So what are those areas? And Mr. Gavaskar gave us some sort of insight. When I spoke to him at length, trying to find out what could be the areas where Virat Kohli is going wrong at the moment, he pointed out a few things. One, of course, his weakness outside the off stump. And when asked why that may be an issue, Mr. Gavaskar feels that at the moment he's trying to play outside the crease. Now that is a technique that Virat Kohli started using after his failure in the 2014 series in England, and to recover from that slump in form, he started batting outside the crease. And the idea at that time was that, listen, I'm going to reduce the time that takes for the ball to swing. So if you reduce that time, it will help him play. And that technique was successful in the 2018 series. However, since then, that technique hasn't really come to the fore and helped Virat Kohli. Maybe now it's time to go to plan B. And this plan B is what Sunny Gavaskar might have, because according to Mr. Gavaskar, he feels to negotiate that swinging and seaming delivery outside the off stump, Virat may have to not stand outside the crease, but instead go deeper into the crease, because that will allow him a fraction bit of more time to play that delivery and negotiate that swing. So that's one idea that Sunny Gavaskar has. The other idea, would Mr. Gavaskar gave us some insight when I prodded him by asking him that do tell us what could be those things that he can work on. The other thing he spoke about is that at the moment, watching Virat Kohli bat, he feels that he's anxious. He wants to get a few runs. He's not being amongst a lot of runs. So when you're in a situation like that, the batsman tries to play every ball and get that to a 4 or accumulate runs. However, Mr. Gavaskar said maybe he needs to look at the other way and not be anxious to play every ball. Leaving the ball is also equally important, and this is something maybe where Virat Kohli can concentrate on, leaving the deliveries. So I think these are the two major areas that Mr. Gavaskar would want to address, but whether that meeting happens or not, we don't know. Mr. Sunny Gavaskar, as we know right now, is in Europe, he's in London. Virat Kohli was in London, but last we've heard he's in Paris for some time. Don't know when that meeting can happen, but Virat is on a 4-week break. So enough time to arrange that 20-minute meeting.
Black holes. Did you ever worry that Earth could get sucked into one of them? Black holes do have a massive gravitational pull that allows it to swallow anything that gets in its way. Let's find out more about them. Black holes have been lurking in the galaxies for billions of years. The most powerful known forces in the universe, their gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. They're actually packed full of space matter, so they're not really holes. There are at least 2 types of black holes. Stellar mass black holes form when a huge star, more than 10 times bigger than our sun, burns up all its fuel and collapses in on itself. Scientists say there could be billions in our galaxy, the Milky Way alone. They grow by gobbling up other stars or merging with other black holes to become a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times bigger than the sun. Humans can't even see black holes, but we can observe their effect on matter close by. When normal stars are sucked in, they accelerate and heat up, emitting X-rays which are detected by orbiting space telescopes.
Presented by Aditya Birla Capital. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Presidential election exposes opposition fault lines. 126 non-NDA MLAs vote for Murmu. Vice President election further divides opposition. Mamta to abstain, blames Congress. TMC Aam Aadmi Party raid Congress turf. BJP widens reach, opposition listless. Is 2024 a done deal for BJP? Mission 2024 Roundtable.
It's been a month of high political drama. An opposition coalition government has been toppled by the BJP and a Shiv Sena faction in Maharashtra on the back of a big win in Uttar Pradesh last year. A presidential election that suggests an opposition in disarray and the BJP with a clear strategy to go ahead. BJP on a roll and opposition split wide open, which is why the political buzz in the national capital is this now. Is the general election of 2024 already a done deal, or are we going ahead of ourselves? That's the focus of the political roundtable this week. Joining me on the roundtable, special guest in the studio is Rahul Srivastava, our National Affairs Editor, Yogendra Yadav, President Swaraj India, once leading cephalogist as well, Nalin Kohli, BJP's stellar spokesperson, Kumar Ketkar, Congress MP and former journalist, Sandeep Shastri, Vice Chancellor of Jagran University and National Coordinator of the Lokniti Network. Appreciate all of you joining us. We'll also be joined a little later by Derek O'Brien of the TMC. But I want to start with you, Yogendra Yadav, and I want you to wear both your political and cephalogist hat. Am I prejudging the entire elections of 2024 when I put my first big question? Is 2024 a done deal already, Professor Yadav?
This is exactly the question BJP would like everyone to ask and begin to answer. It's in the psychological warfare, getting people to ask this question is very important, and that's BJP's advantage. But if you look at it realistically, does the BJP enjoy psychological advantage today? Yes. In the last 1 month or so, has the BJP scored tactical political gains? Yes. Does it enjoy an advantage in the electoral battle, which will be fought by people, where people vote, not MLAs and MPs? Perhaps no. Is it a done deal? Not at all, Rajdeep. Look at the economy, look at national security. The BJP faces a real uphill task. For a government in its second term, which has had such tough situation, largely of its own making in the question on the front of economy, a very difficult situation on the national security front. And we still have almost 2 years to go where both of these are likely to get worse than they are. It would really be uphill task for BJP to do it, provided the opposition does not give in to this psychological warfare, because the name of the game is to get the opposition to concede defeat before the match begins. I sincerely hope the opposition doesn't do so for the sake of this country.
Interesting that you're saying it's psychological warfare to suggest even that 2024 is a done deal. But Kumar Ketkar, the fact is, state after state, the BJP, we saw even at the start of the year, win a big victory in Uttar Pradesh, win Uttarakhand, win Goa, and it appeared that the BJP therefore is virtually electorally, at least at the moment, looking invincible. Maharashtra, the second largest state, has also fallen, your home state. Is the opposition really, therefore, like it or not, today is feeling more and more demoralized?
Well, actually, 2024 is 21 months away. And Rajdeep, you are a cricket commentator as well as cricket player, and you know almost till the last over, neither the cricket results nor elections can be actually predicted. How many times the cephalogists, the press pundits and the hopefuls in the commentator lobby have been proved wrong? I think the recent reference was Mamata, where everybody had concluded almost that Amit Shah will win, Amit Shah's strategy will win. Mamata won by landslide. But forget that. In 1977, late George Fernandes had declared that we should not contest at all because Indira Gandhi is going to win. But finally, he was overwhelmed by the public mood, and the people actually elected Janata Party by a landslide. And nobody had predicted that in 1977. Similarly, on 1980, again, when Indira Gandhi came back, not a single press, you can refer to you were a journalist, at that time not a single press commentator or the Pandit or cephalogist had predicted Indira Gandhi with a landslide victory, just 3 years after Janata victory. So I think such things, I think, are completely wrong.
So you're not demoralized?
That
you're not demoralized? The opposition is not demoralized by what's happening?
Giving a foreign example, just one small point. One small point in US, when Truman was supposed to be losing the election in 1944, he actually won. And in 1992, nobody thought Bill Clinton will win when George Bush had seen the collapse of the Cold War and collapse of Soviet Union. So I think elections are quite unpredictable most of the time. And projections and extrapolations based on today's conditions, I think can be dangerously wrong. And people have experienced this, press has experienced this, psephologists have experienced this. So I think I will not call 2024 a done deal just because opposition is in disarray. Opposition disarray does not actually determine the victory or defeat of the ruling establishment, ruling party, ruling alliance.
Very interesting, and we'll come to specifics a little later, but Nalin Kohli, in your opening remarks, is this psychological warfare? The manner in which the BJP has toppled the government in Maharashtra, is this now being seen as part of this attempt to send out a message that we are creating an opposition Mukt Bharat slowly but steadily?
First, Rajdeep, I don't buy this argument that the BJP is sitting and working on some psychological warfare. This is a topic of your choice. Some people would say you're not even fond of the BJP. And you're entitled not to be if you wish to be so. And the point is that who are we to decide what you'd like to be? The fact of the matter is, let's approach it. Principally, what Ketkarji says is correct. You don't write off an election till the election is over, the last vote is counted. And that's correct as a principle. But then the ground realities and the track record of the BJP's performance as being poised to win 2024 would be evident repeatedly. The same what Yogendra ji says, and I must say that I've always respected Yogendra ji as a psephologist. We've been on shows together. But once you come into politics, then that psephology loses its objectivity. So whatever Yogendra ji has said now, projecting for the future, is the same script I've heard for the UP elections, I've heard it for the 19 elections, and I heard it before the 19 elections. So there is a script that the opposition hopes. That is a script based on hope that the Modi wave will die out because of many factors. But the Modi wave is based on a delivery model that focuses in delivering things to people. And that's what even the Uttar Pradesh result is. There is a class of beneficiaries now who have seen the benefit reach them of a governance model that has eliminated intermediaries and therefore also eliminated corruption. Now, let me give an example of, say, the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, 80 crore people targeted for food grains. People say there was theft in it, etc. But a large part went there. Ultimately, not a starvation death. It's a huge achievement in COVID. And the economy is not in a mess, as Yogendra ji would say, because of the self-making of the Modi government, but rather in just so that we don't forget, we are in a post-COVID world where COVID is not wiped out. We are seeing what's happening with the external factors, yet the Indian currency is doing better than other currencies. Inflation is more under control than other economies. And broadly, the fundamentals are being recognized as being far better than several other over 100 or plus countries, maybe 150. So I think there are two arguments to close this. One is the opposition's arguments of fighting it on hope and aspiration, and so be it. And the other is fighting an election on the ground. The BJP is focusing on the elections on the ground. The others are interested in fighting it in their heads. So be it. We welcome that fight.
Okay, so your opening remarks, Professor Shastri, do you believe that we are being premature in a country particularly like India, where a week can be a long time in politics, to even suggest today that because of all that's happened in the last month, over the last 6 months, 2024 appears a done deal for the BJP?
Rajdeep, a lot of deals appear done, but a lot of deals could also be undone over time. We still have 20 months to go, Rajdeep, for the national election to happen. I would concede the point that the BJP looks clearly 2 steps ahead of the opposition. The BJP clearly is having an advantage. But would it be able to retain this advantage over a 20-month period, especially when it is completing 2 terms? I think will be an interesting question to watch. Rajdeep, let's remember that in January, February 2019, we were talking of anti-incumbency against the BJP government. Balakot happens and then everything changes subsequent to that. So I think while the BJP seems to be at an advantage at the present point of time, and the opposition does not seem to be getting its act together, I would pause for a moment and not rush to say it's a done deal, but would say that the BJP clearly has an advantage, but a lot could happen in the next 20 months.
Okay, Rahul Srivastava, our first round ends with you. 2024 done deal or not? Or are we again, as I keep saying, getting ahead of ourselves?
You see, I think, Rajdeep, we are not getting ahead of ourselves. It's a fair thing to talk, but I think prejudging the mind of the voters in India is worse than prejudging the mind of the judges. That will be fatal. I think 2 years is a long time in Indian politics. You see the rise and fall of parties and governments. Strong governments have come down largely because of it, led by strong leaders, have come down because of the mistakes made by the leaders and those governments. Indira Gandhi emergency, Rajiv Gandhi made a lot of mistakes. Then you had UPA, it was a coalition government, but it was there for 10 years, but they made so many mistakes after 2009 that it was difficult. Then there was a rallying point. You had a Jayaprakash Narayan, you had a VP Singh, Atal Bihari, and there were those rallying forces. Today, the BJP has a very strong narrative. There are counter narratives in states. Mamata Banerjee, a successful political narrative against the BJP, TRS in Telangana, YSRCP in Andhra. But how do these narratives come together to form at one compelling narrative against the BJP has a flaw. The flaw is that it needs a pivot. And the Congress is the only party which is in a pan-national character to become that pivot. But the Congress is on the decline, so much so underlined by these election to the president and the vice president, which is going to be there, that the party failed to get its own choice as a principal opposition party as the candidates. It had a Congress person pushed by Sharad Pawar. It had a BJP person pushed by Mamata Banerjee. I think there are too many disparate narratives which need to come together and somebody needs to pivot.
So two issues. One is that the BJP needs to make a big mistake.
Yes.
In a sense, to be pushed back. And number two, you need a pivot to bring the opposition together. Which brings me to our second question. Kaun banega challenger? We often ask the question, Kaun banega Pradhan Mantri? Should we be asking the question, Kaun banega challenger? Along with that, pegged to what Rahul said, is Congress the weak link in opposition? But let's turn to the first one. Kaun banega challenger? I'm joined by Derek O'Brien, the Trinamool Congress's leader in the Rajya Sabha. And Derek O'Brien, the fact is that, as Rahul Srivastava again pointed out, both for the president and vice president election, the impression we got is of the opposition in disarray. Vice president election, Trinamool Congress has decided to abstain. You won't even support Margaret Alva, chosen by the likes of Sharad Pawar, backed by the Congress. And this suggests that the real battle is to occupy the opposition leadership space. Mamata, Kejriwal, Pawar, Sonia Rahul Gandhi, all of you are at odds with each other.
You mentioned some names along with the Chief Minister of Bengal and the chairperson of the Trinamool Congress. So let me first address the names which you mentioned, with all due respect to the other names you mentioned. Mr. Pawar. Mr. Pawar and the NCP are not part of any government in India. They were in a coalition government. You mentioned Mr. Kejriwal, you mentioned Sonia Gandhi. Let me tell you, Ms. Mamata Banerjee is a 7-time MP. She's a 3-time Chief Minister. And in May 2021, I'm just putting out the facts, the Congress and the CPM in an alliance in Bengal and BJP support on the ground, Mamata Banerjee won almost a 3/4 majority. This is not the time to look at that. The bigger issue here is the BJP have to be defeated in 2024. And there are two kinds of opposition parties, like-minded parties, since everyone is using the term like-minded parties. Yes, we're all like-minded parties who will do all it takes to remove this bigoted, divisive BJP party who are ruining the institutions of this country, who do not manage to give jobs to young people, who do not manage to prevent the dollar from hitting 80 rupees.
Mr. O'Brien,
These are
I'm
the
sorry
issues.
to intervene. You're giving the rhetoric.
Kinds.
You didn't answer my
Mr.
question.
Sadesai,
You have not even stood by the opposition when it comes to the vice president election. The perception is of disarray. The perception is of disarray and of one-upmanship. You yourself said Mamata Banerjee is a 7-time MP, 3-time Chief Minister. Sharad Pawar doesn't have a certain state. Kejriwal has 2 states, by the way, now. Punjab and Delhi. Some would say city-state. But the fact is, you're not answering my question of the opposition being in disarray.
No. Mr. Sardesai, I am answering your question. There are 2 kinds of parties in the opposition. Like-minded parties. Yes, we are all like-minded parties who need to remove the BJP. You're telling me I'm giving you rhetoric. Employment is rhetoric. 80 rupees to the dollar is rhetoric. No, it's not rhetoric. It's the reality. And opposition will raise this. Now, there are 2 kinds of like-minded parties. Like-minded, yes, we're all like-minded. But there's a difference. On one side, you have parties like the NCP, like the Shiv Sena, like the RJD, like the DMK, who are allies or work with the Congress. They are electoral allies or on governments with the Congress. The TMC is not. And this is where we want to make a distinction. So when the Congress party announces a vice president candidate, some parties all the parties who are allied with it will line up and support it. We have to make our point, and in this case we made our point that, listen, you can't give us a 10-minute notice because the secretary of the CPIM and Congress will get together, they'll announce a candidate and we'll all line up. No. So what did we say? You can't give us 10 minutes notice. Give us the name and then we're having a press conference in 15 minutes. Please agree. No. Treat us as equals. We'll find opportunities. The BJP can be defeated in 2024, but the grand old party have to treat MPs, parties like the Trinamool Congress, both inside Parliament and outside Parliament, as equal partners. Okay. That does not, and there's another party here which none of you do any television programs about. You're talking about the Congress, the TMC, the DMK. What about the original ally of the BJP now, which nobody discusses? Mr. Naveen Patnaik and the Biju Janata Dal. They are the allies of the BJP. Allies of the BJP. So the opposition, we will find ways to find common issues, agenda, where we will make this happen. This was a vice president. There's no question of supporting.
Can I ask you one last time, before you leave us, kaun banega challenger? Who will be the challenger? Isn't there one-upmanship, yes or no, over who occupies the leadership space of the opposition? Quick answer.
I can speak for my party, the Trinamool Congress. The chairperson, Mamata Banerjee, wants to be the squirrel in the garden. We will do the dirty work. She's not interested who will become, she will become not interested in being the Prime Minister. We'll be the squirrel in the garden. We will do all the dirty work in the garden. We will do all the dirty work to defeat the BJP. But here it is, don't take the Trinamool Congress for granted. This is the same Trinamool Congress who fought a very difficult election in 2021.
Let me leave it there. Mr. O'Brien joining us saying, don't take us for granted. Good point on which to turn to you, Yogendra Yadav. Is that part of the problem, listening to a Derek O'Brien, that there is this one-upmanship? There is no sense of common purpose beyond anti-Modism. The one thing that I gather in the opposition narrative is anti-Modism. Modi ko hatana hai. But within the opposition, there's this battle, Kejriwal, Mamata, the Congress, for leading that opposition space. Nor is there a Jaiprakash Narayan-like figure to hold it all together.
There is a clear problem, Rajdeep. There is a lack of unity of purpose in opposition, and that is clearly a setback. That is a problem that the opposition has to sort out before 2024. But I have been saying again and again and again, there is no need for grand opposition alliance to take on the BJP. Thinking of challenges, Let's think of the country in terms of three geographies, Rasti. Let us stop looking for the one challenger to the BJP. There is a geography of the country, about 200 seats. If you start traveling from West Bengal down to Kerala and a few more states, a little less than 200 seats, where BJP is not the dominant party. In fact, BJP is the challenger here. In 2019, out of these 193 seats, BJP managed to win 38, thanks to a very good performance in Bengal. This time, they would be lucky if they pick up 25 in these. So out of 193, BJP would get something around 25, 30 in this first geography. The second geography are places where opposition unity is necessary, maybe needed. These are places like Karnataka, Maharashtra, Jharkhand, Bihar, and so on. These are about 150 seats. BJP got 110. Yes, you need some opposition unity. I suspect that would be somehow cobbled together. Opposition needs to restrict BJP below 100, ideally to 75. The real game, Rajdeep, is in the third geography, which is the Hindi heartland plus minus Bihar plus Gujarat. This is exactly 200 seats. In these 200 seats, BJP has been winning about 175, 180 seats in the last two elections. This is where the real challenge for the opposition is. The question is, in these places, in Uttar Pradesh Samajwadi Party now, and in the rest of the Congress is the principal challenger. Will we see these challengers challenging each other? Would we see Congress diminish from the existing status of a challenger? Do we see Congress getting up and taking on this battle seriously? This is what the real question is. But please remember, BJP would need to win more than 150 seats out of 200 to get majority in the Lok Sabha. Now, this is a very high ask, which they have done in the last two elections. But please remember, if you were BJP, you would be worried. This is a very, very high ask for any political party of the world in any election. With inflation, with unemployment, with your currency down, and incidentally, our economy did not start going down after COVID. Our economy was already going down for several quarters before the pandemic hit our country. So with this state of economy, this is going to be a very, very tough election for the BJP unless the opposition gives up the battle before it begins.
Remember, of course, even in 2019, the numbers were down, and yet the BJP had this huge strike rate in North India. But it brings me to the key question. Is the Congress the weak link? Kumar Ketkar, you may have heard Derek O'Brien saying the Congress cannot take us for granted when you put a vice president candidate or a presidential candidate, particularly the vice presidential candidate. But importantly, taking off from what Yogendra Yadav said, in the key geography of the country, where elections are decided, it seems that where the battle is BJP versus Congress, we saw both in 2014 and 19, the BJP demolished the Congress. The BJP finds it much more difficult to take on the regional parties than the Congress. In about 190 seats of one-on-one battles, the Congress barely won a dozen. Do you therefore concede that the Congress is the Kamzor Kadi or the weak link in the opposition, and unless the Congress revives itself, it will remain advantage Bharatiya Janata Party leading up to 2024?
I think you are presuming that last 8 years experience, electoral experience, is all that we have. We have experience of elections even before that. And putting a question on challenger, and again the number of Congress seats that they are losing, you think that in 1996, where was the challenger? Nobody knew Devegowda's name in most of the country, and Devegowda won. Devegowda won means Devegowda was chosen. At that time, the question was not who is the challenger. Similarly, in 1998 also, there was no question of who is the challenger. So 1996 election or 1998 elections were fought without any challenger. And in 2004, nobody thought Sonia Gandhi was a challenger to Vajpayee. On the one hand, there was this towering leadership of Vajpayee, and on the other hand, a person who doesn't understand Hindi or India. And yet, Sonia Gandhi built a coalition which won. So I don't think this challenger business. And another point, responding to Yogendra Yadav, let us not forget that even in 1977, under the great leadership of Jayaprakash, South did not vote for Janata Party. Out of something like 130 seats, only 6 seats went to Janata Party, 124 or some such seats went to their respective parties. They did not go, majority of them went to Congress, they did not go to Janata Party. So to say that Jayaprakash magic, Jayaprakash unifying leadership, that helped, that did not help in South, that helped only in the North. So to compare only northern victories, that is northern and partly western victories, Gujarat and UP and Himachal Pradesh and Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, to say that they are invincible, I think is converting Indian politics only to northern Indian politics. And secondly, the state
but the
parties,
BJP,
whether they unite
but you're
or
still not answering the central
can
question.
BJP,
Is the Congress, no, but
BJP,
Mr. Ketkar, the Congress being
BJP,
the weak link.
They can defeat BJP in their respective parties. Congress is not a calculating factor at all in Tamil Nadu. But BJP did not win. So in Congress need not necessarily be the weaving partner. Congress can lose, Congress can defeat, Congress cannot be and need not be necessarily a kind of a component that unites everybody. Congress will do that. Congress will try to do that. But that election in 2024 is not dependent only on
Chhattisgarh,
Congress, Sonia, Rahul. Only not... You know how Madhya Pradesh was won? You know how Madhya Pradesh was won and actually sabotaged. You know how Karnataka was won and how it was sabotaged. You know how Goa was won last time and how it was sabotaged. So all these victories at Skullduggery, that does not define 2024. BJP will continue to play Skullduggery game. BJP will continue to play games. All the games of thrones they will play. But that does not mean that the voters are likely to be impressed by that. Voters are already disgusted. Many BJP members privately tell us how disgusted they are with the current rule because they don't have any access, they don't have any role to play. Majority of the BJP leadership.
Professor Shastri?
So discontent in the BJP also will be a factor which we are not counting at all. But discontent in BJP will never reflect like discontent in Congress. And that's why we feel it is a monolith. It is not a monolith anymore internally.
Okay, you want to respond therefore, Nalin Kohli, that A, to what Yogendra Yadav suggests, that the BJP has certain geographical limitations that exist, so you will again need, like 2019, a huge strike rate in North India. Let's not go, that is one challenge that you face. And number two, according to Kumar Ketkar, internal discontent, that for all this talk of Mr. Modi being invincible, there are those within the party who feel that that the party is a one-man show increasingly.
We did do exceedingly well in Uttar Pradesh in both the elections and in the northern belt. And then certainly in the south, we lacked the depth across several states. Now, however, I'm going to go back to an anecdotal story which involved us, that is you and me in 2014 election. We were in Varanasi and I recall that you had specifically asked Amit Bhai, when he was heading the entire election there, after the election, in a group of journalists, what is the next plan? Ab kya Amit Bhai? And he had said, 2019 ki tayari. And a lot of journalists laughed thinking, you've just won the election, where's 2019? But that, I think, sums up the Modi-Shah kind of an approach and the new BJP. It is that there is no resting on the laurels. It's a relentless work. And that's why when he said, as Prime Minister, "Main Pradhan Sevak 24 ghante hu," in the sense it wasn't lightly said. Now, in 8 years down, that schedule of the Prime Minister remains the same, and that kind of ruling schedule remains for all functionaries in the party and the government. Because this is seen as an opportunity, don't stop working. We have to keep working because there's so much to do. And that's why I use the argument of the beneficiaries right at the first part of your program. That there is a class of beneficiaries who have seen the benefits reach them. Now, certainly, there will be some who will say that politics will play out in the manner in which they are seeing it always. History is important. There are lessons to be learned there. But again, I'm going back to 2014, another anecdotal thing. When they would say, how do you see Prime Minister Modi, then Prime Ministerial candidate? The answer used to be, don't judge, because they approach it in a different way. And therefore, my argument would be that today, so far from both general elections and many, many important state elections, the vast majority, the opposition hasn't come up with a formula
of leadership, ideology, agenda, or even a plan. So they need to have all of this before they can. That's why perhaps they are always hoping that the BJP will do badly. It's like saying the batsman will run himself out or, hit wicket himself, and therefore we will win the match. It's not about bowling the batsman out.
Okay. Which brings me to the question, is the Modi regime, the new BJP under Mr. Modi, simply crushing the opposition? Is that the goal? We've seen it in Maharashtra, governments being toppled. We've seen other governments being changed, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Goa. Rahul Srivastava, is there a point in what Nalin Kohli is saying? A, don't only look at us through the old prism of the BJP. This is a new BJP, social engineering, Labhartis or the beneficiaries of welfare projects. You've seen the president being chosen who's from the Adivasi community. They've reached out to Dalits in the past. They are creating a new social coalition which is far more formidable electorally than what the BJP had in the past. Is that a sense that you get that this is a new BJP which is being looked by the opposition through an old prism?
Rajiv, it's a predatory party now.
It's a predatory party.
Definitely. You see, there is a difference, Rajdeep, in the BJP of the past and all the governments which have come in the past. Every other political party in this country wanted to win elections, hook or crook. They all have done it. But they wanted to come to power. That's it. This party wants to win election but has other goal. It has got an ideology. And that is why the battle is different. And that is why Narendra Modi becomes a different leader. The issue here is that BJP is plotting a million battles against various state players and everybody in different states. Whereas the state players are locked in their own state battles. So how do they plot for a national battle against the BJP? There is a crisis there.
So you are giving, for example, in a Telangana, where a KCR is today sort of being encircled by the BJP. So the question is, when you say predatory, does that mean they are using institutions? Because the opposition will say, we have no chance, the media is against us, the enforcement directorate is being used to crush us. Do you go along with that, or do you believe it's the Labharti social composition that needs to be looked at more closely when we discuss the BJP's power?
I think governments have been predatory. Degrees vary. Narasimha Rao, when he came to power, I know what happened, that so many congressmen left the party because he was using the agencies. There were charges. I think that's not the issue. The issue here is that this idea of like-minded, the problem what Mr. Ketkar was saying, that when was in against Vajpayee, what happened? The problem is Vajpayee made mistakes. Vajpayee government made mistakes. People voted against Vajpayee. People were unhappy with the other governments. Deve Gowda came in. People may give a fragmented verdict, but the point here is that today people are perhaps looking for a more cohesive combatants. It is looking for like-minded people even before the election, not after the election that you say that we are like-minded, we want to come to power. I think that's where the BJP is doing better. Also,
you think the BJP offers a better narrative than the opposition offers, a better leadership than the opposition offers at the moment?
It's a cohesive political narrative. It's aligned to, I think, what the public is thinking today. It's keyed into the mainstream. It's ready to make amends, changing political demographic basis from a Brahman Baniya party to a OBC Dalit tribal party. And the policy, Rajdeep, the delivery mechanism, targeting, I think it's a very focused machinery, though predatory, but definitely much more focused.
Sandeep Shastri, do you agree with that? That we have seen the most formidable election machine in the history of post-independence India, which has in a way captured the system. We can see that in negative terms. We can also see it as perhaps an example of power is politics. Rahul Gandhi says power is poison. The BJP will say power is politics.
Rajdeep, while agreeing with that sentiment, I would go back to the question you phrased. I think the moment you say "Kaun banega challenger," the opposition has lost the battle. Yes. Because that is what the BJP would like the narrative to be. That who is the challenger to the Prime Minister? Alternatively, it should be a fight on issues, a fight on policies, a fight on alternatives, and not a positing of who is the alternative leader. Now, if the opposition were to focus on Kaun banega challenger, I think the battle has been lost even before it has begun. It has to be a fight on issues, It has to be a fight on alternatives. And as Yogenji said, 28 states represent 28 different electoral battles. This time, the real fight, as I see it, would be in West India, East India, and the South of India. And how the BJP does in these three regions will be critical. How do the non-BJP parties in these regions do will be critical. And that, I think, will decide the way the 2024 election will go.
Interesting the way you're putting it, that the battle in a sense will be fought state-wise. I know even before 2019 I heard this. We will fight 543 separate elections against the BJP. That didn't happen. There was a virtual wave, a Modi wave, a post-Balakot wave, whichever way you see it. But Yogendra Yadav, therefore, what can change between now and 2024? I remember in December 2018, when the Congress did well in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, there was a sense the BJP was vulnerable. 5 months later, the BJP swept all these states as well. So what can change between now and 2024 to, in a way, change my original question? Is it a done deal for Mr. Modi that he will have a hat-trick?
Rajdeep, a lot is already changing. The question is about converting them into electoral gains for the opposition. Mr. Modi's government is increasingly seen to be ahankari, very arrogant. That never goes down well with the Indian people. The economy is in a very, very bad shape. Yes, the beneficiaries remember the LPG cylinder that they got. Yes, the beneficiaries remember the 5 kg ration that they got, but they also remember the jobs they lost. They also remember the person who died in their family without oxygen. The real situation is that we are looking at an economy of everyday condition of the people, which is very, very bad. The real question is, can the opposition translate that into politics?
No, but you said that, Yogendra ji, with due regard to some extent even before Uttar Pradesh. And look what happened. So clearly someone is missing something that is happening on the ground. That while we say that the economy is struggling, while we say, look what happened, how was COVID management, particularly the second wave, the BJP either is able to course correct effectively or has built a certain emotional connect that Mr. Modi as leader in particular has done that transcends conventional political logic.
Rajdeep, there's no difference between what we are saying. I completely agree. The situation is bad, but things being bad automatically does not translate into electoral defeat for the ruling party. And I actually agree with Mr. Nalin Kohli that if the opposition is waiting for Mr. Modi and the BJP to, go get run out or hit wicket, they could wait another 20 years. That's not going to happen. The opposition has to do something. And to my mind, and I have a slightly different reading or probably a different emphasis from Professor Shastri, I think the name of the game is, can BJP be checked even partially in this northwestern Indian heartland, in the heartland with UP plus Gujarat minus Bihar? That, to my mind, is the real challenge. Out of these 200 seats or so, can BJP be restricted to 125? And for that, a revival of the Congress being able to take on the BJP is absolutely vital. That would require the opposition, the Congress in particular, to appear to be more credible than it appears in the eyes of the people today. This, to my mind, is the most critical piece of 2024.
I tend to agree with you, and Kumar Ketkar, therefore you need to answer that. The Congress's credibility, it brings us to the elephant in the room, Rahul Gandhi, the Gandhi family. The Congress seems to be status quoist. Everything else is changing. The regional parties are gearing up to fight Mr. Modi. They are ready to fight. The Congress at the moment is fighting within. It's unable to provide a leadership that is seen as credible, that is seen to connect with New India. Do you concede that somewhere you're going to have to resolve your problem? You're this big pan-Indian brand, but you lack effective, credible leadership at the moment. You're practicing politics the old way. Sonia Gandhi gets questioned before the enforcement directorate, you hit the streets. But on real issues connecting to the public, you're nowhere to be seen. Is the argument being made against you? Or that you're not effective enough to put those points before the public?
I think faults, shortcomings and weaknesses of the Congress are publicly known and publicly discussed. But you cannot choose history selectively. In 2015, when Modi was at his supreme best, he lost Delhi. Just 1 year after 2014, 67 seats out of 70, AAP won. AAP was a completely new
not
player.
Congress. Mr. Kejriwal, it was Aam Aadmi Party because Arvind Kejriwal came out as a credible leader.
I am not talking about. Why are you emphasizing only Congress? I am talking about defeating Modi, and you are talking about Congress emerging. Why are you talking only Congress emerging? Congress will emerge. Congress can emerge, and Congress will emerge. That is not the question. Question is defeating Modi, and Modi has been defeated in Kerala, in Tamil Nadu, even in Delhi. And therefore, to say, and in that situation of complete manthan, then the Congress can emerge. Don't forget that Modi at his peak in 2014 got only 31% vote, and with NDA in 2019 he got only 37%
What is
vote.
the role of
Congress,
the Gandhi
when
family in this, sir?
Low number of
sir,
seats.
What is
with
the role
low number of seats, Congress. Why are you constantly obsessed with Sonia and Rahul? When Congress won lowest vote, that was 41%, Congress won 282 seats. So I don't think, 69% of the people have voted against Modi in 2014 and 63% people have voted. Now how to bring those 63% or 69% people together under one banner? That is not possible. Things have changed completely in last, and the Hindu-Muslim question, which Congress could not understand because Congress can never divide or polarize society like Modi does. So Hindu-Muslim question did create a frenzy across the country, and that frenzied vote you are taking as a major reference statistical point. Frenzied vote should never be considered as a statistical reference for victories and defeats.
You agree with that, Professor Shastri, that there is a frenzied Hindutva vote? Okay, there is a frenzied Hindutva vote. We saw it in 2014 to some extent, along with this vote for change then, this Achhe Din vote, which was anti-incumbency. In 2019, we saw it post-Balakot. Is there that frenzied Hindu vote, which is very difficult to dismantle at the moment? It's not enough to blame the Congress leadership. Okay, it's not just enough to blame the Congress leadership. You're facing a force that is appealing to...
was Hindu vote.
Okay. You want to respond, Professor Shastri, to that? It was a Hindu vote.
Now, there is no question of doubt that there has been a strong attempt at majority consolidation, but there are limits to that happening. I think the more important point which I would like to re-stress, which I made, and while agreeing with Professor Yadav, I would like to look at where the BJP faces a critical contest or where the BJP faces a likely strong opponent. And it's in that context I was talking of West India, South India and East India. I would believe, even as the present situation stands, that the BJP's competitors in North India, if you look at that, the BJP still seems to be in a stronger position. The potential for that challenge in West, East and South India is much, much stronger. And that's why I emphasize the need to look at these regions when we look at 2024 coming up.
Remember, of course, in 2014 in particular, more than 80% of the BJP seats came from North and Western India, but it has slowly expanded. I just want to ask you, therefore, Nalin Kohli, we are running out of time. Is the BJP invincible in your view? I know this is a question that perhaps I could have a predictable answer, but is the BJP invincible? If you were to be a strategist for your opponents, is there a weak point? What is your weakest point? What is it that worries you, Nalin Kohli? Is there a weak point?
Honestly, the second part, though, I can't answer, because whatever we've been doing has been going well in terms of electoral victories, broadly speaking. Of course, we don't win all elections, and nobody can win all elections in a democracy. But certainly we are winning again and again under Prime Minister Modi and the BJP.
But is there a concern? Is there something that concerns you? What can change between now and 2024?
Look, I would hope that there is no change, not because of a party perspective, and I'll be candid about it, Rajdeep, is that in a world where violence is increasing and on a daily basis we see threats and all, I just pray that India doesn't see any of that kind of situation that we've seen in the past. So therefore, with me, what I'll only hope is that an external factor does not try to destabilize things, which is an event, which is, not directly homegrown in that sense. Right. And I look at always terrorism as a risk factor to every election in the country. So therefore, barring that, I think broadly there's nothing I could say that the BJP is not getting right.
Is there that black swan event that you see? There could be a black swan event, as we've seen, that can change elections. But Rahul Srivastav, I know that we can never say any party is invincible, but you track the BJP. Do you get a sense from talking to BJP leaders, internally, do they believe that Mr. Modi is poised for a hat-trick? Is there anything they fear that can change between now and 2024?
See, Rajiv, I think no political party or a cadre or leadership ever works that it thinks that it is there. I think the entire cadre moves in a direction when it thinks that its leadership is doing things to move there.
Is there anything they fear? Is there anything they're worried about?
And in that, if you see, changing the base, getting a tribal woman as a president is a foray into a vote which the BJP perhaps was getting weak. Telangana, they have a plan. Now, opposition too. Yes, Mamata Banerjee has a plan. She's giving those signals that I have national aspirations. Kejriwal, for example.
Do they fear a Kejriwal?
See, yes, I'm 100%. It's not the fear factor. They compute the factor. They factor in that there is a Kejriwal. So today, if there is going to be a Gujarat battle in which Kejriwal is mounting a slight battle against Modi, then they will prop the Congress a bit. There might be ED strikes. All kind of things happen in Indian politics, Rajdeep. What I will say, that to defeat BJP at this moment, it is always said that the strength of the system is the weakness of the system. Narendra Modi is a strong leader that the BJP has. If my heart is a strong part of my body, it keeps me alive. The day it fails, makes a mistake, I'm gone. Similarly, I think it is Narendra Modi who's pulling this engine. And if he makes a mistake, I think that's one thing the BJP has to watch out for.
Okay, let's leave it at that point. It's been fascinating to hear articulate voices, no crosstalk. 20 months to go for the 2024 elections. As I keep reiterating, a week is a long time in Indian politics. Who knows what tomorrow brings? Kal kisne dekha hai. But for now, it appears the BJP juggernaut is rolling on. Can the opposition get its act together is going to be the big challenge. We want a competitive fight to enhance democracy. Thank you all very much for joining me on this special roundtable. To all our viewers, thanks for watching. Bye for now.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
After the Philippines, now Indonesia wants this missile from India. It is in high demand across the world. This is the Indo-Russian Brahmos missile. As per reports, India is in the advanced stages of signing an export deal for the Brahmos missile with Indonesia. Indonesia is expected to buy the ship-borne variant of the cruise missile for its warships. In January this year, the Philippines had signed a $375 million contract for the shore-based variant of the Indo-Russian Brahmos anti-ship missile. Apart from the Philippines and Indonesia, Vietnam is also interested in acquiring the Brahmos. India is also known to be in talks with Argentina, Brazil and South Africa for the sale of Brahmos, as New Delhi seeks to increase its defence exports as part of the government's Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat initiatives.
हम हमारे हथियार जो उत्पादन होते हैं उसकी इज्जत हम नहीं करेंगे और हम चाहेंगे कि दुनिया हमारे हथियारों की इज्जत करे, तो ये संभव नहीं होने वाला है। शुरुआत हमें अपने से करनी होती है और ब्रह्मोस इसका उदाहरण है। जब भारत ने ब्रह्मोस को गले लगाया, दुनिया ब्रह्मोस को गले लगाने के लिए आज कतार में खड़ी हो गई है। दोस्तों, हमें अपने हर निर्मित चीजों के प्रति हमें गर्व होना चाहिए।
The Brahmos
Department released a statement saying that they will make Bangalore street dog free.
ಸರ್ 3 ಲಕ್ಷ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಇತ್ತು ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಇನ್ನು ಈ ಸಲ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲಿ ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು 2000.
I speak as the voice of each street dog and community dog in the city because they have rights too. The only solution, as you all know, is ethical animal birth control. Activists and rescuers like us spend our own money, take hundreds and hundreds of treaties we feed to private vets and get them sterilized. Where are the ABC funds gone? So as per Section 11 of the Prevention of Cruelty Animals Act 1960, it is illegal to relocate or cause any kind of harm to street and community animals. Because crores of money has been sanctioned for ABC program in the city for ages now. Ever since ABC program has started in the city, crores of money has been sanctioned. The question is, where has that money gone?
Why is that every year around the time of monsoons, life comes to a complete standstill in Assam? What makes flooding so deadly in Assam? Is it poor planning, climate change, or is it a culmination of both? More than 174 lives were lost due to current wave of floods in Assam. Continuous rains, landslides and floods have only intensified the loss of lives and property. Experts have pointed out some of the possible reasons here, like faulty flood control measures, shrinking water bodies, population increase, and of course, unregulated construction. The flood in the two river basins of Barak and Brahmaputra is not new, but the intense destruction can be because of these reasons. Moreover, frequent flash floods also add to their woes, which leave people very little time to protect themselves and their property. In many instances, early warnings and flood forecasts don't reach vulnerable population, so there is no scope for preparation at all. Heavy rainfall and large rivers are the characteristic of the Indian subcontinent, spanning from Bangladesh to the northeastern states of India. The Brahmaputra basin is among the most flood-prone areas in the world. Both Brahmaputra and Barak make 40% of Assam quite vulnerable. The Brahmaputra region gets around 1,000 to 6,000 millimeters of rainfall during monsoons. Adding to it are glaciers which start to melt during summer, increasing the volume of water. With the tremendous flow of water, erosion of river banks multiplies tenfolds and compounds the flood. Some studies show that Brahmaputra erodes more than they deposit. This destabilizes and loosens the soil around it. Urban flooding in areas such as Guwahati, Silchar, Tinshukia occurs because of a faulty drainage system of the state. From drainage congestion to choking of local water bodies, urban flooding has intensified. It is because earlier the local water bodies and better draining system would flush out the water. Other reasons like deforestation, climate change also compound flooding problems. Experts say increasing air and surface temperatures have a role to play in the unprecedented floods. It feeds more water from the melting glaciers of the Himalayas. Moreover, studies show that monsoon in India has been affected by the rising global temperature.
Sorry. मेरे बातें सुन लो मित्रों, लिख लो है काम की मित्रों। मेरे इंडिया की गलियों में फेंको मत सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक। धरती ये कहती है मदर नेचर प्लास्टिक क्यों रहती है? Why to spoil it? I keep saying all day, all day, all night long. Single use plastic ban, poly ban, poly ban. Single use plastic ban. घर से थैला लाओ मैन हो। नेचर है सबसे बोली, say no to poly. नेचर की बेबसी है, that's why ये पॉलिसी है। प्लास्टिक को ना है कहना, भारत को स्वच्छ है बनाना। सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक वाले ग्लास, चम्मच, कांटे सब बैन। अब जाके मिलेगा जरा नेचर को चैन। सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक बैन, पॉली बैन, पॉली बैन। सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक बैन, घर से थैला लाओ मैन हो।
Presented by Green Lamb Laminates, हर गुस्ताखी साफ. Co-powered by, if it's important, Blue Dot It. In association with Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully. Offer पे offer सिर्फ कल्याण ज्वेलर्स में.
Hajj house painted outside Gujarat Congress office. Gujarat Congress chief reiterates minorities have first right on resources statement.
देशना प्रधानमंत्री एम कहता था कि हिंदुस्तानी तिजोरी पर सौથી पहलो अधिकार मायनो
Jignesh Mevani salutes Teesta Setalwad.
Teesta Setalwad ને પણ યાદ કરવા માંગુ છું. એ મહિલાએ ગુજરાતના મઝલૂમોને ન્યાય અપાવવા માટે જે સંઘર્ષ કર્યો એ સંઘર્ષને જાહેર મંચ ઉપરથી હું સેલ્યુટ કરું છું અને સલામ કરું છું.
BJP hits out at the Congress.
They will appease one community and they will always treat with discrimination the other communities only for the sake of vote bank politics.
War over Muslim appeasement charge is our top focus on India First. With elections in Gujarat less than 6 months away, is this the beginning of politics of polarization yet again? And are both the Congress and the BJP equally responsible? Is Congress reaching out to the Muslims through statements of Jagdish Thakur and Jignesh Mevani? And are right-wing groups as culpable in politics of polarization by spray painting Hajj House outside the Congress office? I'm Gaurav Sawant. We debate. But as always, let's begin with the headlines on India First. Biggest news break in the Musewala assassination. India Today accesses the 1 minute 38 seconds call from the murderers to gangster Lawrence Bishnoi in Tihar jail. Call confirms Bishnoi was the mastermind. Actor Salman Khan meets Mumbai Police Commissioner over threat letter from the Bishnoi gang, submits an application for a weapons license for protection. Big Centre versus Delhi government showdown over capital's liquor policy. The Lieutenant Governor seeks a CBI inquiry against Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia over allegations of financial impropriety. Arvind Kejriwal rejects the charge, says he's willing and ready to be arrested. Political fight escalates over Narendra Modi government's Har Ghar Tiranga push. Rahul Gandhi alleges livelihoods of Khadi flag makers being destroyed. Centre hits back, accuses the Congress of raising irrelevant issues. And massive crackdown on Sri Lankan protesters after Ranil Wickremesinghe takes over as the president. This after security forces stormed into the protest camp in the heart of Colombo. Breaking news coming in. The Enforcement Directorate is carrying out search operations at various premises linked to a recruitment scam in the West Bengal School Services Commission and West Bengal Primary Education Board. The money that you see there, that's almost 20 crore rupees in cash that has been recovered. The counting process, of course, we are told, is on. Those being searched include Bengal Ministers Partha Chatterjee and Paresh Adhikari, MLA Manik Bhattacharya, and former President of the West Bengal Board of Primary Education Arpita Mukherjee, PK Bandopadhyay, OSD to then Minister of Education. What we are being told by the Enforcement Directorate is during the course of the searches, the Enforcement Directorate has recovered huge cash amounting approximately to 20 crore rupees from the residence of Arpita Mukherjee, who's said to be a close associate of Minister Partha Chatterjee. The said amount is suspected to be proceeds of crime in the SSC scam. The search team is taking the assistance of bank officials for counting of cash. Counting machines, cash counting machines are also being brought in. Even as we speak, a total of more than 20 mobile phones have also been recovered from the premises of Arpita Mukherjee, the purpose of which is currently being ascertained. We'll get you much more on this big story. Reactions coming in. Let's quickly listen in to reactions coming in.
उनको पता है कि सारे चोर हैं, उनके पॉकेट में जो नेता है सारे ही चोर तो है ना, पूरी पार्टी चोर की पार्टी है। तो उनके घर में CBI ED तो जाएगा, कौन जाएगा? प्रवचन देने थोड़ी साधु महात्मा जाएंगे, ED CBI जाएगा।
And India Today's Indrajit Kundu now joins me for more on this big story. Indrajit, are these searches still on? What more can you tell us about ED searches?
Well, absolutely, Gaurav. Even as we speak, searches are being conducted by the Enforcement Directorate across multiple locations here in West Bengal. And these began right in the morning at about 9 o'clock in the morning. And it's 10 o'clock at night. And the marathon search operations are underway. We are, of course, here at a premium housing society in South Kolkata's Tollygunge area. And this is the tower. Tower 2 is where Arpita Mukherjee, a close associate, a close aide of Dr. Partha Chatterjee, who is currently the Industries Minister of West Bengal, formerly the Education Minister of the state, and you know, the allegation is that the school service recruitment scam or the irregularity in the process of recruitment to school service here in West Bengal took place during his tenure as the Education Minister. I will take you through, you know, the lobby of this this apartment complex. This is Tower 2, of course. And as you can see, central forces have been deployed at this place because Enforcement Directorate officials are there at the apartment of Arpita Mukherjee, whom the central agency claims is a close associate of Partha Chatterjee. We are showing the visuals of the cash that has been recovered from one of the apartments that belong to Arpita Mukherjee rather. And the Enforcement Directorate officials have come out with a statement saying 20 crore cash has been recovered along with 20 mobile phones. Now, what they are doing, of course, is they are taking the assistance of bank officials and, you know, cash counting machines have been brought in at this apartment so that they can count the cash that has been recovered. Approximately, Enforcement Directorate says 20
Indrajit,
crores has been recovered in cash at this very residence.
We're looking at that mountain of cash in those pictures that you've put out, that you've exclusively accessed. We're also looking at the images of the minister and his close associate. But give us details. This is a court-mandated probe. The Central Bureau of Investigation is involved, the Enforcement Directorate is involved, and I believe these searches are being carried out at multiple locations, more than 10 locations across Bengal.
Well, that's right, Gaurav. You know, this, of course, is a probe that is being monitored by the High Court. Both the Central Bureau of Investigation as well as the Enforcement Directorate are involved in this investigation. The prime allegation, of course, is that a lot of people, you know, hundreds of people who have been given jobs as part of the School Service Commission's recruitment drive, there has been irregularity as part of that entire drill, and money was taken to provide government jobs. That's the allegation. And what the Enforcement Directorate is today saying in its statement is that the money that has been recovered from this apartment complex, Diamond City, you know, South, in Tollygunge area, T2 is the tower, from one Arpita Mukherjee, who is said to be a close associate of Dr. Partha Chatterjee. Currently, the Industries Minister, formerly the Education Minister. They are saying that those proceeds, the money that was taken by a lot of people, the suspects in this entire scam, and they all work in the Education Department, they're officials of the Education Department or the School Service Commission of West Bengal.
20 crore rupees recovered so far, Indrajit, and searches are still on. And this is just one of the flats, you're telling me, where 20 crores has been recovered and neatly stacked in bags. But tell me this, has the Trinamool Congress reacted to these raids that are on from this morning? And I believe the ministers also there where the raids are being conducted. Any reaction either from the minister or the party?
Well, absolutely, Gaurav. You know, the Trinamool Congress has reacted this morning. There was an emergency press conference that was conducted where West Bengal Finance Minister Chandrima Bhattacharjee herself came and, you know, addressed the press conference along with Trinamool Congress spokesperson Kunal Ghosh, and they categorically stated that this is nothing but vendetta politics just because yesterday there was a show of strength as far as Trinamool is concerned. We know that yesterday the Trinamool Congress conducted its July 21st Martyrs' Day rally in Kolkata, where a few lakh people congregated in the heart of the city. The Trinamool says that the BJP is feeling jittery. Their existence is in question. They are feeling existential crisis here in West Bengal, seeing the kind of massive mass support that the Trinamool Congress enjoys, and therefore the Trinamool Congress is being targeted through the use of central agencies like CBI and ED.
Stay with me, Indrajit. I'm getting a reaction. Satarupa of the Bharatiya Janata Party also joins me on the broadcast. Okay, give me a moment as we try and re-establish that link. But we are getting a reaction from Shuvendu Adhikari, who said 20 crore cash recovered by Enforcement Directorate from the residence of Arpita Mukherjee, close aide of West Bengal Education Minister Partha Chatterjee in the SSC scam case. Sources claim that piles of cash were found inside West Bengal Government Education Ministry envelopes with the national emblem printed on them. And in just a moment, we'll put out Shuvendu Adhikari's tweet also. But explain the association, Indrajit, of Arpita Mukherjee and Minister Partha Chatterjee, a close aide. In what capacity is the Arpita Mukherjee working with the minister, and what is the explanation of 20 crore being recovered from this residence?
Well, you know, we are yet to hear from Arpita Mukherjee. She's, of course, inside, holed up in her apartment, where ED officials are still counting the, huge stash of cash that has been recovered. What we are learning from our sources is that Dr. Partha Chatterjee, who is the education minister, used to often visit this residence of Arpita Mukherjee, is what my sources are telling me at this point in time. And, we've also had visuals, still photographs of Arpita Mukherjee with Partha Chatterjee that has now surfaced. We are told that this Arpita Mukherjee used to be in various professions of modeling and acting. She had an acting career as well, but not much is known about her at this point in time. We also know that there are multiple apartments that she has at this very apartment complex. Whether she owns those apartments or not is not very clear. But she, of course, resides in this housing society. She has one apartment in Tower 2, T2, and there is, of course, another apartment that she has in this very complex, is what we are told. So clearly, it's not very clear as to what is the kind of association, but it does come in as a surprise that the Enforcement Directorate today has revealed that she is a close associate, and so much of her money, disproportionate amount of cash that has been recovered, clearly raises questions about her association with the minister. What exactly was the kind of association that she had? And the Enforcement Directorate, of course, also saying that there is an apprehension that the proceeds of the entire scam, where people were given government jobs in the education department, in school service commission, through the school service commission, that commission or that money could have landed here. Is this the money that they are talking about? Cash counting machines have now been brought in to count that cash. So there will be a lot of answering to do as far as the Trinamool Congress is concerned.
I'll just look at that mountain of cash on your television screen. Look at how cash is neatly stacked in those bundles of cash. 20 crore and counting is what we are being told. But I believe information is that gold and foreign exchange has also been found. Is there an independent confirmation? Raids that are being carried out, and according to information that I've just received, these raids are being carried out apparently between 10 and 15 places across Bengal. Gold and forex, foreign exchange also recovered. What more can you tell us, Indrajit?
Well, that's right. Sources are telling us. However, there is no official confirmation from the ED whether forex has been recovered or not. But ED has come out with a statement where they're clearly stating that a total of 20 mobile phones have been recovered from this residence of Arpita Mukherjee. And what we are also being told is that there are electronic devices. The statement of the Enforcement Directorate says that dubious companies...
Stay with me for a moment. I have senior Bengal BJP leader Dilip Ghosh joining me on the broadcast. Dilip Ghosh, the TMC says this is vendetta politics of the BJP that uses the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI as an extension of the party, sir.
देखिए, कल उनकी बहुत बड़ी सभा थी कलकत्ता में, तो उसमें चीफ मिनिस्टर ममता बनर्जी ने बोल रही थी हम ईडी सीबीआई से डरते नहीं हैं। और आज जब छापा शुरू हुआ तो उनके एक मंत्री ने बोला कि हमारा कोई कार्यकर्ता या नेता का अगर तबीयत थोड़ा भी खराब होता है या तो मानसिक कोई गड़बड़ होता तो उसको हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं, सीबीआई को ईडी। इस प्रकार धमकी दे दे के वो चाह रहे थे इसको बंद कर देंगे। उनके एक मंत्री ने स्टेटमेंट दिया कि ये तो कोर्ट तो सीबीआई को इंक्वायरी के लिए बोला था, ईडी क्यों आ गया बीच में। तो बहुत कुछ मामला था, रोकने के लिए प्रयास बहुत हुआ लेकिन हुआ नहीं है, क्योंकि पूरा बंगाल के लोग वहाँ जो भ्रष्टाचार चरम पर है उससे पीड़ित है, दुखी है। बार बार लोग कोर्ट में गए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश से नारदा शारदा का 80,000 करोड़ का घोटाला का चल रहा है इंक्वायरी, और अभी हाई कोर्ट ने 5-6 जो मामले में लगातार सीबीआई का आदेश दिया है
जी। उसके
जो परिणाम आया अभी, जो पूछताछ के बाद जो छापामारी शुरू हुई, तब ये हाथ लगा 20 मोबाइल फोन, 20 करोड़ रुपए और फर्जी कंपनी की बिल आदि आदि बहुत कुछ मिला है। और मुझे लगता है कि ये अगर कंटिन्यू रहेगा, कुछ दिन पहले सीबीआई ने छापा मार के एक जिला प्रेसिडेंट टीएमसी का, उसका जो अंगरक्षक है पुलिस कांस्टेबल, उसका 150 करोड़ का आमदनी उसका संपत्ति मिला था। तो इतनी बड़ी घोटाला हुआ है, ये तो केवल शुरुआत हुआ है। मुझे लगता है कि आगे और दूर जाएगा और बंगाल के लोग ये चाह रहे हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी ये सामने आए और बंगाल जो आज एक प्रकार इन्फिनिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स में चला गया है उससे उभर कर आएगा।
दिलीप घोष, आज तक से बात करने, इंडिया टुडे से बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Ex-BJP chief of Bengal, Dilip Ghosh, says this is just the beginning and more raids will reveal the extent of alleged corruption in Bengal. We will continue to track the story very, very closely. ED crackdown on Bengal ministers, MLAs and several others associated with them. Gujarat Congress President Jagdish Thakur has stoked a fresh controversy after repeating what former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh had once said. First right on resources, on national treasure is that of the minorities. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal took to the streets in Gujarat. They spray painted Hajj House outside the Congress party headquarters in Gujarat. The BJP and the Congress, both are they in a game of political polarization ahead of elections less than 6 months away? Bajrang Dal workers spray paint Hajj House outside the Congress office in Gujarat. These images of right-wing groups defacing Congress posters with black spray paint and sticking posters saying Hajj House outside the Congress office went viral in Gujarat. The defacement, according to the Bajrang Dal, was a result of the Gujarat Congress chief Jagdish Thakur saying minorities had the first right on national resources.
देशना प्रधानमंत्री एम कहता था क्या हिंदुस्तानी तिजोरी पर सौથી પહેલો અધિકાર માઇનોરિટી આ દેશનો કોંગ્રેસનો પ્રધાનમંત્રી ડંકાની ચોટ ઉપર
The Bajrang Dal claimed responsibility for its actions, insisting it shouldn't be seen as politics ahead of Gujarat elections, but the Congress hurting Hindu sentiments.
हमारा विरोध रहा है क्योंकि हिंदू समाज इससे बहुत उसको आघात लगा है और पिछले 70 सालों से कांग्रेस ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति जो कर रही है और वो भुगत भी रही है। और अभी जिस प्रकार देश भर के अंदर जो माहौल चल रहा है, धर्म के नाम पे लोगों के गले काटे जा रहे हैं, ऐसे माहौल में भी अगर कांग्रेस ये बयान दे रही है तो ये इनडायरेक्टली आतंकवाद को प्रोत्साहन देने का कार्य कर रही है।
Though the Congress quickly came in damage control mode, the state Congress clarified only bits of what Jagdish Thakur had said was being twisted out of context ahead of elections. Congress workers also repainted their office walls and removed Hajj House that had been spray painted at multiple locations.
कि हिंदुओं के ठेकेदारी के नाम पे हिंदुओं में डर पैदा करना, बिन हिंदुओं में भी डर पैदा करके अपनी सत्ता की खुशी टिकाना, बचाना और प्राप्त करने के लिए जो रेसिपी आपने बनाई, आप देश की जनता को ये तो बताओ, खास करके गुजरात की जनता को ये बताओ कि महंगाई की मार से लोगों का जीना तो हराम हो गया है, चाहे हिंदू हो चाहे बिन हिंदू, सबको जीने का मुश्किल बना दिया आपने।
But it isn't just Jagdish Thakur's speech. Congress acting president Gujarat, Jignesh Mewani's speech saluting Teesta Setalwad for standing up for Muslim rights in Gujarat after the 2002 post-Godhra riots has also stirred a hornet's nest.
હું અત્યારે ડોક્ટર મુકુલ સિન્હાની સાથોસાથ તીસ્તા સેતલવાડને પણ યાદ કરવા માંગુ છું. ન્યૂઝ ચેનલની સાંજની 8 વાગ્યાની ડિબેટમાં જે શું ચર્ચા છે ને નીચે શું પટ્ટી એમણે મારી હશે મારા નામ સાથે, એની કોઈ ચિંતા કર્યા વગર કહું.
Teesta Setalwad stands accused of fabricating evidence to defame the Gujarat government, faking eyewitness statements and submitting false affidavits.
On the one hand, you have Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP government, which says the first right of the resources is of the poor. And on the other hand, you have the Congress party who says that the first right on the tijori, on the resources of the country, belongs to one community for the sake of appeasement politics.
The charges against Teesta Setalwad include taking 30 lakhs from the Congress party's late Ahmed Patel in the name of Gujarat relief, but to defame the BJP government. The BJP has also accused the Congress of Muslim appeasement ahead of Gujarat elections. With Gopi Maniar in Ahmedabad, Bureau Report, India Today. So less than 6 months to go for elections in Gujarat. Is politics of polarization taking center stage? Joining me on India First is Hemang Rawal, Gujarat Congress leader, and Sanju Verma representing the BJP. And Sanju Verma, why spray paint Hajj House outside the Congress party office? Is this not politics of polarization, ma'am?
You know, Gaurav, what I fail to understand is that each time there is a statement that is completely out of turn and out of context made by the Congress party, instead of questions being asked about the Congress party, it is the BJP which is put in the dock. Look at the statement by Gujarat Congress chief, Mr. Thakur. He clearly has said that the reason we want, to engage in appeasement politics is because there are 60-odd seats in Gujarat where the Muslim vote count per assembly is about 20 to 25,000 votes, and we want to capitalize on that. You are very well aware that BJP has a stated policy of justice for all, appeasement of none. And just to put things in perspective, Gaurav, when the Prime Minister says, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas, this is not just sloganeering or a platitude, but it is an abiding work ethic. And I'll just take 10 seconds to tell you, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, 31% allocated to Muslims. Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, 33% allocated to Muslims. Pradhan Mantri...
Ma'am, you still haven't answered why paint Hajj House outside the Congress office. But let me take that to Hemang Rawal. डंके की चोट पर प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा था कि देश की तिजोरी पर पहला अधिकार माइनॉरिटीज का है. सर, अगर ये तुष्टीकरण नहीं तो तुष्टीकरण क्या है, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रश्न पूछ रही है.
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो हमारे गुजरात प्रदेश कांग्रेस के प्रेसिडेंट जगदीश ठाकुर जी का सिर्फ 1 मिनट की क्लिप है. पूरी 16 मिनट का उनका जो संभाषण था, ये सद्भावना करके हमारा कार्यक्रम था 2 दिन पहले का. इसमें उन्होंने कई बात बोली हुई है. उन्होंने बोला हुआ है कि कांग्रेस कभी भी अपनी विचारधारा से नहीं हटेगी. कौन सी विचारधारा? उन्होंने बताया इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ की बात की थी, उन्होंने सोशल जस्टिस की बात की थी, उन्होंने एकता की बात की थी, उन्होंने विश्व बंधुत्व की बात की थी. ये बात नहीं बताई जा रही है. गुजरात में या गुजरात के बाहर जितने भी जो यहाँ से इंडिया से जो भागे हुए लोग हैं, विजय माल्या हो या जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी बोलते थे हमारे मेहुल भाई हो या ललित मोदी हो या जो भी है, क्या उनका पहले संसाधनों पर अधिकार है या गुजरात की या देश की जो जनता है, जो माइनॉरिटी है, उनका पहले संसाधनों पर अधिकार है?
जो प्रश्न पूछा जा रहा है, संजू वर्मा आपसे पूछ रही है, क्या उन्होंने ये कहा कि क्या माइनॉरिटीज डंके की चोट पर कि माइनॉरिटीज पर पहला अधिकार है, देश के हर नागरिक का पहला अधिकार है, या ये तुष्टीकरण है कि केवल माइनॉरिटीज का पहला अधिकार है?
मैं यही बता रहा हूँ आपको कि गुजरात में उद्योगपतियों को 1 रुपये में जमीन दी जाती है, लाखों हेक्टर जमीन। मैं अंडरलाइन कर रहा हूँ, 1 रुपये स्क्वायर फीट में दी जाती है। क्या उनका अधिकार है? या गुजरात में जिनके पास घर नहीं है,
आप वो जो क्या वो तुष्टीकरण है, आप उसको वो जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं हेमंत रावल? आप वो जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं उनका कहना कि माइनॉरिटीज डंके की चोट पर? क्या ये मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण है कांग्रेस का? क्या वोट बैंक के लिए मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण पर लौट आई है कांग्रेस? ये मेरा प्रश्न है जो बीजेपी। अच्छा, आपने उसका उत्तर नहीं दिया, चलिए बीजेपी ने भी नहीं दिया, आपने भी नहीं दिया, लेकिन
गौरव जी, लेकिन ठीक है, प्रश्न पूछा है, मैं जवाब देना चाहता हूं।
आपने अपने मन से जो बोलना था वो आपने बोला और वही बीजेपी ने भी कहा। चलिए आप उत्तर दीजिए। संजू वर्मा जी वो कह रहे हैं कि आप माइनॉरिटीज नहीं, आप तो बड़े बड़े इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को पहला अधिकार देते हैं देश के रिसोर्सेज पर, ये कांग्रेस का आरोप है।
मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई गौरव जी कि हेमंत रावल ने मेहुल चोकसी, विजय माल्या और नीरव मोदी के बारे में यहाँ पर बैठकर टिप्पणी की। तो इनको याद दिला दूं, चाहे मेहुल चोकसी, चाहे नीरव मोदी, चाहे विजय माल्या हो, इन सबको लोन किसने दिया था? कांग्रेस की मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार ने। और आरबीआई का स्टेटमेंट है, एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट का स्टेटमेंट है, पिछले 2 सालों में इन तीनों से 19,000 करोड़ से ज्यादा की संपत्ति उनकी जब्त कर ली गई है और बैंकों को उनका पैसा मोनेटाइज करके लौटा दिया गया है। इसीलिए आप यहाँ पर स्वीकार करके भाषण मत दीजिए। आपके खुद के राजीव गांधी बोल के गए थे हर 1 रुपए से गरीब को सिर्फ 15 पैसे पहुंचते थे। आज नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार के चलते यदि 1 रुपए पहुंचना है तो पूरा का पूरा 1 रुपया गरीब के पॉकेट में
अगले पॉइंट पे जल्दी से आते हैं क्योंकि मेरे पास सिर्फ 1 मिनट बचा है। हेमंत रावल जी, बीजेपी केवल जगदीश ठाकुर की बात नहीं कर रही है। जिग्नेश मेवानी का स्टेटमेंट देखिए, तीस्ता सेतलवाद को बोल रहे हैं मैं सैल्यूट करता हूं। बीजेपी कह रही है जो कांग्रेस पार्टी से पैसे लेकर राज्य की सरकार को गिराने की साजिश रच रही थी, उनको जिग्नेश मेवानी सैल्यूट कर रहे हैं। ये तुष्टीकरण नहीं तो क्या?
सबसे पहले क्या गुजरात की बीजेपी 30 लाख में गिर सकती है? सबसे पहली बात, ये तो किसी ने एफिडेविट की है, किसी अधिकारी ने एफिडेविट भारत का कोई भी नागरिक कर सकता है, पहली बात। दूसरी बात ये बोल रहे हैं विजय माल्या अगले दिन जब गए थे भाग के, उसके
मेरा प्रश्न तीस्ता सेतलवाद पर था। तीस्ता सेतलवाद पर जो आरोप है वो बहुत गंभीर है कि मुसलमान जो गुजरात दंगों में थे उनके लिए पैसा लिया विदेश से और खर्चा किया अपने ऊपर, चाहे वो अपने बाल बनवाने थे रोम में या पाकिस्तान में, और सेकुलर एजुकेशन और लीगल एड एक्सपेंसेस के नाम पर खर्चा किया, और आप उनका समर्थन कर रही है कांग्रेस पार्टी। ये प्रश्न उठा रही है बीजेपी।
हमारे जो विकास से वंचित है उन लोगों के लिए बीजेपी की सरकार ने 8.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया उद्योगपति का कर्ज माफ किया।
Clearly not responding on the issue of Jignesh Mevani's support to Teesta Setalwad, but perhaps in the days and weeks ahead we will continue to track the story. To both my guests, many thanks for joining me. Up next is Business Today with Udyan Mukherjee.
आ गई? कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
ई-स्पोर्ट्स?
माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
Are you planning for an interplanetary visit? Why not take a bullet train to Mars? Yes, you heard it right. In a few years, that will be possible. Thanks to Japan's interplanetary commuting plans. Researchers from Japan's Kyoto University in collaboration with Kajima Construction are working on this plan. It's called Hexa capsules. And the transportation system is called Hexatrack. As you can already figure from its name, the trains will have hexagonal-shaped capsules. The capsules will use electromagnetic technology, which is already used in maglev trains in China and Germany. According to the proposal of the Japanese researchers, a mini capsule with a 15-meter radius linking to the Earth and Moon. For connecting the Moon and Mars, a 30-meter radius capsule will be needed. Researchers at Kyoto University plan to build a habitat that would recreate the facilities on Earth. It is to tap into the terrestrial, natural capital. The researchers aim at building a narrowed living structure in the shape of a champagne flute with artificial gravity, green areas and water bodies, complete with public transportation. The structure will be known as the glass, but something like this would take years or centuries to build. Isn't this exciting? Interplanetary travel for everyone, even when you are not an astronaut.
Battery swapping was a real game changer and is a real game changer as we go into other markets, large-scale markets.
Watching India Today.
Presented by eBix Cash. हर खुशी के लिए काफी है. Co-presented by Coin DCX, your gateway to crypto. Co-powered by Green Lamb Laminates. हर गुस्ताखी साफ.
Hello and welcome to the Business Today show. I'm Arvind Mukherjee. My guest today is a global management powerhouse. He's a management guru in his own right, a very, very respected business consultant, in fact, an advisor and guide to some of the world's largest corporations and some of the world's best-known CEOs. He also happens to be a best-selling author whose books have sold millions of copies over the years. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome on the show the one and only Dr. Ram Charan. Ram, it's wonderful to have you on the show today.
Thank you, Uday. I'm honored to be on the show. And I love to learn what's happening and love to learn your questions.
Okay. My first question is about the global situation, Ram, on which you've been writing very actively. But, because this Ukraine war has actually exposed many of the Western countries, for example, like Germany, who've been dependent on natural resources like gas from Russia. But you've been pointing out that even countries like America need to reassess how dependent they want to be on a country like China going forward. So do you think the Ukraine war brings to a head this question that you've been pointing out, or this issue that you've been pointing out for many months now, that the large global Western economies actually need to take a hard look at how they are running their economies today?
Absolutely, Uday. That the world has reset, global reset, major discontinuity. where now the people have woken up from the Russia and Ukraine war, that there are bifurcation where countries want to go. China is totally explicit. They want self-sufficiency. And Western countries had outsourced their supply chain to one country. So they are highly dependent on China. And no good business will be dependent on one supplier. So this is now going to be reset. It is creating shortages and it is creating higher prices. Energy prices, energy problems are getting quite big, and so is the food. So now every country has to think about how they become self-sufficient and with whom they got to trade, but no country can afford a dependence on another country for supply chain.
How long will this process of disentanglement take, Ram, in your eyes? And what could be, because these processes are built over many decades, are never easy to disentangle. Do you see a lot of collateral damage happening while this plays out?
Yes. The transition in some sectors and products has begun. It's slow. And people have to come to terms that we have to accelerate. For example, in the cell phones, Apple has been very wise. They had begun earlier. They are now building supply chains also in other countries, including India. They're also building onshoring, and they're getting their suppliers who happen to be Taiwanese and having them build factories for assembly in the United States. So that has begun. It requires determination, resilience, and so on. And this will take some time, but it requires that people be determined and do it. Technologies are available. They are the ones that went to China from Taiwan, Hong Kong, Europe, Australia, and the United States. They are there, engineering and technology. So we need to start. Governments may have to help.
Ram, on the point that you are mentioning, I just want to ask you, what kind of pushback do you see from countries like China and Russia? Because they also surely can see this transition which is going on. Do you expect them to take it easily or lying down, or do you expect some kind of a hostile pushback from these economies?
There will be actions and reactions, no doubt. There'll be hard negotiations, hard bargaining. If you look at United States and China, China needs things from the United States, so there will be bargaining on some technologies and whatnot. And there will be areas where there will be a tariff or there will be import controls. All this is going to happen because it is not going to be one-way street.
Now, this axis which is forming, which is, say, countries like China and Russia on one side, where do you see India fitting into this picture? Because India has so far kept its options open. Do you think it can get off by towing a kind of a middle path in this whole wrangling game which is going on?
Yeah, India is very crucial in minimum two ways. One, that the people in the West, America, Europe, have now realized that they cannot have total sufficiency of supply chain. They want to come to India. Our Honorable Minister of Commerce, Piyush Goyal, said that how he's meeting people in Geneva, in Davos, they all want to come now because India has transparency. It has a great proven legal system. Here, the business people do want cost of capital, and the government of India is very much getting opened up to invite FDI. So India will receive a lot of FDI, a lot of supply chain ideas, and plants going to be here. And so India has a good growth opportunity, and India has to deal with the trade deficit it is incurring with China. In the last 22 years, it has incurred about $700 billion worth of deficit. Last year, they had $70 billion of deficit in trade. All those things have to be taken into account and build the supply chain gradually in India.
But do you think we are up for the challenge, Ram? I mean, that's my critical question to you, because, India has done very well on the services front. But you've sat on the boards of companies like Hindalco. Do you think Indian manufacturing can actually become a global powerhouse? Because so far, we've not been a manufacturing powerhouse in the way some of the other Asian economies have.
Yeah. So first, Hindalco is global. Hindalco has business in packaging in the United States, totally global, in every which way you look at. There are other businesses in the Birla Group that are totally global. Now, but the basic intent of the question is our ability to have cost structure, high quality, export, and competitive. We can't do that because the prices we pay for imports are nominal, but they are based on subsidies and the currency parity that is largely artificial. That needs to change. So, for example, in the case of China, 1999, it was 450 renminbi to the dollar. It's now 680. And according to the old way of rules, if you have such a large surplus, like 3.4 trillion China has, you should be revaluing your currency. They have not. And if you revalue the currency, those things will be not competitive. These are the issues going to be ironed out as we go forward. We cannot say that we are a prisoner of a country. We got to unlock it.
Do you see any systemic issues other than the currency exchange or the foreign exchange issue that you spoke about? Any other systemic issues having dealt with Indian companies in the past which might be holding back or which could come in the way of India actually exploiting the opportunity?
Yeah, no. Currency issue, subsidies issue, they're all there. But we need to go on our own, because we can compete. We have new technology, new automation. We have the artificial intelligence. Our people in AI and so on are the largest and the best in the world. They are working outside India and inside India. We just have to work. And the work means the industry people must figure out the facts, define what they need, and join the government initiative. It's going to require both sides working together, pick each industry sector, which sectors first, which sectors second. For example, in pharmaceuticals, API is a big important sector. We can do that. We have a reasonably good pharmaceutical industry. We import APIs. So let's pick together, see what we need, do the facts, go on the industry basis to the ministers, show them, and they will collaborate.
What about the issue of talent or skilled manpower, Ram? Because that seems to be another interesting challenge. On one hand, we have very high levels of unemployment. On the other hand, companies keep complaining that they don't have enough employable talent in the country. How do you see that from an Indian perspective?
Yeah, this is a very good point over there. We got to go category by category. And we know many people want to come home from overseas. And we are even getting things today, you don't have to code, machines will do the coding. We have that today. So we pick sector by sector, and in that sector, see what we need, where is it worldwide, go at it. We may not be able to do for all the sectors at the same time. So we're going to sequence that.
But what do you think is going on with a sector like information technology? I mean, there is a huge attrition problem out there in that sector, and that's where this whole talent deficit seems to be showing up most acutely.
No question. We are doing things. We are getting training. We have people putting online. I met one yesterday that I was going to train these people in less than 10 weeks in a certain areas online, test them, and they are available. We may have to import for the critical, very critical jobs like the general intelligence. But idea here is we should avoid generalities. We should go sector by sector. We sequence them. We have the talent. Certain areas we may have to go outside and subcontract that.
And, we were speaking about manufacturing as a sector earlier, but in your interactions with large Indian corporations, do you get the feeling that Indian companies are ready to adopt digital in a big way? Because, many of the old world companies may not actually have made that digital transformation. How digital ready do you find in the old Indian corporations that you speak to?
I had one in the last 5 days. They got the message. They're really, the new generation in those families are appalled why the father didn't move. Because they now know they can't live without it. They will become uncompetitive. Family will lose wealth. So that's beginning to come. The second dilemma was that we have to do it internally. Well, no, you got to outsource. There are a ton of outsourcing companies in India that are doing the work for the outsiders. So we plan this bite by bite and sequence it, build it. More people will get trained for it and go for it. We cannot do the whole elephant in one bite.
Yeah. So you're saying it's an intergenerational issue where the older promoters are resistant to the idea, but the new generation who are probably going to succeed, they are more keen to adopt digital?
Absolutely. Well, see, the other day I was listening to Shalil, the CEO of Infosys. One of the greatest things he did in the last 5 years is to make that Infosys towards the digital area. And now he's succeeding. I see the gentleman running, the executive chairman of Wipro, Rishabh Premji, exactly is going that way. TCS has been doing it before. So I see that. I see in Tata's, they build that super app. I see in Adani's, how they're building that. I see in Birla's, how they're doing that. So this is beginning. My joy is the companies in India that are $200 million in sales, and they are family owned, and somehow they are able to make a good living, building forward. They can't wait to get some help, low-cost loans, and they're willing and they want to scale up. For them, technology isn't a problem. They know how to get joint ventures and licenses. They have land, the low-cost loans, and marketing talent they need. I had one company the other day from Indore, about $100 million company, is putting $75 million investment. Government helping the whole sector in the garment business, and is putting the money in and is going to expand it. It was great to see that how these people moving to scale up. Just think about 100 million in sales is putting 75 million in a new plant. Dollars. So there's a lot of a spirit here.
Now, sure. No, what I was going to ask you is, these are companies which are large. Many of them are actually established, profitable companies who are trying to make a digital transformation to stay competitive. But there's a very large number of companies who you are probably talking to, who are new companies, who have no profits today to speak about, who are raising billions of dollars of private equity money, but they will probably come to you to ask, what is the route to profitability? What do you tell them?
So the profitability, the key point here is that those who are using AI, first they got to realize that AI is getting commoditized. Second, we have now companies, Indian-based, Trivandrum, Bangalore, Gurgaon, Pune, these are small companies that are doing digitization at very low cost. And so search those companies, they can do that.
Now, actually, I meant the digital unicorns, the fintechs and edutech companies who have raised lots of money. I mean, the promoters are billionaires, but they are not showing any kind of profits today. What do you think of their ability to churn out profits in the next 3, 4, 5 years?
That's a very good point, Uday. Just imagine that in the case of digitization, there is a fixed investment to build the data, the algorithms, the tests. And once it is built, then you increase sales. The cost of increased sales by unit is close to zero, and it creates exponential profit. That is the new model of the artificial intelligence-based, machine learning-based business models.
So you do believe that many of these unicorns will actually survive this kind of market downturn that we're seeing today?
Yeah. That is in the initial stages. That has nothing to do with their unicorn. It is a normal thing for any startup company. There will be a slip in between the cup and the lip. Their business models may be wrong. They have not done the enough understanding of the customer. Many of them have been funded without any real thinking. Those things are going to happen.
Okay.
Many of the
this is not the only reset which is happening globally. What we spoke about earlier, the geopolitical reset that we spoke about earlier, Ram. There is another very fundamental reset which is going on in the financial systems, which is that loose monetary policy is being unwound and interest rates are finally going back to some semblance of normalcy, and that is causing a huge amount of upheaval in the Western world. How do you see the companies that you speak to dealing with this reset which is going on financially?
Yeah, I think the people getting first, if I have not misunderstood, is that we're going to have a recession. That's the viewpoint, not a fact. We're going to have inflation. That's the viewpoint. It will be a fact. We could go into hyperinflation. So there is a very simple rule that you do not carry much debt. You must have a dry powder. You're going to manage by the cash, not by EPS. And you're going to trim the unnecessary things you're going to have. And you're going to go through those 3, 4, 5 years. And you will see the economy, the structure would have changed to see the new opportunities going forward. We had very good time for several years pre-COVID. And now we funded so much that we're creating inflation. To curb inflation, we're going to create recession. So we're going to go through that cycle. And the financial markets are going to react as they have. And I think one can argue they're going to react further because the psychology of fear and psychology of continued price increases is actually happening right now.
So you have no doubt in your mind that this will have to end in a recession, that we will not get off light?
I'm very clear we're going to have that.
Ram, I want to ask you about your Indian experience. Of course, you were born here, but over the years you've worked with so many Indian companies and CEOs. Can you share any anecdotes with us on how that experience has been, and who are the large corporations or the CEOs who've actually made an impression on you?
Yeah, I think the without naming them, I find the CEOs here, they can manage any business anywhere. They are the best business acumen people you find, separate from strategy. They are very, very conscious of structure. We have people who are best in terms of consumer observations. I had a great experience on the Hindalco board. Mr. Birla is absolutely outstanding, and he is able to cut through the clutter very fast. And it was a great delight to see that. I see Mr. Adani is very imaginative and very, very respectful of people. And so I have those. I had worked with the board of Marico, and these people add huge value to the company. Mr. Harsh Mariwala is a fantastic entrepreneur and a great person. I've known him for 30 years. So these are some of the great, but I have also the small companies where these people are unsung heroes and they're building India going forward.
What about globally? I mean, you've worked with big global corporations as well. I mean, if I were to ask you to name just one or two global CEOs who were truly exceptional among the hundreds that you have worked with over the years, who would you single out?
So I will tell you about an unsung hero. His name is Ed Woolard. He was the former chairman CEO of DuPont. He joined the board of Apple in 1997. And when he joined the board, he saw the company was going to go broke within a year or so. He saw the board, showed them it will. They asked him to sell the company. Nobody was there to buy it. And he kept saying that the brand refuses to die. Company should not die. He brought Steve Jobs back single-handedly. It's in my book, Boards That Lead.
When you look back at such a long career that you've had, do you sometimes feel that you feel tired or burnt out? Because you basically have carved out a life living in hotels and airplanes and airports. I mean, that's what most of your life is. Do you ever have any regrets or feel that you've run too long a race, feel tired about it?
I'm 83. I wake up at 4. I take a 1-hour walk every single day. Tiredness comes from boredom, not from active mind.
Great. That answers my question, Ram. And on that note, I shall thank you for today.
Wonderful. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
इस समय पूरी दुनिया में लोग कंफ्यूज्ड हैं। वो समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, क्या सच है, क्या झूठ है। और ये स्पष्टता हम आपको अपने इस नए शो में देंगे। सब कुछ ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में बताएंगे। इस शो में मेरे बालों के अलावा कुछ ग्रे नहीं होगा। हर खबर ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट की तरह बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होगी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. You are...
Black holes. Did you ever worry that Earth could get sucked into one of them? Black holes do have a massive gravitational pull that allows it to swallow anything that gets in its way. Let's find out more about them. Black holes have been lurking in the galaxies for billions of years. The most powerful known forces in the universe, their gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. They're actually packed full of space matter, so they're not really holes. There are at least two types of black holes. Stellar mass black holes form when a huge star, more than 10 times bigger than our sun, burns up all its fuel and collapses in on itself. Scientists say there could be billions in our galaxy, the Milky Way alone. They grow by gobbling up other stars or merging with other black holes to become a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times bigger than the sun. Humans can't even see black holes, but we can observe their effect on matter close by. When normal stars are sucked in, they accelerate and heat up, emitting X-rays which are detected by orbiting space telescopes.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Very good evening. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal, taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. Biggest news break in Sidhu Musewala's assassination. India Today accesses a 1-minute 38-second call from murderers of gangsters Lawrence Bishnoi in Tihar jail. Call confirms Bishnoi was the murder mastermind. Actor Salman Khan meets Mumbai Police Commissioner over threat letter from Bishnoi gang. Submits an application for a weapon license for protection. ED recovers 20 crore cash documents of companies from the house of Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee's close aide. Big Centre versus Delhi government showdown over capital liquor policy. LG seeks CBI probe against Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia over allegations of financial favours. Kejriwal rejects charges, says he's ready to be arrested. Political fight erupts over Modi government's Har Ghar Tiranga push. Rahul Gandhi alleges livelihood of Khadi flag makers has been destroyed and it took over 50 years for the RSS to hoist the national flag. Accuses the Congress of BJP raising irrelevant issues. The BJP hits back. Massive crackdown on Sri Lankan protesters over Ranil Wickremesinghe takes over as president. This comes after security forces stormed the protest site in Colombo. Now, India Today has the biggest news break here in singer Sidhu Musewala's assassination. 1-minute 38-second call that was accessed exclusively by our channel exposes the real face of the mastermind of Sidhu Musewala's murder. The audio tape accessed confirms the role of Canada-based gangsters Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldy Brar. Let's have a listen to what we found.
The chilling murder tape that will make your blood run cold. The biggest clincher yet in the Sidhu Musewala murder investigation is with India Today alone, and it confirms beyond doubt the role of dreaded gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Let's first play out for you the full 1 minute 38-second phone tap in which the murderer, the man who killed Sidhu Musewala, calls his boss Lawrence Bishnoi to say yes, the job is done.
हेलो
हेलो, हाँ जी जी बोलिए।
बात हो सकती है?
हाँ बिल्कुल हो सकती है,
करवाना ही जरूरी है। हाँ जी,
एक मिनट।
हाँ थोड़ा जल्दी बताइए, इसी लगे होल्ड पे।
चलो
लाइव स्पीकर ऑन करें, गोल्डन लाइव फोन। मेरी गल सुन, बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु। ठीक हो? ठीक हो?
हाँ मैं ठीक है।
मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी।
हैं?
ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी।
की करता?
मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी, उससे वाला मारता।
मारता?
मारता मारता।
Okay, cut.
This is the biggest breakthrough yet in the Musewala murder investigation. Moments after killing the world-famous singer, one of the killers called Bishnoi while he was behind bars, while he was inside Tihar jail to confirm that yes, हमने Musewala को मार दिया. It also confirms the role of Canada-based gangster Goldy Brar. Listen carefully to the tape. You can hear the mention of Goldy's name.
स्पीकर ऑन करें, गोल्डन लाइव फोन। मेरी गल सुन, बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु। ठीक हो? स्पीकर ऑन करें, गोल्डन लाइव फोन। मेरी गल सुन, बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु। ठीक हो?
India Today's Arvind Kejriwal had even confronted Lawrence Bishnoi over his murder Musewala plot, and here's how the gangster had responded to repeated questions at the time.
बिश्नोई, सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई? हैं? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया? बिश्नोई?
Every update, every lead was being sent across to Lawrence Bishnoi, and it's clear that the Don plotted the murder of Sidhu Musewala while seated in Delhi's maximum security Tihar jail. He had access to his aides, he had access to a phone while behind bars, and that's how Bishnoi with ease pulled off this high-profile murder 300 kilometers away from Delhi in Punjab's Mansa.
इंडिया टुडे के हाथ लगा सिद्धू मूसेवाला हत्याकांड में अब तक का सबसे बड़ा सबूत 1 मिनट 38 सेकंड की ये ऑडियो कॉल, जिसमें तिहाड़ जेल में बंद लॉरेंस बिश्नोई अपने एसोसिएट से बातचीत कर रहा है। ये बातचीत ठीक सिद्धू मूसेवाले की हत्या के बाद हुई थी। इसमें लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का जो शूटर है वो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को बता रहा है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले की हत्या कर दी गई है। अब पंजाब पुलिस इस ऑडियो कॉल पर आगे की अपनी जांच को आगे बढ़ाएगी। कैमरामैन मृदुल के साथ अरविंद ओझा, इंडिया टुडे।
Explosive Musewala murder confession. Gangster Goldy Brar has now revealed that he doesn't regret killing Sidhu Musewala. Here's our full report. Let's have a listen.
A cold-blooded murder and a chilling confession. A month and a half after Punjabi rap star Sidhu Musewala was killed, Canada-based gangster Goldy Brar has boasted that he got Musewala killed. Goldy Brar's brazen claim has been made in a video in which he says he has absolutely no regret in ordering the murder of the singer. But what is shocking is the motive. The gangster says that Musewala was responsible for the murder of 2 of his aides. Brar even said Musewala had offered him 2 crore rupees to not harm him for the murder of Vicky Midokheda.
सिद्धू दोषी सी साडे भरावां दे नुकसान होने च साडे 2 भरावां दे कतल होने च इहदा इनडायरैक्टली डायरैक्टली किते ना किते हੱਥ सी। शरियाम इहनूं पता सी ये चीज़ होनी है, पर इहने आपदे गाने वाले अक्स नूं इहने आपदी गाने वाली इमेज नूं सच्चा करन लई ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ, ਉਹ ਗਲਤੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਭੁੱਲਣ ਯੋਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ।
Brar even claimed that Musewala celebrated the death of singer and actor Deep Sidhu, an accused in the Red Fort violence. Deep Sidhu died in a car accident.
ਦੀਪ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦੇ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਸੰਸਕਾਰ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਵੀਰ ਮੇਰੇ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਗਮ 'ਚ ਡੁੱਬਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ, ਉਸੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਨੇ ਬਲਕਾਰ ਵਕੀਲੇ ਦਾ ਖਾੜਾ ਲਵਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਮਾਨਸੇ, ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਸ਼ਰਾਬ ਪੀ ਨੱਚਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਹ ਖਾੜੇ 'ਚ। ਉਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਸੰਸਕਾਰ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਦੀਪ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦਾ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੀਪ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਨਾਲ ਲੱਗੀਆਂ ਫੋਟੋਆਂ ਲਈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਸਭ ਨੇ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਉਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਾ, ਗਰੀਬਾਂ ਦੇ ਇਹ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ।
Goldy Brar said Musewala had even pleaded for mercy, but by then his death warrant had been signed. At the end of his video message, Goldy Brar mocked those who were calling Musewala a martyr.
ਉਹਦੇ ਮਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹ ਭਰਾ ਦੇ ਖੂਨ ਦਾ ਬਦਲਾ ਲਿਆ, ਸ਼ਰੇਆਮ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਲਿਆ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਪਤਾ ਸੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਨਗੇ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ, ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਮਿਹਨਤਾਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਸੀ ਉਨੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ।
Brar's confession is the final evidence that Musewala's murder was plotted in Canada and executed by Brar's contacts in the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Bureau Report, India Today.
You've heard the Musewala murder admission. Now we reveal the chilling conversation between Goldy Brar and the shooters of Sidhu Musewala. Phone conversations that took place the day before singer was shot dead. Phone conversations that happened on the day when Musewala was killed as well. All of it reveal a cold-blooded plot to kill one of Punjab's most popular singers. Here's part 2 of India Today's super exclusive.
This is the doctor who allegedly orchestrated singer Sidhu Musewala's murder. Gangster Goldy Brar, aka the Doctor, was allegedly calling the shots for Musewala's assassination, sitting in Canada, according to sources in the police. India Today has exclusively accessed telephonic conversations between Brar and Musewala's shooters. The shooters referred to Goldy Brar as Dr. Sahab, who kept close tabs on Musewala's every move. The tapes reveal how Brar was in constant touch with Musewala's shooters on the day of his murder on 29th May and the night leading up to it. Brar informed the killers when singer Musewala's security was removed, when the singer left the house. Brar even told the shooters where to drop off the weapons after the attack. The tapes have made it evident that Musewala assassination was premeditated with elaborate planning.
We all know that there were 3 masterminds who were sitting abroad and trying to organize all the shooters and logistics. So they were brother of Lawrence Bishnoi. Then there was Goldy Brar, and third person was Sachin Bishnoi. And another supporting guy was Vikram Brar. And we all know the names of 6 shooters and how it panned out. They all have gone on fake passports, both of these people, and it is not, definite where they are at the moment. We know broadly the names and details now as to, what aliases they used and addresses they used to get those passports and leave the country.
While Goldy Brar managed to pull the trigger on Musewala sitting from Canada, Punjab has moved red corner notice to capture Brar. While the alleged hired guns behind Musewala's murder are all in police custody, the masterminds outside India are still on the run. Bureau Report, India Today.
Sidhu Musewala was murdered on 29th May in Punjab's Mansa. Almost exactly 2 months on, today a big breakthrough happened in Musewala murder files. A fierce 5-hour encounter. 2 Musewala shooters who were part of the Bolero module that trailed the singer in a black Bolero, pumping bullets into the Punjabi rapper, have now been eliminated. The 2 shooters, Jagroop Singh, aka Rupa, and Mannu, have been shot dead by the Punjab police. Rupa, a history sheeter, was in touch with Canada-based gangster Goldy Brar. This report brings to you the encounter that took place close to the Pakistan border.
A deadly cat and mouse game in the fields of Punjab to nab gangsters linked to singer Sidhu Musewala's murder. This was the hunt launched by the Punjab police near the Pakistan border at Atari for 7 wanted shooters. Through the small lanes near Amritsar, through fields, the police can be seen chasing down and trying to nab these deadly gangsters. These two men were part of the gang that shot at and murdered Sidhu Musewala in his village at the end of May. Jagrup Singh Rupa and Manpreet Singh Mannu hid in a remote village along with 5 other gangsters for hours as the police hunted for them. Gunshots were heard during this encounter that seemed straight out of the movies. Several police were also injured in the encounter as firing continued at the site. A local journalist also sustained injuries. Policemen armed to the teeth were seen making their way in and out as their vehicles blocked off villagers from the encounter site. The images of the killing of the singer so fresh in our minds, and the Punjab police has been going after every single gangster, every single shooter involved in this murder. These two shooters are believed to be part of the Bishnoi and Goldy Brar gangs. That's right, the same gangster who confessed to his role in the Musewala murder plot. From a teenager, the boy who fired the kill shot, to some of the most dreaded gangsters in the country, the Kill Musewala plot is unraveling with each arrest. The rap star's cold-blooded daylight murder has prompted a much-needed crackdown on gangster culture in Punjab. Bureau Report, India Today.
It wasn't an ordinary plot indeed, the plot to kill Sidhu Musewala. Shooters were armed with sophisticated weapons from pistols to hand grenades. The brief and the motive was quite clear for them. Musewala should not be spared.
A killer breakthrough. They videoed themselves celebrating after shooting dead singer Sidhu Musewala. They waved their firearms, which investigators have yet to recover. But their make and variety suggests how these gangsters may have upgraded their deadly arsenals. Turkish Zigana pistols, Austrian Glocks, a German Heckler & Koch P30 handgun, a Star pistol that originated in Spain. Investigators say an AK-47 assault rifle was also used in Musewala's murder. But most of the firearms seen in the video are concealable, capable of firing multiple rounds quickly, requiring less reloading. All imported and likely smuggled in from international criminal networks.
कल रात तकरीबन 11 बजे जब ISBT पे अंकित सिरसा जो कि सबसे यंगेस्ट शूटर था, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डेस्परेट था, जिसने दोनों हाथों से फायरिंग करी और जो सबसे करीब जाके जिसने गोलियां चलाई उसको अरेस्ट किया.
Almost a month after Musewala's murder, his father spoke about the scale of threat his star son had faced.
पैरेलल सरकार गैंगस्टर चला रहे ने और ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਕੀ ਚੁਗਲੀਆਂ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਪੱਖ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਰੱਖੀਏ? ਇਹ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੈ? ਇੱਕ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗੋਡੇ ਰਗੜ ਦਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਦੂਜਾ ਬੰਦੂਕ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆ ਜੂ, ਜੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਵਗ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਤੀਜਾ ਆ ਜੂ. ਕਿੰਨੇ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਹੈ, ਕੀ ਕੁਛ ਚੱਲੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ? ਇਹ ਭਰਾ ਮਾਰੂ ਜੰਗ ਹੈ ਭਰਾਵੋ. ਦੇਖੋ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਲੀਡਰ ਮਰੇ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਮਰੇ, ਮਰਦੇ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਆ? ਸਾਡੇ ਆਮ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ.
Investigations show the gangsters also plan to involve a couple of women in the murder, one posing as a reporter and the other as a policewoman raiding Musewala's home. Both were to be followed by the assassins. But the Lawrence Bishnoi gang didn't find the women to enroll for the actual.
On that note, we're going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth. The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again. I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs. I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
And a massive political war has erupted over Prime Minister Modi's Har Ghar Tiranga push. Targeting Prime Minister Modi and the RSS, Congress's Jairam Ramesh fired hypocrisy zindabad jibe at the Prime Minister, saying that Modi was a pracharak in the organisation that took 52 years to hoist the national flag in Nagpur. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi also jumped in the fray, claiming Khadi flag makers and their livelihood is being destroyed. Let's hear a report.
Har Ghar Tiranga. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has called upon citizens of the country to join this special movement to mark the 75th anniversary of India's independence. Prime Minister Modi has urged citizens to hoist or display the national flag in their homes between August 13th and Independence Day on the 15th. Prime Minister Modi made the appeal on Twitter, saying the Har Ghar Tiranga movement will deepen citizens' connect with the national flag. The principal opposition, Congress, has dismissed the drive. The Grand Old Party's chief spokesperson Jairam Ramesh fired the hypocrisy zindabad jibe at the Prime Minister and RSS. Jairam Ramesh said Prime Minister Modi was a pracharak of the RSS that didn't hoist the national flag for 52 years in Nagpur. Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra too joined the attack and asked the Prime Minister to fulfill demands of Khadi workers who make national flags. The Khadi industry is protesting the government's decision to allow polyester tricolour flags. The BJP, meanwhile, has hit back at the Congress.
हर घर तिरंगा फहराने की मुहिम के खिलाफ जो जयराम रमेश जी ने जहरीला बयान दिया है, ये उनकी घटिया मानसिकता और मानसिकता की दिवालियापन को बताता है।
पूरे घर घर में 20 करोड़ घरों में हम संदेश लेके जाएंगे देश महान बनाने का, और घर घर में यह शान तिरंगा का बढ़ेगा, तभी ये देश महान होगा।
Chief ministers of BJP-ruled states are leaving no stone unturned to make the Har Ghar Tiranga drive successful.
हर घर तिरंगा 11 से 17 अगस्त के बीच में एक बृहद अभियान चलेगा पूरे देश के अंदर।
13 আগষ্টৰ পৰা 15 আগষ্টত পতাকা উত্তোলন কৰাটো কিন্তু কোনেও নাপাহৰিব। এনআৰসিত গৈ এপ্লাই কৰিলে নহয় মই ইণ্ডিয়ান সিটিজেন বুলি, পতাকা উত্তোলন কৰিহে প্ৰমাণ দিব লাগিব যে মই প্ৰকৃততে ভাৰত মাতাৰ সন্তান, হয়নে নহয়?
In Himachal Pradesh, a group of Indo-Tibetan border police jawans hoisted the tricolour in freezing temperatures and inspired people to participate in the drive. The BJP has claimed that nearly 20 crore citizens will join the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. The party has instructed its workers to reach out to common people to ensure their participation. With Himanshu Mishra in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
On that note, it's a wrap on this edition of the Bulletin. You could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Thank you for watching.
The ruling
love it. This is my 8th concert, and I think it might be last concert, and that's why we are in France. We came here to 3,000 kilometers.
Les Stones, c'est toute une vie, c'est toute une génération, beaucoup de générations, c'est depuis les années 60, 62. Il faudrait qu'il y en ait... On n'en trouvera plus jamais des groupes comme ça.
You are watching in
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. Now, Dhanush has kicked off his Hollywood journey with Netflix, The Grey Man. Ahead of its release on the OTT platform, director duo Russo brothers graced the red carpet of the premiere held in Mumbai. While the traditional attire worn by Dhanush was the head-turner, it was a warm hug exchanged between him and Vicky Kaushal that stole the limelight. Here are all the highlights from the star-studded evening and all about the Grey Man. Mumbai may have witnessed a star-studded evening with director duo Russo brothers gracing the red carpet of the premiere of their film The Grey Man. But what stole the limelight was this warm hug exchanged between Dhanush and Vicky Kaushal. That's right, Dhanush, who made his Hollywood debut with Ryan Gosling, Chris Evans and Ana de Armas starrer, attended the event dressed in a traditional attire. He was seen having a candid conversation before they posed for the camera, and their camaraderie was speaking louder than their words. After catching up, the duo was joined by the Russo brothers for a photo session. Other stars who were at the premiere were director Anand L. Rai, Vishal Bhardwaj, Jacqueline Fernandez, Randeep Hooda, Alaya F. and more. The star cast of The Grey Man meanwhile stepped out in style in the US to attend the premiere, and Dhanush stole the show as he was accompanied by his sons Yatra and Linga.
Nice try, Pumpkin.
What size shoe are you?
Why? You want my foot in your ass? Ah, shit!
The Grey Man follows the story of CIA operative and his psychopathic adversary. The action-packed thriller is based on the novel by the same name written by Mark Greaney.
I have something they really want. What's your gut? It's gonna be my funeral you're going to next.
You want to make an omelet? You gotta kill some people.
A sneak peek into the film directed by Russo brothers showcases Ryan Gosling's character, Coach Entry, fighting jacked up guys as he makes his way up a flight of stairs. It also gives glimpses of Chris Evans' character, Lloyd Hansen, who also puts up a strong fight against Gentry.
Loyal allies won't hesitate to drop a dime. Every grade A wet team from here to Reykjavik.
Dhanush, on the other hand, is seen playing Avik San, an assassin in The Grey Man, which is now streaming on Netflix. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. MCU filmmakers Russo brothers came all the way to Mumbai for the premiere of the film The Grey Man and joined Dhanush during their tour. My colleague Tushar Joshi caught up with the trio. They spoke at length about their action thriller, love for India, and how it was like working together. Listen in to this exclusive conversation.
What do you know about the Sierra program?
Reckless mystery men you guys send in when you can't officially send anyone else.
The Grey Man.
Lloyd. I got an urgent locate and destroy.
That could be fun. The man's got some street cred.
You hurt?
I mean, my ego's a little bruised.
Guys, welcome to India Today. I can't start this conversation without mentioning what fun I had watching the film. I absolutely felt like that child in a theatre eating popcorn, traveling around the world in a time that we've just battled pandemic, seeing cities, watching action that is larger than life, and my favorite superstars. But I want to start this conversation with your connection with India. You seem to have a karmic connection. Yeah. We absolutely love hosting you. You seem to find talent in the country and also set projects in India. Talk to me a bit about that. What have you discovered about India on every visit?
Well, we love it. We love the people. Everyone's always welcoming every time we come. And the film fans are so passionate about storytelling, more than anywhere in the world. And we love telling stories, so it's such a gracious, receptive, enthusiastic audience here. And you know, the Indian film industry is as powerful as the Hollywood film industry. So you have so many amazing talents that have been working for years in the in the Indian film business, and you know, it makes it very exciting for us to work with great talent. So. So many reasons that we love India and why we have that karmic relationship with it.
Absolutely. And Ryan told me this one, he gave an insight on what happens on the set is you guys have amazing food. You know, and food is such an intrinsic part of our culture.
That's right.
Did you get to experience Indian food and have you fallen in love with any?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean Indian food has been like a favorite of ours for years and years. You could ask, we were very lucky when we were making the Avengers, both Infinity War and Endgame. The studio we were working at, there's an Indian restaurant very close to there called Star of India. And we would eat there, I would say 4 out of every 5 meals. So wow. Yeah, we love Indian food. Yeah,
we do love Indian food. I did have, I cannot remember the name of it, but I had a beetle leaf
pan.
I had pan last night.
How was that?
Very intense.
That's the word.
End of a meal, I had it in my cheek, and it was very, very powerful. Yeah.
Yeah, you're using the right adjectives for that.
Yes.
So that's great. Good. Dhanush, I want to talk to you a bit about growing up. You know, all of us have this experience of watching these films in theaters. They take us to a different world. And with these guys, they literally transport you to a different world where you want to stay, you want to follow up. What have been some of the Hollywood films that left a mark on you while growing up? Any memories of going to the theaters, watching films, eating popcorn?
When I was very young, we didn't have enough money to go to theaters and watch films, but then once we were a little better, the DVD culture, VCD culture started coming in. So from then, there were films like First Blood, you know, First Blood, and then Judgment Day, John McClane, Yippee-ki-yay. Yeah. Oh, well, it was fantastic. Predator was, Arnold was a big sensation in the 80s and 90s. And then later, the Titanic and Avatar. Then came the superheroes. They took the world by storm. And every dad, every mom had to, like, you know, take their children and go to the theaters. And the kids get so excited. And the Avengers, they brought out the kids inside you, you know.
Yes.
Like even when you take your kids and go, you forget your kids and you become a kid. Watch
Absolutely.
The films. Grew up watching Hollywood films, and to be one in it was amazing.
Absolutely. Do you recall the first time you felt like a kid while watching these big action films?
For sure. I mean, you know, I remember watching Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back and Indiana Jones and all in the theater and just having these you know, emotional experiences, is sitting there in awe, and that's why we make movies, is because of those feelings. Now we want to give those feelings to audiences. We want to pass that along, tell stories like that transport you and make you want to stay somewhere else. That's exciting to us.
Yes, and Dhanush, that one action scene which everybody is talking about, right, where we couldn't blink our eye because it was such a tight scene, like you're literally gazing from one end of the screen to the other. There is not much happening. I mean, there is action, but there's also mental stuff that is happening. Your body language, the way you're standing in that frame, the way you're looking into his eyes. How did you mentally prep yourself? I've heard about you talking about the physical part of it, but to be in the frame, to be in a Russo brothers film, knowing that it's going to touch every corner of the world, what was that like?
I got all the help from the Russos. They gave me a brief story about who Avik's son could be, and that helped me, that made me understand. Like I made my own film of Avik's son in my head, and this is how he could be, he should be. And the key words, you know, when they gave me words like he's mysterious and he's calm and composed, and those words play in your head, while they made it really easy for me to, you know, take that all in. And even though I'm doing stunts, and it should be Avik's son stunts, it shouldn't be just stunts. So it really helped me from the way they describe the character.
Right. And talking about Dhanush, whenever we interact with him, the one thing that stands out is his utter modesty. How modest, how down-to-earth and humble he is to his craft, and how much he loves his craft. He is, like you guys, somebody who's passionate about what he does for a living and for a passion. As people who love to direct actors and you bring out the best in them, you also get to know them a bit as a person for whatever little time you spend with him. What's the one thing about Dhanush that stands out the most for you, which you would like to revisit if given a chance, as a person?
As in our working experience with him? Well, I mean, look, we knew he had a huge body of work behind him, and he'd done a massive amount of really top-level work. But it was just, I was so impressed with his professionalism. You know, when he would come to set, he was so focused, he was so prepared, and he was so available to what was happening around him, not just from our end, but from the other actors as well. And it was just an amazing awareness of the entire process and his role in the process, and respectful of everybody else's role in the process. And that's like the greatest gift, the greatest energy you can bring to set, because that's when you're sort of activating everybody around you to fully collaborate together. So I really appreciate that experience with him, and it was very inspiring. Yeah.
Yeah, I think inspiring is a great word. And in this world of multiverses, Dhanush, this word is so loosely used now.